It has been 2 weeks since the powerful Midran ventured into the mysterious depths of the ancient dungeon. The great mage did not want to return empty-handed. Pride would not allow it. By this time, he had already reached the highest peaks of the 7th circle of magic. But the path to the 8th remained hidden in the darkness of ignorance. The wizard was tormented by doubts. What if he never managed to overcome this invisible barrier? Nevertheless, the Archmage remained the unrivaled master of the 7th circle. And this meant that even if the 8th circle remained unattainable for him, fate would inevitably open the gates of the 9th, that legendary level of power that no mortal in this world had reached. Immersed in deep thoughts about his destiny, the mage finally reached a small town spread out along his path. First of all, the wizard directed his steps to the local tavern, where fate brought him together with an old friend. Midran's face lit up with a warm smile at the sight of a familiar face. He warmly greeted the owner of the establishment and inquired about his well-being. The tavern owner, a kind-hearted man, immediately guessed that his old friend was returning from a long journey. Midran honestly admitted that this time the journey had taken him much longer than expected. The perceptive host understood that the traveler was quite exhausted from the journey, and warmly offered to sit at the table, promising to bring a mug of excellent beer. While the great mage was draining the frothy drink, he could not help but notice the curious glance of his comrade. Not hiding his interest, he was eager to hear the story of how the wizard's journey went. After all, Midran set out on a journey upon learning that an ancient dungeon, holding the secrets of bygone ages, had been discovered. The Archmage calmly revealed that he was just returning from there. These words further ignited the curiosity of the tavern owner. He was eager to find out whether the rumors about this mystical place were true, and whether the man had managed to find a way to reach the 8th circle of magic. But Midran only shook his head sadly, explaining that the rumor had greatly exaggerated the reality. Unfortunately, he returned with nothing. The tavern owner clearly detected the bitterness of disappointment in his friend's voice when he spoke about it. In fact, the great mage understood that in their world, reaching the 8th circle was akin to the impossible. However, the owner of the establishment recalled an incident that happened 8 centuries ago with the supreme mage Michelle Rose, as well as a 4-century-old story with the Archmage Keisan. Both managed to ascend to the 8th circle. The friend knew perfectly well that Midran surpassed these legendary wizards in talent, and was firmly convinced that he would definitely manage to overcome some 8th circle. After all, there were only 3 masters of the 7th circle in the entire continent, and our hero was one of this chosen trio. Among all the powerful wizards, it was Midran who was destined to reach the 8th circle. So believed the tavern owner. The Archmage shared this belief, yet his soul was tormented by the impossibility of seeing the path to the cherished achievement. But the comrade continued to believe in the hero, and considering that he did not have much time left, surely fate itself had prepared a moment of triumph for him, through which he would achieve success. The great wizard was immensely grateful. The words of the tavern owner truly instilled new hope into his weary heart. Soon the hospitable host escorted his guest to the prepared room. Midran planned to set out at the first rays of the sun. The road to the palace was not short, and this decision seemed the most reasonable. Having prepared everything necessary for the rest of the noble traveler, the tavern owner left, wishing his companion a good night. The Archmage watched his friend with a calm gaze, waiting until he disappeared behind the door. After that, he majestically approached the window and fixed his gaze on the night silence of the town. Every time failure befell his endeavors, Midran felt his will to reach the 8th circle gradually weaken. However, the brave mage believed he would definitely find a new path. He has just turned 78 years old, and he will live for at least another half-century. This time should be more than enough to accomplish all his grand plans. In the end, the Archmage sank into a serene sleep, allowing his exhausted body to rest fully. However, suddenly some mysterious energy began to swirl around his bed. She was warm and radiant, which caused an involuntary smile to illuminate the face of the sleeping wizard. A certain invisible observer marveled at how soundly and peacefully the great mage was resting. When he awakens, he will face great surprise, for his face will look completely different. Perhaps this will push the hero to reach the coveted 8th circle, or it may make such a mission completely impossible. Soon the elder opened his eyes again. To his amazement, he felt unusually refreshed. It seemed all the heaviness and sorrow had completely dissolved into nothingness. However, unexpectedly, the man saw an unfamiliar woman right above him. The lady rejoiced that the young man had finally regained consciousness. Obviously frightened, Midran immediately recoiled from this person, not understanding who this mysterious woman was. However, she immediately ran away, calling out in a calm voice for the hero to wake up. The Archmage clearly had no idea who this lady was. Looking around, he also did not recognize the surrounding environment. After all, he was absolutely sure that he had fallen asleep in a hotel and woke up in a completely different place. After that, The wizard looked at his own body and discovered that his hands had become completely youthful. Horror was reflected on the hero's face, who could not comprehend what kind of devilry had happened to him. At that moment, the lady returned with a middle-aged man, proving that she was not joking at all. The young gentleman had indeed regained consciousness from unconsciousness. The stranger literally rushed to the bed, as if wanting to embrace the young man. He could not rejoice enough that the boy was getting better. All the doctors who came here could not comprehend the cause of his mysterious coma. Apparently, the Almighty heard their fervent prayers and decided to have mercy on their child. In the next moment, the man turned to the young man, hoping that he felt well, and remembered that he was his father. However, the embarrassed hero made it clear that he had no idea what they were saying, what was happening, who he was, or where he was. The woman explained with sadness that something strange was happening with the boy. He kept repeating the same thing in an incomprehensible language since waking up. Sadness in the parents' eyes revealed their understanding. It seemed the son had completely lost his memory. At that moment, the young man did not understand at all what these people were talking about, and assumed that perhaps they did not share a common continental language to understand each other. The father sobbed even more in despair. After his son had been unconscious for so long, he woke up and started babbling some nonsense that they couldn't even understand. But even so, the man embraced the boy, rejoicing that he had at least managed to survive. The lady nearby immediately joined in the embrace, and the young man tried to push these two away, not understanding what they were doing. He already warned with a threat in his voice that if they did not immediately back off from him, he would use his magical art. Only then did Midran realize with horror that all his mana had vanished without a trace. He did not feel any magical energy in his body at all. This meant that the power he had been accumulating all his life dissolved into nothingness, as if it had never existed. The great mage was overcome with such despair that he let out a heart-wrenching cry. His scream spread and echoed throughout the entire city where they were. Soon the young man tried to calm down and regain his composure, but still had no slightest clues to understand what had happened to him. He definitely fell asleep in the tavern, but woke up in a completely different place. If he had been affected by dark magic, as a seventh circle wizard, he would definitely have felt it. However, he did not even wake up from the effect. No matter how much the Archmage pondered when and how he got here, he could not comprehend anything. This place was extremely strange, completely unlike his former world. Moreover, Midran's mana had completely evaporated, and he himself looked like a child. At that moment, the loving mother approached her son, bringing him a plate of hot soup and hoping that he would consent to eat. However, when the young man once again turned away from her caring hands, the woman wept with such pain that her heart was ready to burst with sorrow. Although several days had passed since his awakening, the boy was still in some detached state, as if his soul was floating somewhere far from this world. Looking at the suffering mother whose son woke up after a sudden fall into a coma and now ignored her as if she were a stranger, Midran felt a pang of conscience. If he were in the place of this unfortunate woman, he would experience exactly the same torments. At that moment, the weeping mother was handing the young man a spoon, pleading with a beseeching look for him to take at least a sip of food. And then Midran decided to have mercy on her and play along with this theater a little. In the end, he had to learn the local language and then find answers to what had happened to him. When the Archmage opened his mouth, the woman could not describe the boundless happiness that filled her heart to the brim. Even the old man was amazed at how the mother's face transformed when she was feeding her long-awaited son. Therefore, so as not to cause her more pain with disappointment, the wizard decided to truly pretend to be her child for a while. The months dragged on sluggishly. The seasons slowly replaced each other, and the young man continued to unravel the mysteries of the new world. Soon Midran went to meet his mother for a shared meal. The woman, with a tremor in her voice, admitted that she has the impression that she is still in a sweet dream. Just a few months ago, her son lay lifeless, and now he was sitting in front of her, alive and well, with a blush on his cheeks. Midran gently explained to his mother that he survived only thanks to her boundless love. However, the woman understood. It was the will of the heavens, even though the son had lost his memory forever. The lady, who had not asked this painful question for a long time, finally decided to find out from the boy whether he had started to remember anything from the past. However, the Archmage knew about his life only from his parents' stories. He heard that he suddenly lost consciousness after returning from a journey, and after that fell into the void of non-existence. The mother did not rush her child, cherishing the hope that memories would return to him gradually, like dawn rays piercing the morning fog. At that moment, the young man decided to find out if anything strange had happened when he fell into a coma, or shortly before waking up. But the woman could not recall anything like that. Everything happened too suddenly. No one had time to understand how it happened. Therefore, Midran was left alone with his tormenting thoughts. With these heavy thoughts, he went out into the inner courtyard to wander alone and contemplate everything that was happening. What amazed him most since his arrival in this world was that there was only one moon here, dimly shining in the night sky. Moreover, even after studying the local language, he could not find the slightest clue about how he ended up in this world. Perhaps he is destined to remain in the body of a boy forever. And yet the once mighty elder only wished to reach the 8th circle of magic, but now he is unlikely to fulfill this cherished dream. However, he tried to console himself with the thought that changing the physical body did not at all mean that he had stopped being Archmage Midran. All that awaited him was to start over, restore lost strength, and find the way home. After that, the young man returned to his chambers and continued devouring books, nurturing the hope of finding a way to regain his strength. He also often spent evenings in the company of his adoptive parents, and he even began to enjoy the communication with the local servants and the other inhabitants of the house. So slowly and imperceptibly, along with the succession of seasons, the years passed. In an instant, the servant rushed to the young master's chambers to inform him that his father was looking for him. From his room, the grown-up young man immediately looked out, alarmed by such news. The guy hurried to meet with his parent. However, he unexpectedly saw a stranger majestically seated opposite the head of the family. At that moment, the man warmly greeted his son and asked him to respectfully bow to General Lee Muon. Sun Hyun, as befits a well-mannered young man, politely bowed before the guest, then looked at him attentively. He was struck by the powerful energy flowing from the warlord's body. It was mana, and in colossal amounts. The young man could hardly believe that this person had energy in such abundance. It seemed he surpassed any blade master from the Empire in the amount of mana. Among other things, his mana was extraordinarily pure, something that is not easy to achieve. Lee Muon, noticing this boy's thoughtful gaze, calmly greeted the young man, assuming that he did not recognize him. After that, he admitted that he had heard many stories about Sun Hyun, for example that he excels in his studies. The guy only shyly bowed, explaining to the guest that he had just read a few books in the library. There was no need to exaggerate his modest achievements. However, the general could not hold back and laughed heartily. After all, if the boy considers reading all the books in the library a small achievement, then his own accomplishments were absolutely insignificant. The young man's father also couldn't help but smile, hearing the guest joke about his son, so he asked not to embarrass the boy, but rather to drink to the meeting. Of course, the general immediately invited the young man to join their table. They poured him a cup of intoxicating drink because the boy had already grown up and was allowed to drink. So they sat, leisurely sipping wine and chatting about trivial matters under the soft candlelight. Soon the young man withdrew to attend to his affairs, but on the way to his chambers he realized something astonishing. General Lee Muon's mana was organized and concentrated in the abdominal area. The Archmage understood that gathering such an amount of energy in this world was truly an amazing achievement, as in Midran's native world it was much denser and more accessible. This meant that the military commander had trained long and hard, rightfully gaining such impressive strength. Leisurely walking in the evening to his quarters, the boy noticed the general training with a blade. He was performing the attack Law of the Golden Emperor, the 3rd movement, after which there followed more techniques from the 4th to the 7th. Only when the man completed the entire sequence did he notice the observer's intense gaze on him. When he turned around, looking directly at Sun Hyun, the boy recoiled in surprise, and the trainee simply exhaled calmly, glad that he only scared the young man but did not harm him during the exercises. The young man immediately began bowing and apologizing to the warrior, making it clear that he was not spying on purpose, but just passing by. However, the man was not offended by the boy. Even if he specifically watched his training sessions, it was not a problem for him. But the young man was still tormented by shame for not asking for permission. The general smiled reservedly, amazed by the boy's such politeness and good manners. After that, he friendly hugged him by the shoulders and suggested taking a little walk. Soon they were leisurely strolling through the city streets, observing the measured life of ordinary peasants. However, the general could not shake the feeling that Sun Hyun wanted to ask him about something. In the end, the boy admitted that he felt a powerful energy flowing from Lee Muon's body. It was extraordinarily dense, and the boy became curious about how he managed to accumulate such pure power. For some reason, this question left Lee Muon truly perplexed. He looked the boy up and down and made sure that he was not a martial arts master. However, how was he able to feel his inner energy then? The military commander quickly realized that Sun Hyun was interested in learning about the nature of the power residing in his body. Looking at the young man's anxious face, he explained that this energy is called ki, and somewhere it is referred to as internal energy. As the boy had already noticed, ki is a force that carefully penetrates the body and accumulates within it. But Sun Hyun was more interested in how the man managed to gather her in such a quantity. Then he revealed that there are special techniques in the world for accumulating ki. And only now did Sun Hyun, with a pounding heart, realize that these very techniques were exactly what he needed to restore his lost power. Therefore, he immediately began to ask the man where such methods could be found. The general could not help but be stirred by such fervent interest. It seemed to him that the boy wished to become a master of martial arts. However, he hastened to justify himself, saying that he was merely a scientist, and this was solely for educational purposes. Trusting the sincerity of the young man, the general revealed that all these techniques are kept in the strictest secrecy. They were a true treasure for any practitioner. Li Muin could give the boy some advice, but how well he absorbs it will depend on himself. However, such help could not but delight the hero to the depths of his soul. From excitement and delight, he almost jumped on the spot, which made Li Muin smile kindly. After that, the two of them leisurely followed to the estate, while the military leader continued to ask the boy if he wished to join him and embark on the path of a martial arts master. Some time passed, and the young man was already in his chambers, reflecting on the general's words. He claimed that mana could be stored not only in the heart, but also systematically collected and accumulated in other parts of the body. From the perspective of continental magic, it resembled more the methods of knights, and also reminded of a miniature version of a dragon's heart. A sudden realization struck the Archmage's mind like lightning. For all humanity received magic from the ancient dragons, and the source of this power was the dragon's heart itself. When people studied magical arts, a circle formed in the heart, the first formation of a magic circle. Upon reaching the fifth circle, the heart became insanely overloaded, resulting in painful side effects. It was precisely because of this that many mages failed to reach the seventh circle. However, dragons did not have one heart, they had two. In addition to the ordinary heart that pumped blood, there was the dragon heart, which accumulated energy within itself. And now Midran realized the truth that his mind had forged. People, just like dragons, can accumulate mana in another vessel. That means the pure mana he felt from the general was equal in power to the 8th or even 9th circle of magic. If meridians are used, a person can form an analog to a dragon's heart. The Archmage realized with a thrill in his soul. This very enlightenment he had been striving to achieve throughout all his 80 years of life. And that means, in this new incarnation, he will definitely conquer the cherished peaks of power. In the end, the world continued to live its own course while the young heir secluded himself for deep meditation. He was to receive the energy of nature, channel it through the meridians, and then convert it into pure mana. After that, the young man looked over the books lying next to him. They were treatises sent to him by General Li Muin. Thanks to them, he managed to accumulate some precious mana. The first book, The Method of Creating the Foundation, taught how to gather internal ki, strengthening the body through practice. He also had an unknown treatise on various martial arts. For now, the young man focused on accumulating energy, as it seemed the most practical. After that, he went out onto the terrace to breathe in the fresh air. Looking at the clear sky, Midran realized that there was not enough mana in this world. But at the same time, this circumstance turned out to be even favorable. To accumulate the necessary amount of mana, he had to activate 6 magic circles. However, right now he could awaken only 1. However, the Archmage had already walked this thorny path in his past life, so repeating it would not be so difficult. At that moment, Sun Hyun looked at the servant standing nearby him with surprise. He was trembling all over like an aspen leaf. It seemed as if the man was pierced by fierce cold, although the young man himself felt no chill. For this reason, he immediately called Jung Sam to himself. The faithful servant immediately responded to the young master's call, eager to find out why he had summoned him. The boy looked at this trembling man with bewilderment and decided to find out why he was shaking and whether he was really cold. However, it turned out that the reason was not the cold at all. After that, the elderly servant began rummaging through the folds of his clothing and showed the young master a small stone, because of which his whole body was trembling. The young man began to admire the little stone, which resembled a small coin in size. After that, he politely asked Jang Sama for permission to take a closer look at him. However, as soon as the stone was in the hands of the young mage, he immediately realized that it was a very unusual mineral. A huge amount of mana was concentrated in this stone. Moreover, the energy of the stone was strikingly different from those that could be found on the former Midran continent, but he definitely felt a powerful force within himself. It turned out that Jang Sam took it from a miner near the volcanic caves. This little stone was called the Spirit Stone. If a person places it next to themselves during training, the effectiveness of the practice will increase by 1.5 times. However, Sun Hyun became extremely curious. Why did Jang Sam himself need this stone? Then the servant explained to the young master that his friend was a miner, who found this mineral near volcanic caves and decided to give the stone to him. The young man immediately asked his uncle to persuade his friend to get another stone like that for him. Hearing the man's agreement, he returned the precious mineral to him with boundless gratitude. Watching Jung Sama walk away on his business, the young man fervently hoped that he could obtain a similar stone, for with it he would be able to create a magic circle much faster. Several more days passed after that, but there was still no news from friend Jiang-sama. However, soon the servant brought exactly the same stone, resting on a scarlet velvet cushion. Moreover, this mineral was significantly larger than the one the servant had. Feeling the mighty energy flowing from the spirit stone, Sun Hyun realized that he would be able to accumulate the necessary amount of precious mana. After that, he warmly thanked the miner and the servant for their excellent work. Jiang Sam himself admitted that the delay occurred because they spent a lot of time looking for his drunkard friend. However, he only awkwardly justified himself, saying he did not even expect anyone to come looking for him. The faithful servant hoped that the master liked this stone and that it was worth his attention. Thanking him for his diligent work, at that moment the young man handed the miner a pouch jingling with gold coins. It was a sign of his boundless gratitude for the search for such a precious stone. He asked the man to accept this money. He extended his calloused hands with trembling gratitude, blessing the gentleman for everything. The generous reward was also given by the hero to his loyal servant. Jiang Sam, of course, tried to explain that he had not done anything special, but Sun Hyun understood. If the servant had not tried, the stone would not have been obtained. Bowing in a bow, the man accepted 2 gold plates with great gratitude, admiring the kindness of his young master. By this time, the miner dared to address the young heir with a small request. He feared that someone might ask the hero where he got this rare stone from. However, the commoner really did not want the boy to talk about it. Sun Hyun immediately understood everything from the expression on his face, so he solemnly promised the man to keep it in the strictest confidence. In the end, both peasants were satisfied with the completed deal and also received a generous reward. After that, the 2 friends left, no longer disturbing the young gentleman. The boy was looking at the magic stone, thanks to which he would be able to fully concentrate on the training. He did not know whether he should practice seclusion just like people engaged in martial arts or not, since in books he had only read that practitioners need special nutrition, and in the treatise on training warriors, a closed room for those perfecting themselves was mentioned. Therefore, the hero decided to try this method first. For this reason, he went to his father to consult with him. Of course, the latter was quite surprised to hear that his son planned to seclude himself for spiritual practices. However, the young man delicately explained that he only needed to spend 3 years in solitude. Of course, the head of the family immediately understood that his son planned to undergo martial arts master training. The puzzle began to come together, considering that not long ago Sun Hyun asked the general for books on martial arts. But the boy asked his father not to worry about anything. He was fully aware of his actions and had grand plans. They consisted in completing their studies during these 3 years of seclusion. The parent could hardly believe that the son was really going to study in confinement. However, he respectfully requested to be provided with an isolated room, as well as a balanced diet. According to medical treatises he recently studied, such nutrition has a beneficial effect on the human body, and a similar diet helps clarify the mind and strengthen the spirit. However, the head of the family could not understand why his son would refuse to eat normal food. Seeing the parents' concern, the boy solemnly promised that if he suddenly felt unwell during training and lessons, he would immediately come out of seclusion. In the end, the father trusted him, let him act as he wishes. But in the end, he warned that there is no family without people, and hoped that his son fully understood the concern of his parent. The young man understood everything perfectly, so he asked the gentleman not to worry about anything. Soon, as promised to the boy, he was provided with a private room, as well as prepared many special pills with which he will be nourished throughout these 3 years of seclusion. Therefore, the heir immediately began to prepare and draw sacred signs on the ground. Soon the magic circle was completed, and the hero gazed with deep satisfaction at the fruits of his labor. Even considering that he knew magic excellently, the work turned out to be quite exhausting. Moreover, the guy honestly admitted to himself that he had started to long for the old times. The magical circle he drew awakened in Midran's soul memories of former greatness. Moreover, it took more than a month to create just 1 circle. It was not easy for the master of the 1st circle to draw the magical array of the 6th circle. However, the young man did everything he could, using the precious knowledge from his past life. After that, he looked at the mana stone in his palms and realized that in this matter, one should simply rely on the favor of fate. After that, the Archmage sat down to place the stone directly in the center of the magic circle. Immediately, the inscribed letters began to shimmer with a faint glow, growing brighter and brighter with each passing moment. The young man could not help but rejoice that in the end he did everything right, and the circle worked as it should. For this reason, he immediately sat down to meditate. After all, although there was plenty of mana here, it was not eternal. He had to manage to absorb everything possible in 3 precious years. If he manages to reach the 7th circle within this time, he will not need ancient artifacts to stabilize mana. Therefore, no matter what, the young man was determined to concentrate all his strength in these fateful years. The seasons slowly changed one after another, and already 3,000 pills had been consumed by the young gentleman. At some point, he went out into the inner courtyard to get some fresh air and stretch his stiff muscles. His body literally sparkled with magic, constantly streaming from him. It was a blissful feeling to possess mana again. All impurities had already left his flesh, and the 5 senses were sharpened to the limit. Moreover, the mana gathered in the meridians circulated throughout the body like life-giving streams. For this reason, the young man put away the magic stone in order to recalibrate the magic circle and increase the amount of mana released. After he got used to the new level of strength, he could start gradually increasing its amount. Finally finishing all the preparations, the Archmage resumed his solitary meditation. Somewhere at the same moment, not far from the young gentleman's courtyard, his faithful servant was working. He bowed respectfully as soon as he noticed that the gentleman had come to him together with his wife. Jang Sam immediately informed them that Sun Hyun still had not left his seclusion. The father was extremely worried. There was bitter cold outside, and he longed to visit his son, fearing that he might fall ill. But the frightened servant reminded that he had given the young master a sacred promise never to allow anyone to disturb him. Of course, the lady was immensely upset that she would not be able to see her child, and the servant awkwardly apologized for not being able to break his given word. At that moment, the woman looked questioningly at her husband, not knowing what would be best for them to do, stay or leave. However, the man made his wife understand that seclusion was their son's choice, in which they could not interfere. Of course, he understood the longing of a woman who had not seen her child for more than 2 years. The head of the family asked her to endure a little longer. In the end, although the lady understood that it was the right decision, she still could not hold back bitter tears of sorrow. Before leaving, the gentleman asked the servant not to leave their son alone for a second. If anything happened, to immediately rush and report it. Finally, the parents turned towards the young man's chambers, after which they left with a heavy heart. At that moment, the hero was in his courtyard, continuing secret training. At that moment, he was trying to summon the light that cuts through the darkness. A bright sphere, like a ball lightning, appeared above his palms. It was the magic of the first circle, and it worked flawlessly and steadily. Moreover, the guy noticed that he had become so powerful during this time that his mana was not even spent on such a spell. Then he tried to use the spell Magic Bullet, which was already equivalent to the second circle. And then he launched this cluster of magical light into the nearest tree. The projectile left a deep dent on the barrel. The result exceeded even the boy's wildest expectations, but he still saw that the power of the second circle's spells was still insufficient. However, Midran forced himself not to be discouraged about this. The reason the spell's power decreased was that the mana in the atmosphere did not resonate with its energy. Then the young man decided to try spatial teleportation magic, and immediately from the spot where he stood, he moved nearby, just a couple of meters to the left. But even so, it was a very impressive result. Since the Archmage could now cast 2 spells simultaneously, it meant that he had reached the coveted 6th circle, and in the remaining half-year he had to restore his former power. He rejoiced at the realization that the 7th circle was no longer far off. To reach it, he had to learn to maintain 3 spells simultaneously. The main thing in this matter was not to rush, for the wizard already understood that he would inevitably regain his power and multiply it step by step, and this meant he would become the one who would achieve the greatness and power of legendary dragons. And while he was saying these words, he did not notice how he released energy that lifted all the dust accumulated over 3 years of seclusion from the ground. In the end, winter ended, and finally the blessed spring arrived, transitioning into hot summer. Jang Sam was sitting near the master's residence and briefly dozed off from fatigue. When he heard approaching footsteps, he woke up from sleep and immediately saw that the gentleman had finally finished his long training. Even the master himself was immensely happy. After all, he saw his uncle, whom he had not seen for a whole 3 years. Soon the joyful news of the son's return reached his father, and the son immediately appeared before the master, bowing in a bow and confessing to his parents that he missed them very much. The father was more eager to know if everything was all right with the boy, how his health was, and how he was feeling. Moreover, having calmed down, he noticed that his son looked better than ever before. In 3 years of seclusion, he changed a lot and grew considerably. Suddenly, a general joined them from the next room, glad that the young man had finally come out of his secluded training. Sun Hyun definitely did not expect to meet General Lee Muin immediately after the training ended. However, suddenly at the sight of the young man, Lee Muin was literally stunned. He was extremely curious about what the boy had been doing all these 3 years. Even the heir's father did not understand what the general was talking about, as his son claimed that he had been studying sciences all this time. But the seriously minded military leader saw that this was by no means simple training. He demanded that the boy tell the whole truth. The young man, of course, assumed that the general would definitely feel something. Some changes in his body. Not understanding what had so worried his friend, the father kept casting puzzled glances at him. At this time, Li Muan himself explained, "It seems the young man's training was related to the books that the general had given him. This means that the heir studied martial arts throughout all 3 years of seclusion." Even the young man's father did not expect this news. The boy himself hurriedly tried to explain in fear that although the book he was given was useful to him, he did not use it as a reference. Therefore, he did not study martial arts in the usual sense. Li Muan was extremely dissatisfied with the boy's lie, for he clearly felt his inner energy. The boy could not claim that he had not mastered the techniques from that treatise. In the end, everyone was eager for the heir to finally reveal the truth to them. But the wise Archmage understood. It would be easier to demonstrate his abilities than to explain them in words. For this reason, the entire company moved to the inner courtyard near the residence. Without delay, the Lord of the Elements began to circulate his energy, which gathered in his palms in a swirling stream. After that, he demonstrated the wind cutter technique. A dazzling disc rushed towards the perennial tree, cutting its trunk into 3 parts. The fallen debris crashed to the ground with a roar. The parents and the military commander stood with their mouths agape, stunned by what they saw. For a long time, they could not take their eyes off what that boy had done to the poor tree. After which the struck Li Muan looked up at the youth fearfully, eager to understand who had taught him such an unprecedented skill. But obviously the young mage reminded that he had been in seclusion and had no mentors. Then the stunned military commander explained that in his long life he had never seen such techniques before. He could not even imagine that something like this was possible. It was not surprising. After all, in this world the concept of magic did not even exist. For the locals, his art seemed something incomprehensible. At that moment, the experienced warrior realized that their powers were fundamentally different from those of this youth. But despite this, the general eagerly wanted to arrange a sparring match with the heir. Of course, the anxious parent tried to explain to the military commander that his child had never studied martial arts. A master cannot fight a simple student. And even the general himself realized that he had momentarily lost himself, gazing at such amazing technology. He apologized for his frivolity. At the same time, the curious wizard decided to ask these two about which sparring they were talking about. The military leader explained that the duel is a kind of competition, where martial arts masters compete and study each other's skills. However, they were in different weight categories and could not fight seriously. But unexpectedly, the young sorcerer himself insisted on this sparring. Obviously, the boy's father was tormented by doubts. He reminded his son that he had not studied martial arts, and that was true. But the Archmage was extremely curious to try out his newly acquired powers, so he asked his parent for permission. Looking at the worried expression on the man's face, the youth understood. There is no magic in this world, which means that to test what he is capable of, he must fight the local masters. Therefore, the wizard asked the military commander to fight with him and guide him onto the true path. Li Muan could not object. He was also extremely interested in learning more about the boy's abilities. To his surprise, the father finally gave his blessing, only asking to be extremely careful and not to harm his child. That was their decision. Both the experienced warrior and the young mage were immensely grateful for the parental permission. Soon the opponents were already standing opposite each other. The general held his trusty blade in his hands as he reminded the youth that the purpose of the sparring was not victory, but the recognition of one's own flaws. The boy had to see his mistakes and try to correct them. Also, the use of any deadly techniques was prohibited in the duel. When both warriors were ready, the moment of the fight came. The commander decided to give the boy an advantage by allowing him to attack first. He was, honestly speaking, amazed. Despite the fact that the young man was a scholar, his will proved to be truly iron. Truly a talented young man. The heir rejoiced at having found such a powerful sparring partner as Li Muan. There was much to learn from this fight. In the end, the attacking sorcerer immediately used the fireball magic. However, the opponent destroyed these charms by using the second move of the Law of the Golden Emperor. But even so, the commander was blinded by the bright light and heat emanating from the fiery sphere. Using this moment, the skillful mage cast a spell of ice explosion. The experienced warrior easily stopped this attack with the third move of the Golden Emperor's Law. And as soon as the icy shards were shattered, he immediately felt a piercing cold that chilled him to the bone. The young wizard rejoiced, seeing that everything was going perfectly according to plan. Meanwhile, the general realized that he had been excessively lenient with the youth. Now he was going to be much more serious in this fight. After all, despite his age, the heir turned out to be a worthy opponent. In the end, the Blade Master lunged at the opponent, literally teleporting just a few steps away from him. The frightened sorcerer immediately retreated, responding with attacks of magical bullets. But the man dodged all these spells with astonishing ease. Due to the dust raised after the explosions, the young mage lost sight of him. The military commander was already quite frightening. It was unclear how a living person could be so swift. At that moment, the experienced fighter got right up close to him. Only in the last second did the youth manage to defend himself with a shield. Li Muan was quite surprised at how the opponent blocked his strike. At first, he even thought that the opponent had surpassed him. The young Archmage himself stepped back, realizing how formidable the opponent was. It was vital for him to increase the distance. For this reason, he could think of nothing better than to teleport a few steps back, so the wizard ended up behind his opponent. By this time, Midran already fully realized that martial arts masters were much stronger than the knights from his previous world. The warlord used powerful techniques. Some of them were described in the books granted to him. The youth decided to definitely study them. Looking at the slightly agitated hero, the experienced warrior realized the opponent simply could not keep up with his speed. Therefore, the determined man decided to take advantage of the young man's weakness. In the end, the general literally spun around him. His movements were too rapid, and the Archmage did not even know what to do. He needed to buy time for retreat, so he came up with nothing better than to use the spell Frost Shackles. At that moment, the warrior felt his body begin to gradually be covered with ice. But even this could not stop him. He continued to attack without slowing down. The stunned young sorcerer could not understand why his spell did not work. Looking at the opponent rushing at him, the youth noticed the Blade Master didn't even try to defend himself. Therefore, the wizard unleashed a hail of magical bullets on him. At that moment, the man was already rushing at him, using the fifth move of the Law of the Golden Emperor. The heir immediately realized he needed to save his life to avoid dying from this blow. Nothing better than teleportation into the head occurred to him. He was behind the enemy again. However, he anticipated this, so he immediately attacked with the sixth move of the Law of the Golden Emperor. In the end, only at the last moment did the youth manage to raise a shield around himself. But to his own horror, the military commander managed to break through even this defense. In the end, pointing the blade at the opponent's body, he decided to end this duel. The young wizard, with the pride inherent to a true warrior, acknowledged his defeat. His opponent was truly strong. But the general asked the heir not to be sad. In the end, he fought quite honorably. The boy's parents simply looked at all this in amazement, eyes wide open and not knowing what to say. They withdrew to the room where everyone was silent for a long time, digesting what had happened. Soon Li Muan dared to ask the youth where he got such power and how he learned these techniques. But the Archmage had no idea how this could be explained at all. There was no magic in this world. Therefore, he needed to come up with a convincing story. The father also guessed the boy was hiding something, but he delicately justified himself by saying that he was only trying to formulate his thought correctly. The wizard remembered the events from 4 years ago, when he fell into a coma. He does not know how, but somehow he came into contact with natural energy. At that time, having met the military commander, he wanted to learn more about this force. According to Li Muan's books, the Archmage learned to accumulate and absorb this energy, discovering that it is a certain substance that can be freely transformed and altered. In 3 years, he learned to transform energy and use it, but he still needed a lot of time to perfect these techniques. The parent was literally stunned by the incredible genius of their child, who created a fundamentally new method of energy conversion. Immediately, he turned to the military commander, eager to know the opinion of the experienced warrior on this matter. And Li Muan also considered it a remarkable achievement, worthy of legends. Therefore, now both men admired the talents of the young master of the elements, as if witnessing the birth of a new star on the horizon. After a brief reverent silence, the general admitted that he was tormented by bad premonitions. After that, he decided to find out from the boy if he had heard of the mysterious Shinsensel or Dosel. As expected, the youth listened attentively to these mysterious words for the first time. Then Li Muan grimly explained that these were the names of 2 ancient techniques by which one could conquer nature itself. The art, invented by the heir, ominously resembled these cursed methods. After all, Shinsengumi and Dosel are teachings created by Taoists who dared to challenge the heavens themselves, dreaming of becoming deities. And in the hero's soul, there was a jolt. These mystics literally pursued the main goal of magic. The young sorcerer asked with a pounding heart if there are still people practicing Taoism outside of martial arts. As far as the military commander knew, there were almost none left. The path was too thorny, and to see even the slightest progress, decades were needed. Perhaps the last Taoists had faded into oblivion, for the man had heard of them in the misty distance of the past. Obviously, this caused the young man a poignant sadness, for according to the general's description, their magic was strikingly similar to his own. If these mystics still existed, it would have been an invaluable gift of fate for him. At that moment, Li Muan confessed with anxiety in his voice that he was burdened by an ominous premonition. If the martial arts masters see the heir's abilities, they will definitely take him for a complete rival. And this promises extremely unfavorable fame. The young man faces great troubles. Of course, the boy's father was afraid that the friend was hinting at a deadly danger for his child. He was eager to find out if there was a way to hide these abilities and live as usual. But the military commander shook his head bitterly. Energy cannot be hidden at will. The confused parent desperately asked, what should they do? After all, if sinister rumors spread among the masters, the son's life could be in mortal danger. The general himself was worried about this. However, he could not find a solution yet. Therefore, he decided to find out from the heir what he thought about this grim matter. The Archmage perfectly understood. The warrior's concerns were worthy of the deepest respect. The military commander himself confessed with a heavy heart. If he could, he would have protected the young man from all the masters. But he was still a general and a martial arts master. Moreover, the general could not teach him his techniques, for they belonged to the imperial family as a sacred heritage. However, the young mage saw sincerity in Li Moon's eyes, and was infinitely grateful for the expressed care. He asked them not to torment themselves, for he had taken their warnings to heart. The military leader had no doubt that the youth would act wisely. After all, he was truly a special child, chosen by fate itself. Finally, everyone dispersed, and the young lord of the elements secluded himself in his chambers. Today, Midran realized with painful clarity that the shields, powered by mana from his meridians, could mortally wound him if destroyed. This exposed the Archmage to colossal risk. Moreover, the general's movement techniques were truly excellent. Even a wizard would crave to master such an art. Then he could dodge attacks like a ghost and use magic from a safe distance. However much he tormented his mind with thoughts, he could not grasp what to do to master these skills. But suddenly he was struck by a daring idea. Jumping up as if stung, he rushed to the bookshelves, feverishly rummaging in search of the needed volume. Immediately he began to search for the technique of walking the cloud wind, and soon fate smiled upon him. It was exactly the movement that the general used with such grace. The deeper he delved into the treatise, the clearer he understood. This was a revolutionary method of traveling long distances with minimal mana expenditure. The technique made the body and mind light, directing magical energy to the legs and thereby lifting the warrior above the ground. It was aimed exclusively at saving with maximum speed. The movements were intricate. A step forward, pulling the back leg while pushing with the front. Lateral movements resembled an omnidirectional dance. The legs moved sideways. Diagonal defense consisted of moving along 4 diagonals. And rotation, in the turning of the body by 90 degrees. These were truly skillful techniques, though not as graceful as those demonstrated by Li Muin. But the heir could not simply copy the technique from the book. After all, he is a mage who commands the very essence of the universe. He intended to create his own art. A bold idea was born in his mind, to combine ki and mana, and on this basis create a fundamentally new technique of movement. However, this required long contemplation, for he yearned to possess skills worthy of his status as a great mage from a past life. Soon the boy fell asleep, and dreams carried him into the misty distances of the past. Kalen joyfully greeted his mentor, so excited that he even forgot the rules of etiquette. Apologizing to the teacher, he explained that he had come to share truly grand news. Midran's stern look immediately disappeared. He decided to question the boy about what had happened. At that moment, the apprentice decided to find out what level he had reached. At first glance, the Archmage could determine at least the 3rd circle. Then the boy asked, from which circle will he be able to use 2 spells simultaneously? Midran was convinced. This would only become possible upon reaching the 7th circle. However, unexpectedly, the boy laughed, doubting the words of the mentor. He asked not to be sad. After all, his student had already mastered double magic. Obviously, it was hard to believe. Therefore, the Archmage agreed to go outside and see everything with his own eyes. After that, the boy muttered something for a long time, preparing for the spell. His teacher had no idea what the young man was about to do. At that moment, he simultaneously raised a shield around himself and created a magical bullet. After which he joyfully announced to Midran, although the spell was weak, he achieved double magic. However, to the little student's amazement, his teacher burst out laughing. The boy kept amusing his mentor, but he himself could not understand the reasons for this laughter. After all, he used double magic. However, Midran asked the student to focus more on studying rather than such eccentricities, and to forget about double magic for a while. He explained, although the boy used 2 spells at once, it was not a sign of true mastery of double magic. In the end, the student ran away in tears, angry at his mentor. And Midran, although he did not admit it, understood that his protege was strong. After all, even though he cheated, he still dared to cast 2 spells with only the 3rd level. Remembering this boy, the current heir even felt a little sad. After all, this little Kalen always created something amazing. His teacher was curious about how the boy was developing. However, suddenly, remembering that student, a brilliant idea struck the young man's mind like lightning. The method that Kalen used could be applied to walking technique. After that, he began to delve even deeper into the book. realizing he could combine the technique of cloud steps with the magic of teleportation. The martial arts masters he will face will not act the same way, so he must prepare for any surprises and never let the situation get out of control. He must always remain the calm ruler of circumstances. The most important thing is the perfection of movement technique. If he hesitates even for a moment, it will be the end for him. Therefore, the Archmage needed to go beyond ordinary thinking and create something revolutionary. Soon, having perfected the technique on paper, the young genius went to the training ground. He was eager to hone the art to perfection. He had several prepared options for using foot techniques. The first, when the enemy attacks from the front, the warrior takes a step and the ghost ends up behind his back. This is exactly what he has just managed to do with the training puppet standing before him. The second technique was the complete opposite of the first. Rapidly moving forward, the warrior suddenly shifted backward, like a ghost deceiving the enemy's sight. The third option was a skillful distraction of the enemy. Making a deceptive step to the left, the fighter instantly teleported to the right, disappearing from the enemy's field of vision. The fourth method repeated the essence of the third, but in the opposite direction, creating even more confusion among the enemy ranks. Having tried all these moves, the noble young man decided that it was time to improve his skills in a real battle. However, practicing such a dangerous skill was strictly prohibited, so the young warrior needed to identify all the flaws of these techniques in safe conditions. Still, Midran could not help but feel proud of himself. He managed to unite energy and magic into one. The young master decided to call this the method of energy control. At that very moment, the father joined the heir on the training ground. Looking at the straw doll, the man realized his son had been diligently training in martial arts. The young fighter honestly admitted that he was dissatisfied with his progress, so he decided to train a little more. The wise father only gently asked his heir not to overwork himself, for it does not matter what heights he reaches in his life, his parents will always be proud of their offspring. Still, the head of the family decided to raise the delicate topic of his son's age. The young man had turned 21. Their family had served the imperial court as judges for generations. Sun Hyun clearly understood what the parent was leading to. He wanted the heir to follow the sacred traditions of their family. The young man had to pass the exam and continue his father's work. After all, the honorable gentleman was no longer at the age to look for a replacement. If the young man refuses, their ancient family will simply be destroyed. Understanding the full weight of responsibility, the noble offspring agreed to listen to the wise words of the parent. Leaving, the man felt boundless gratitude to his son for not abandoning the family in such a difficult hour. In fact, although Sun Hyun did not show it, he was extremely upset that he had completely forgotten about the upcoming exam in 6 months and did not know how to manage everything at once. Since then, early in the morning, the young warrior dedicated time to training to refine his footwork technique. And from noon until late evening, he sat over ancient tomes, preparing for the fateful exam. Thus, the months passed one after another. One day the heir decided to train in the nearby thicket, using foot techniques. He crept up to the mighty tree and used a fire arrow on it, and then exactly the same water balloon, in order to cool the burning bark. At the moment, the young master was quite satisfied with the progress he had made over the past months. Returning in the evening to the ancestral estate, the hero went to the traditional tea party with his honorable parents. After that, he turned to the mother with a request to tell them something. By this time, 3 months remained until the crucial exam, and the parents had no doubt about their offspring's diligence. The head of the family knew that the young man practiced every day and every night. He was absolutely sure that the heir would definitely cope with the assigned task. After that, the parents decided to find out what their precious son wanted to talk about. He calmly explained that the next day he would like to go to Beijing. The worried mother absolutely did not understand why her offspring was in such a hurry. But the wise head of the family was already accustomed to the fact that Sun Hyun had his own perspective on any situation. Still, he was interested in the reason for such an early departure to the imperial capital. The reason was simple. The noble young man had not left his parental home for a whole 10 years. He was about to embark on a great journey, so he wanted to set out early and experience the full beauty of this world. And indeed, remembering this, the parents realized their heir had not left the house for a very long time. A short trip would be an invaluable experience for him. Still, the man became a little nervous and doubtful. The honorable father had one request. Before he allowed him to leave, the offspring had to swear that under no circumstances would he become part of Murim. Perhaps it was foolish to ask such a thing from a son who knew nothing about the alliance. Swearing an oath, the young man asked his parent not to worry about anything, as he did not intend to cause anyone any trouble. The caring mother could only ask her precious son to take care of himself with motherly concern. And with that memorable day came to an end, and the next morning the noble scions set off for the capital of the empire. Soon the young traveler had already reached the first on the way and was enjoying its indescribable beauty. First of all, he went into the nearest tavern to have a meal. Since he had no companions, the young gentleman asked for a separate table and also ordered noodles with dumplings. After that, he went to his seat, enjoying waves of nostalgia. Everything was exactly like in his past life. The young man did not notice that at that very moment 3 seemingly rather unfriendly men were closely watching him. Soon the young gentleman's meal was served, and the obliging waiter withdrew away. The heir decided to enjoy tasting the local capital dishes. Suddenly he noticed how the sinister trio approached his table. But, paying no attention to the uninvited guests, he continued his meal. Of course, the scoundrels were extremely outraged that the brave offspring ignored them as if he had completely lost all fear. Sun Hyun, as if nothing had happened, inquired about the reason why these men approached him. They were insanely surprised by the audacity of this young man, after which they maliciously made it clear that they really did not approach him just like that. Looking at these little people, the noble young man understood. Apparently they considered him easy prey, someone who would be easy to intimidate. He was extremely upset that such degenerates existed in this world as well, but he even felt sorry to waste his magic on these pathetic creatures. At that moment, one of the scoundrels had already begun to threaten, striking the hero's table with his fist. The young man's silence clearly puzzled them. Apparently, they decided that he was too scared to respond to them. For this reason, the leader calmly explained to the offspring that he had angered him and the brothers. To be safe, the young man had to give up all his belongings, fall to his knees, and then they would deign to allow him to leave unharmed. However, Sun Hyun clearly showed his displeasure to those who approached, letting them know they were disturbing his meal, and politely asked them to leave before it was too late. The bandit could not believe that the youth dared to say such a thing. However, the youth repeated his warning directly to his face once again. In the end, the enraged bandits, in their anger, overturned the hero's table, scattering all his food on the floor. After that, they prepared to brutally beat the one who dared to defy their will. But at that very moment, a chopstick, appearing literally out of nowhere, pierced through the ear of the raging scoundrel. He immediately grabbed the wounded spot and groaned from unbearable pain. 2 of his accomplices, turning around, desperately tried to find the person who did this. Looking back, they saw 5 people in black clothes carefully watching them. They were clearly outraged, not understanding how such scum ended up in such a respectable establishment. And only then did the miserable bandits realize that they had run into a real trouble. Volcanic wave. Falling to their knees, the underwear immediately began to beg for forgiveness for their inappropriate behavior. Sun Hyun, upon hearing this name, remembered that it was a group from the sect that General Lee Muen had mentioned, one of the factions of the Old Moon. The warrior from the volcanic wave was quite angry at the behavior of these scoundrels, who only began to beg for forgiveness after they themselves had caused all this trouble. They could not spare the people who started making a scene in a crowded place without any reason, thereby greatly spoiling the appetite of both the fighter and his comrades. The scoundrels immediately began to apologize and make excuses to the members of the volcanic wave, saying they would not have done such a thing if they had known that honorable gentlemen like them were resting here. However, their words sounded as if they would have continued to rampage, possibly on a larger scale, if warriors had not been nearby at the right moment. The fools were literally ready to smash their foreheads bloody, begging for forgiveness. At that moment, the squad captain asked the subordinate to finish dealing with those scoundrels as soon as possible. After that, he immediately looked at the miserable creatures kneeling before him, pointing to the noble Mr. Sun Hyun. The warrior ordered the entire trio to beg for his forgiveness, and if he pardoned them, they would still spare them. The bandits immediately fell to their knees, literally begging Sun Hyun to save their worthless lives. However, Sun Hyun wanted to take an oath from this despicable trio that such disgrace would never happen again. The scoundrels were already ready to literally burst into tears and swear by anything just to find salvation from inevitable doom. In the end, the noble young man spared them, and they wept even more, rejoicing that they were fortunate to meet such a merciful lord. After that, the miserable creatures looked back at Chongsan, who had kept his promise, and nodded. Having received permission to flee, the cowardly trio immediately stomped their feet towards the exit, rejoicing that today they managed to avoid a terrible end. The gazes of all 5 warriors turned towards the young lord, who remained standing in place, bewildered. However, immediately realizing what was what, Sun Hyun bowed low before the members of the legendary volcanic wave, sincerely thanking them for the help given to him in this difficult hour. Nevertheless, their captain understood that it was they who should have fallen prostrate before the hero for such an incident happening to him, while such scoundrels still trampled the ground with their unclean feet. After that, all the members of the renowned squad took turns introducing themselves to the noble young man. The first was Kim Johnson. Next is a young warrior named Binyan, as well as the brother of one of the aforementioned fighters, Kim Jong. After that, the young lady Yoon Solvi introduced herself. The offspring was even a little embarrassed, gazing at the otherworldly beauty of this girl. At that moment, the squad leader realized that Sun Hyun had hardly tasted any food due to the shameful incident, so he invited him to join their worthy company. Of course, out of innate politeness, the young gentleman tried to refuse, but the captain insisted. In the end, the heir agreed to sit with them at the table, hoping it would not seem presumptuous on his part. After that, the entire group of 6 people was already sitting, enjoying the food, and cheerfully chatting about something. The leader, looking at Sun Hyun's attire, understood that the noble gentleman was apparently heading somewhere. He explained that in 3 months he had a fateful exam scheduled in Beijing, where he was going. The seated members of the renowned sect were surprised, considering that it was only a month of leisurely travel to the empire's capital. The young man had set off on the journey somehow too early. Then Sun Hyun revealed that he had been preparing for the trial all along, had hardly seen anything, so he decided to set off early to see the beauties of this world. The captain approved such a wise decision of the hero, and suggested to drink to his safe journey to the capital of the empire. After which everyone joined the toast, believing that the valiant young man would pass his exams with the highest score. The longer they feasted, the less food and intoxicating drinks remained. At some point, the slightly drunk Yoon Solvi confessed that her parent was a master of the Blooming Plum, a military swordsman Vijay Ongcheon, and enjoyed great fame throughout the under heaven. Sun Hyun only smiled, eager to find out what the beautiful maiden would say next. She looked around at her comrades and explained that these kind souls were the 5 of the Blooming Plum, masters of the highest level, glorifying the martial art, and their commander was the assistant to Ambassador Orion Sambong. Of course, the leader tried to explain to the maiden that Sun Hyun was not connected to the world of martial arts, so naturally he knew little about it. However, Yoon Solvi was outraged that even rumors about Marim had not reached him. In the end, the man had to apologize for this maiden. She was still too young and simply did not understand much. However, Sun Hyun even found her drunken displeasure somewhat touching. At first, Yoon Solvi was very embarrassed, but afterwards was extremely flattered by such a compliment from her older brother Sun Hyun. She immediately grabbed the young man by the hand, which greatly embarrassed the young man. The frightened captain immediately demanded that the maiden pull herself together and stop behaving so shamelessly. But she was absolutely not interested in the leader's words, because just now Sun Hyun had admitted her behavior was cute. After that, she also wanted to call the young man her older brother, hoping that he would consent to this honorable title. Embarrassed Sun Hyun could only admit that it would be a great honor for him to have such a lovely younger sister. In the end, the tipsy girl immediately extended her pinky to the hero so that they could swear that from that moment on they were brother and sister. In the end, the noble offspring agreed and extended his hand to the maiden, and all the others understood that if they were in Sun Hyun's place, they definitely would not have acted that way, for the young man faced hard times. Their little sister can sometimes be quite rude, and immediately Sun Hyun was afraid that the girl would beat him. The young man was not far from the truth. When Yoon Solvi was in a bad mood, everyone around felt uneasy. Of course, she immediately got angry at such words and began to shout loudly at her comrades. It was precisely about this side of her that they warned the hero, after which everyone laughed together at her behavior, and the girl herself ordered everyone to go to rest immediately. The next day, these 6 already continued their journey together. They reached the beautiful mountains, and even the captain understood that this was the most picturesque place in the entire Shanxi province where one could refresh the mind and soul. Many have heard legends about this place, but saw it with their own eyes for the first time. The hero was immensely grateful to the travelers who led him to such a wonderful place. If he had traveled alone, he would surely have passed by Shanxi and not seen this miracle. And Yoon Solvi was extremely proud of herself, for it was she who suggested to the young man to travel together with their worthy company. At that moment, the elder called the offspring, so he immediately stopped and stood beside him. The man, with a serious expression, decided to ask the young man if he had ever studied martial arts. Judging by his gait, he must possess them. His body was in excellent condition, and he also emitted small amounts of internal energy. The hero was amazed that the man revealed him so easily, despite the fact that he had cast a mana concealment spell. In the end, he had to lie that his skill in martial arts was not great. He only possessed the basics of self-defense, which was not enough to fight true masters. In the end, the elder quickly understood why none of his students noticed his energy. Apparently, the young man simply did not train properly, remaining at a level sufficient only for protecting himself. However, unexpectedly at that very moment, all members of the volcanic wave froze, hearing the heart-wrenching cries for help. Everyone immediately rushed forward, and then the girl's screams began to get closer. Some audacious old man was entertaining himself with the lady, literally tearing her garment into tiny shreds. Obviously, the scoundrel quickly heard the approach of hurried footsteps. The elder immediately recognized the old man Nangsa, who had long been considered deceased. He only laughed at the leader, reminding him that he was 80 years old, which meant he was not going to die anytime soon. Midran was quite surprised, looking at this man. Although he kept insisting that he was 80 years old, the offspring would not have looked more than 40. As if seeing his silent question, Yoon Solvi explained that this old pervert maintained his youth by drawing life force from young girls with his unique method of absorbing sounds. The hero barely had time to ask anything, when Nangsa warned that he would allow them to quietly leave right now. Then he would forgive them for interrupting his meal. Obviously, the elder could not just leave seeing a degenerate like Nangsa and wish to kill him to put an end to the villainy of this monster. He rushed at this spawn of hell forward using the art of the blooming plum, the 24th move. From surprise, Nangsu barely managed to dodge the rushing attack. He did not expect at all that the elder would immediately start with the 24th movement of the blooming plum. This meant that the battle would be much harder than he had anticipated. Therefore, the scoundrel could think of nothing better than to seize the offspring as his hostage. After that, he began to strangle him, causing sparks to clearly fly from his eyes. All members of the volcanic wave sect froze in horror, not knowing how they could help Sun Hyun. The hero realized that the enemy perfectly knows he cannot defeat the elder in an honest duel, so he decided to focus on the weakest link. The young man did not know whether he should wait to be rescued or intervene in what was happening himself. Nangsa himself made it clear to the elder that he was too lazy to fight seriously. But if the elder did not want to see the boy die in torment, he should allow him to escape with the loot. The elder was struck by the outrageous audacity of the scoundrel who dared to attack a boy untrained in martial arts. He sternly ordered the villain to stop being a coward and immediately release the child. However, Nangsu was completely indifferent to the fact that someone considered him a cowardly coward. Moreover, Sun Hyun himself was to blame for not bothering to study martial arts. The young man was amazed that he ran into such misadventures, although he only wanted to admire the picturesque views. However, such excitement and drive pleased the old warrior living in the soul of the offspring. He was quite willing to teach this impudent fellow a harsh lesson. At that moment, the villain began to strangle the unfortunate man even more fiercely, ordering him to be silent forever. However, at that very moment, the scoundrel saw a strange energy that penetrated his body, causing his flesh to simply be unable to move. At that moment, Sun Hyun himself realized it was time to try the technique learned from ancient tomes. After that, the noble offspring applied a hold and skillfully pinned the old man on his back. After that, he stepped back to prevent Nangsu from grabbing him again. And then he attacked the rogue with a blazing fireball, aiming straight at his face. The frightened enemy on all fours at the last moment jumped away, not understanding what deadly attack had just almost turned him to ashes. He just wanted to enjoy a pleasant snack, but ran into serious trouble. Therefore, the scoundrel could think of nothing better than to run away. And for that, he targeted the girl standing a little apart. Rushing at her with a blade raised, he tried to take the beauty hostage. After that, he began to mock the little people who managed to catch him off guard. However, he will not repeat his mistake again, and now he will definitely spill maiden's blood if they dare to come closer. Nevertheless, Sun Hyun, sternly looking at the opponent, warned that such a thing was simply beyond the scoundrel's ability. From his fierce gaze, the enemy panicked, ordering the young man not to approach him, or else the girl would become a lifeless corpse. And the hero really did not take a single step forward. However, suddenly a powerful humming wind rose around. At that moment, the offspring looked at the frightened maiden in the villain's hands, asking her not to worry about anything and simply trust him. The scoundrel himself thought that the noble young man was simply mocking him, creating the impression that he was absolutely indifferent to the life of this maiden. However, the young master decided to demonstrate his seismic impulse technique to the villain. At that very moment, the ground beneath their feet shook, causing the old man to fall backward and release Yoon Solvi from his dirty claws. At that very moment, Sun Hyun used his frost chill magic. Immediately the man froze, feeling an icy cold that pierced to the very bones. Taking advantage of this moment, the heir attacked using a magic bullet. In the end, the enemy barely managed to protect his body to avoid losing his arm, but he still lost half of his hair. And Sun Hyun immediately asked the elder not to delay and to seize this impudent fellow. He rushed with his blade at the scoundrel and immediately struck him in the stomach. In the end, experiencing excruciating pain, the scoundrel fell to the ground and bled scarlet blood. Yoon Solvi immediately threw herself into the arms of her dear brother, crying from the experienced horror. At that moment, all the other members of the volcanic wave looked at the two of them with extreme bewilderment. They had no idea who this mysterious young man was and what unknown power he used. In the end, evening had already come on the street, so everyone immediately hurried back to the city. They stopped at the tavern to refresh themselves after such a hard day. In the end, the elder finally decided to discuss what happened today. He believed that the youth used something like Shinsengumi or Dosal. However, the hero made it clear that it was nothing related to martial arts. The elder did not argue, for after all he did not know much about Shinsengumi or Dosal, but the hero's techniques were still very similar to theirs. after which the respectable man apologized for his excessive curiosity, but asked the young man to tell him a little more about his martial art. The offspring just calmly turned away, lost in his own thoughts. Yoon Solvi continued to look at him with curiosity, still waiting for her older brother to tell them everything. But when he did not start speaking, she began to ask him to tell more about his martial art. However, the elder scolded the maiden because she behaved rudely and childishly. Since the noble gentleman did not want to say anything, it was extremely impolite to ask him again. The young man hurried to explain that he was just thinking about how to better clarify everything, and everyone was very satisfied, for they wished to gladly listen to his story. The hero began his story by saying that he does not use martial arts, neither Shinsengumi nor Dosul. Although he studied martial arts a little, his level left much to be desired. He was undoubtedly a scholar, not a warrior. However, the young master understood that it seemed everyone else saw him as a martial arts master. He still decided to admit that the power he used in that battle was called magic. Of course, this name was completely unfamiliar to all members of the volcanic wave. Therefore, the offspring hurried to explain that it was a special kind of energy use, where you turn accumulated energy into tangible force, as martial arts masters did. However, magic was still different from ordinary energy, as well as from the methods of Shinsensul or Dosul. It can be said that sorcery was similar to using natural energy in martial arts. Sun Hyun also heard that martial arts are mainly used in conjunction with physical strength. Magic, however, does not use physical strength or nature, but interacts with natural power, transforming it. The heir tried to come up with some comparison in order to explain everything in even more detail. They could take swords made of iron. Obviously, they are all made from the same metal. However, they can be used differently depending on the place and the owner. It turns out that martial arts, the art of swordsmanship, Shinsengumi or Dosul, and magic, all of them are connected with the use of natural energy, but they do so in completely different ways. Magic was also a kind of science. One could say it was the science of tangible energy transformation. Of course, the elder was amazed. He would never have believed that it was possible to convert natural energy not into physical strength, but to use the very properties of this energy after transformation. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, there was no doubt left. Yoon Solvi asked the young man to stop trying to explain everything with words and to show them something instead, just not something as large-scale as during the battle. It was an excellent idea. After that, he asked everyone to carefully look at the glass he was holding in his hands. Raising his palm above it, the young wizard cast the invisibility spell. And in the end, with a bright glow, the object truly disappeared. Yoon Solvi immediately reached out her hands to the place where the vessel had just been, not understanding where it had gone. However, unexpectedly, the liquid inside it spilled. She immediately recoiled, not understanding what she had done wrong or what had happened at all. And Sun Hyun calmly made it clear that this was the magic that had been used. He used the technique of controlling light in the atmosphere. Thanks to this light, they could see everything around. They saw this glass thanks to the light reflected from it. Obviously, since they saw nothing but light reflected from the object to make it invisible, it is necessary to make it stop reflecting it. This is exactly what Sun Hyun did. He made the light pass through the glass instead of reflecting off it, which is why it became invisible. Yoon Solvi immediately admired such amazing magic, while the other warriors were curious to find out how the youth had learned it. The heir immediately understood that everyone was interested in who his teacher was and where he studied magic. However, the noble offspring made it clear that he had not been taught by anyone. Perhaps he was the only one in the world who used magic at all. And immediately all members of the legendary volcanic wave realized with reverent awe. Before them sat the creator of his own martial art. However, there still remained a mysterious question. What strange words did the young master pronounce when he used magic? The heir asked them to consider it a foreign language, a new dialect that he invented specifically for witchcraft, as these words seemed to him the most suitable. After this explanation, the serious elder decided to find out from the youth how he came to use magic. And then the hero revealed that he came from an ancient line of officials who served at the imperial court generation after generation. One day, the young man noticed a mighty power emanating from his father's friend who was visiting them. From that very day, the noble heir began to study this mysterious energy, and after long efforts managed to master this power. But the elder obviously noticed that Sun Hyun, apparently, also possessed martial arts skills. Although it looked unusual, he moved like a true master. And the young wizard made the curious man understand that he had learned these skills from martial arts books, which were given to him by that very friend of the parent. It turned out to be quite useful for him. From this explanation, it became clear that the hero had changed the techniques recorded in the ancient folios, for after all, he was not a martial arts master, but a scientist. The offspring also made it clear that he lacked the strength to compare himself with any of the true masters of martial arts, but he decided to learn at least this little bit necessary for self-defense. But many believed that he should continue honing these skills, for even members of the renowned volcanic wave realized, looking at him, how little they had known about this world before. They were proud to be members of the Blooming Plum Squad, but what the hero showed was truly incredible, which even slightly embarrassed Sun Hyun and made him blush. In the end, the warriors promised that on their future path they would strive to become as great people as he was, and from that day on, they recognized him not only as a friend but also as a worthy rival. After that, everyone continued to talk and endlessly praise the hero's amazing abilities. Finally, the next day came the time to say goodbye, as Sun Hyun had to continue on his journey. The elder honestly admitted to the hero that although their acquaintance was brief, it brought them all much joy, and these feelings were absolutely mutual on the part of the offspring. Finally, the honorable man only decided to warn about one thing. The young man needs to be extremely careful on the way. After all, if someone sees his magic, he could get into big trouble, making enemies in the world of martial arts. And the noble heir, obviously, bowed, promising to remember their wise words. Everyone else felt sorry to part with the young man like this. They wished for him to visit them from time to time and call on them, and especially demanding in this regard was Yoon Solvi. Therefore, Sun Hyun promised that he would visit his newly acquired little sister. After that, the hero said goodbye, and the members of the volcanic wave watched the offspring with their eyes. His path was long and passed through a rocky gorge. However, walking there, the young master once again enjoyed the picturesque views, especially considering that the air here was truly clean, like a real miracle. However, unexpectedly, turning around, the young man noticed a young person standing not far from him. They were both amazed that, besides them, there were some other people present here. Sun Hyun bowed first, greeting the traveler, and honestly admitted that he would never have thought there were any people in this remote place besides himself. The traveler also politely bowed, greeted Sun Hyun, and introduced himself as Chol Mujang. After that, an awkward silence arose between the two, and Sun Hyun immediately stepped back, letting the traveler pass ahead of him. However, Chol Mujin was also a model of politeness, so he decided to let Sun Hyun go ahead. At that moment, the young man's stomach suddenly growled loudly. Therefore, the hero awkwardly admitted to the interlocutor that he was actually going to stop here to have breakfast, and Chol Mujan promised that he would not disturb him. Soon they were already having breakfast together, enjoying the dishes and a refreshing, intoxicating drink. However, Sun Hyun noticed that Chol Mujan was overly polite with him. He even thought that perhaps he revealed that he was a powerful wizard. Thus, several days gradually passed during the conversations and the journey, and these two, finally finishing passing through the gorge, decided to say goodbye. Chol Mujan was grateful that, even if only for a short time with Sun Hyun, he remembered the old times and talked about everything in the world. For the hero, this was also an extremely useful meeting. It seemed that this conversation was one of the best that had happened to the young man during his journey. Chol Mujan was touched by the situation, for he stood there, gazing into the distance in awe, unaware that behind him stood his future brother in spirit. The wanderer stopped there to indulge in memories of his past. In the end, both agreed that after just a couple of days spent together, they had become like real brothers, and both were happy to consider such a remarkable person a brother. Finally, Chol Mujin admitted that he used to disdain scholars who had read a couple of books and flaunted their knowledge, but after meeting the hero, he was free from prejudices. He wished his older brother to pass the exams and be happy. However, for some reason, his words sounded as if it were their last meeting. But, unfortunately, Chol Mujin understood. Their paths would truly part forever. His heart ached, and he was sorry to admit it, but he simply had no other way out. Of course, Sun Hyun tried to explain that they did not necessarily have to part ways like that, but unfortunately he was wrong. Therefore, Chol Mujan immediately pushed him in the back, asking him to leave first. However, the man who suddenly approached saw this touching scene, not understanding what these two were doing. After that, the head of the group decided that, most likely, he would have to kill these young men. Also joined was the accomplice of this scoundrel, who asked which of the young men wished to be the first to give his life. And immediately Chol Mujan recognized his mortal enemies, and warned that their feud concerned only the two of them, begging to leave Sun Hyun alone. However, the scoundrel decided that he had the right to control the life of this youth himself, considering that the priest's assistant ordered him to get rid of Chol Mujan without leaving any witnesses. Chol Mujan did not understand how these two, serving the priest, could fall so low and become some kind of hired killers. However, the fact was that their master would soon become the head of the church, so both of them, being servants of the priest, decided to begin serving him fully right now. Of course, Chol Mujan made it clear that they would not survive after they kill the current head of the church. But they were not worried about it at all, because soon the current leader would be dead, unless he could express his dissatisfaction when they meet in the afterlife. By this moment, Chol Mujan fully realized that these scoundrels were not going to leave Sun Hyun alone. Cholmujun promised to hold them back to allow the hero to escape. However, the noble young man asked his brother not to worry about him, but instead to focus on his own battle. However, Cholmujun tried to reason with his brother, making it clear that these were not just ordinary warriors, but the true elite army of the church. The leader ordered his fighters to escort the senior servant on his final journey with all honors. And immediately a multitude of soldiers rushed to attack Cholmujun, and at the same time aimed at Sun Hyun. Cholmujun immediately rushed into a deadly fight, wanting to protect his spiritual brother. He chopped down these warriors one by one, leaving them on the ground bleeding scarlet blood. And of course, many were amazed that he continued to resist, even though he was just an ordinary servant. After that, the man loudly addressed the warriors, ordering them to form the formation of the Bloody Honor. Immediately, the fighters gathered, literally surrounding Cholmujun from all sides. And the young warrior knew perfectly well that this formation literally cleaves the heavens and sheds blood. And when it is used by the elite troops of the church, no one can escape. But Cholmujun knew one way he could escape from here, although it was dangerous. However, unexpectedly his thoughts were interrupted by a hero who kept peeking here and there, watching his brother's battle. At that moment, noticing Sun Hyun constantly getting under the army's feet, the priest's bodyguard immediately ordered the soldiers to take care of the boy. And immediately 3 of them drew their blades and headed towards the young man. And Cholmujun shouted loudly, demanding that those scoundrels not even dare to touch Sun Hyun. But everyone clearly understood that before trying to stand up for their friend, the warrior would do well to take care of himself. And Cholmujun was fully aware. If things continued like this, he would not be able to save the offspring. He had no choice. He would have to use the art of the sword of heavenly blood. At that moment, the opponents rushed at him and eventually even managed to wound him, taking advantage of a brief moment of confusion. The man recoiled as scarlet blood began to flow from his side. But even so, he did not get distracted for a moment, beginning to gather the energy pulsating in his body. After that, with warlike cries, he raised his sword to the very sky, using the art of the sword of heavenly blood. The first move, World of Darkness. At once, a beam of energy shot up into the sky, where storm clouds began to gather. This greatly distracted the fighters, who immediately turned their gaze to the sky. At that moment, Cholmujun took advantage of this to activate the blood breath of the abyss, striking all existence, the second movement. In the end, a whole hailstorm fell from the sky, resembling a shot from a gun with buckshot. He immediately amazed all the warriors present in the area. Even the bodyguard and his accomplice were shocked that Cholmujun mastered the art of the sword of heavenly blood, which only a priest can learn. But even so, they could not allow him to leave alive, so they ordered an immediate attack on Cholmujun. Because obviously his heavenly blood sword art was still imperfect, they had a chance to kill him. However, the young man continued to fight back, this time using the third movement of heavenly blood. But still, due to focusing on attacks, he became slower, which caused him to miss a couple more hits. At that moment, his cry of pain was heard by the hero. Looking back, the offspring saw that, losing blood, Cholmujun began to gradually weaken. At that moment, the church's army surrounding him warned that if the boy did not struggle, they would grant him a painless death. And the noble young man realized that it seemed he would have to work again. After that, he instantly turned around and used ice arrows on the 3 of them. Obviously, people who had never heard of such attacks immediately fell for them and dropped dead. The others, struck by the power of this brat, immediately rushed at him to seize him. However, not losing his composure, Sun Hyun attacked them with fireballs. In the end, the bodies of these 2 were incinerated and scattered across the sky like ashes. At that moment, the young man managed to break free, joining Cholmujun's fight and using the water ball attack. Like a tsunami wave, he literally swept away all the fighters surrounding his brother from all sides. Cholmujun admitted to Sun Hyun that he would not be able to protect him and that he needed to escape. However, the hero did not need any defense. He had a couple of ways to deal with the enemies. Cholmujun believed that these were nothing more than tricks that could not save his life. Therefore, Sun Hyun quickly explained that he used magic. But even so, the brother insisted that the young man should not waste his strength, as these fighters were completely unlike the usual bandits he had encountered before. However, the brother did not need to worry about this either, because Sun Hyun was not an ordinary sorcerer at all. He was worthy of the title of Great Wizard, and considering this world, he was truly one of a kind. At that moment, the assistant priest's servants realized that this little one clearly had some skills, and they had underestimated him. Therefore, it was interesting to see how they would handle building the blood honor. At that moment, Sun Hyun was smugly praising himself, saying that there is no place where his magic is powerless. But now the enemies began to attack. The young man barely managed to dodge again and again. In the end, to push the opponents away from himself, the offspring used a shield, and as a result, they flew away after crashing into the barrier. Then the traitor's henchmen also joined the fight to combine forces and overcome these 2. The air tried to strike them with fireballs, but they defended themselves from these attacks using their blades. Immediately after that, the young man used faster attacks of the wind cutter. This attack struck the hand of the priest's bodyguard, causing the severed hand to fall to the ground. His comrades, seeing this, swore to take revenge and, approaching the youth, used fourfold severance. But at that very moment, Sun Hyun gathered all his strength to raise a shield that withstood the attack. But even despite the amount of effort exerted, the shield trembled under the enemy's power. Sun Hyun did not expect the man to be so strong. It became clear, if he doesn't come up with something right now, they will die. At that very moment, the shield shattered into the tiniest fragments. In the end, both Sun Hyun and Cholmujen rolled backward in a tumble. It became clear, if everything continued in the same spirit, Sun Hyun would not be able to protect anyone. Therefore, he began frantically searching for another way to win. And the traitor rushing at him has already used the art of the sword of the deadly sentence. At that very moment, jumping above the ground, the young man used an ice ball. The man fought off the attack, but the veil of ice made him squint to prevent small shards from injuring his eyes. Joined the battle along with the enemy's accomplice, who used the techniques Poisonous Viper Breath and Fourfold Severing of the Viper Fang. The attack rushed at Sun Hyun with mind-blowing speed. He managed to escape only thanks to teleportation used at the last moment. But still, despite this, the attack managed to slightly hit the young man in the leg area. At that moment, the enemies believed that the advantage was now on their side, and they would be able to carry out their lord's order and kill the youth. But he, using his last strength, raised an icy wall around himself, preventing the enemies from passing. However, the opponents were indeed mighty and eventually began to break through the ice wall head-on. It was at that moment that the young wizard realized he would not be able to hold back these opponents for long. They were indeed much stronger than he had expected, so he needed to escape as quickly as possible. Just at the moment when the offspring ran up to the comrade, these two reapers broke through the defense. The young man tried to surround himself with mana in order to carry them away, and suddenly their bodies shone with a bright light, knocking enemies off their path. As soon as the glow disappeared, they discovered that the two had vanished as if evaporated underground. Soon, information about this phenomenon reached the church residence. The priest could not believe the report he heard from his servants, and he immediately began to apologize for his failure, which he could not have expected. But the priest's assistant was indignant, demanding that the man be silent. After all, he had already caused enough trouble. At the very least, he went on a mission with their entire squad, and even the iron spirits couldn't catch that youth. Most of the fighters brought were dead, and many died from severe wounds. In the end, all the servant could say was that there was some young scientist with Cholmujang. It was precisely his impossible tricks that were to blame. But this explanation angered the priest's assistant even more, who began yelling at his subordinate even louder. But in the end, having reconsidered, he decided to give his subordinate one more chance. He was to gather all capable people in the order, strengthen his squads, and wait for new instructions. Out of gratitude, the man almost smashed his forehead into the ground, thanking the gentleman for another chance. However, he only disappointedly drove the assistant away as quickly as possible. Very soon another gentleman appeared, hiding in the darkness of shadows, not understanding why the priest's assistant left the subordinate alive. However, in reality, he had no intention of sparing this man's life. He was most interested in that mysterious scientist who defeated the iron spirits and completely turned the course of the battle. And it was precisely this very servant who was the only person who could recognize him. Therefore, the priest's assistant will preserve his subordinate's life at least until he reaches Sun Hyun. After that, the villain laughed ominously, because their plan was literally the disposal of waste, which was the useless servant who had failed the mission. Soon the young man took Cholmujan to a safe place. There, staying in the hotel, he patiently treated the wounds of the young warrior. The offspring also tried to heal him with his healing mana, and fortunately, the injuries on the comrade's body began to heal quickly. Soon his entire body was illuminated by bright energy, and at that moment Midran finally exhausted himself and sat down. Fortunately, at least to some extent, he managed to help the young man. Now whether Cholmujan will wake up or not depended only on his human willpower. After that, the young wizard grabbed his head, realizing that he had clearly overdone it with using mana today. Of course, it was not difficult for him to restore his depleted energy, but he did not feel his best. Therefore, he immediately sat down on his bed and began to meditate. Very soon his body shone brightly as he began absorbing energy, gathering it from the space around. Soon morning came, and Cholmujan slowly opened his eyes, coming to himself. The very first thing he saw before him was a hero who could not be happier that his comrade felt better. After that, the noble offspring asked him to remain lying down, as moving was strictly forbidden for him for now. But the warrior still got up, not understanding what had happened to him. He only remembered losing consciousness during the roar of the blood swords of the heavens. The heir hurried to explain that the brother was very lucky, but now he needed to forget everything that happened then and focus on his own recovery. Cholmujin concluded that Sun Hyun saved him, for which he was immensely grateful. However, Sun Hyun suggested they skip such an embarrassing stage of his awakening. Moreover, since Cholmujin had finally come to his senses, Sun Hyun decided to step out for a while, asking his brother to stay here alone. And finally, he asked Cholmujin to lend him his blade for a short while. Of course, he was extremely curious why the savior suddenly needed him. Therefore, the young man hurried to explain that he could not say anything specific yet, but when he returns, he will tell everything honestly. And in the end, Cholmujin agreed. The hero was quite astonished. After all, he had heard that when a warrior entrusts his weapon to another, it is equivalent to trusting his own life. But the church follower reminded the young man that he was already indebted to him for his salvation. Finally, before leaving, Sun Hyun only reminded that saving Cholmujin's life means he is obliged to lend him his blade. However, the comrade was grateful for the permission. After that, taking the sword, the offspring left, promising to return very soon. When he came out, he immediately noticed the surprised gazes of the crowd focused on him. But, paying no attention to them, the young craftsman went to the smithy to make a magical weapon from the blade he was currently carrying on his back. First of all, he went to the jewelry store and asked to buy a ring suitable for a man's finger. The jeweler was surprised by such an order, and the youth explained that he wanted to buy jewelry for himself. As it turned out, the jeweler found it amusing because it was the first time in his life he had heard of a man wearing rings. And of course, the young man felt even a little awkward that he was so far out of the norm with his demands. Soon he provided the jeweler with various diagrams and magical circles that were to be inscribed on the ring. And obviously the pattern was complex enough even for an experienced master. Especially considering that Sun Hyun warned several times that there should be not a single discrepancy with this pattern on the ring. In the end, the man only warned that making the ring would take quite a considerable amount of time, and it would not be cheap. But Sun Hyun was ready to pay whatever was necessary, and asked the elder to engrave the same symbols on the blade he had brought with him. The jeweler dared to ask the strange young man why he needed it, and he calmly pointed to the drawings, explaining that there were two types of patterns. One type of pattern needed to be made on each side of the blade. In the end, the old man realized the task was not an easy one, and it would cost a whole 10 gold coins. Of course, such a cost greatly surprised even the wealthy Sun Hyun, but in the end, he promised that very soon he would bring the man the full amount when the product is ready. He himself wondered where he could get such an amount of money now, considering that he had long since spent all his own. But the main thing was that when the magical weapon was completed, it would become much safer to travel. Moreover, the young warrior would be able to surpass the current limits of his strength. Soon, when Cholmujanu felt better, he began training in the art of the sword of heavenly blood. He trained without a sword and noticed that without it he literally felt some kind of emptiness. Sun Hyun has not yet returned the blade he borrowed from him. Moreover, today he asked to borrow 10 gold coins from him. He was even worried that the young man might be planning to run away with his blade and money. However, he immediately rejected these thoughts, as he was already convinced that the offspring was a very good person. Moreover, he said he would explain everything to him. Therefore, Cholmujin decided to trust him and wait for his return. Finally, the work was completed, and the young man returned the blade with inscriptions on it to his friend. Of course, Cholmujin was quite astonished when he saw this engraving on his blade, and Sun Hyun hurried to apologize for not asking Cholmujin for permission in advance. However, fortunately, he liked the engraving on the blade. He had never seen such an unusual pattern before, and the hero promised that this pattern would grant the young man great power, but not only to him, also to his blade. He also made a ring for him, which he asked him to wear. However, looking at his thoughtful friend, he explained that he knew perfectly well, men do not wear rings. But this thing will also become a great support for him in the future. And he knew he should accept this gift because it was presented by a hero. However, the comrade did not understand at all what the young man was talking about. Therefore, Sun Hyun asked his brother to release his inner energy and place it into this ring. He decided to trust the hero's words and simply do as he asked. And at that moment he noticed how the energy around him began to flicker, after which it completely absorbed into his ring. Finally, the young man suggested to his comrade to repeat the spell, twinkling after him. When he said that word, absolutely nothing happened. Then Sun Hyun asked him to focus as much as possible and put all his power into this spell. And in the end, this time the ring shone brightly. Looking at this with admiration, Cholmujin could not understand what it was. The guy hurried to remind about the magic he had talked about earlier. Sun Hyun admitted that on the day they first met, he managed to tell the young man a lot. Then they enjoyed the beautiful views. It was truly a place where one could appreciate the grandeur of nature. Just then the offspring suggested to Cholmujin to have a shot of intoxicating drink to get acquainted. This seemed like simply an excellent place to have a drink and relax. There, in a drunken state, Sun Hyun told about the great mage of the continent who reached the borders of the seventh circle but one fine morning returned to oblivion. That was how absurd the situation the young man found himself in was. Moreover, only 3 people have reached the seventh circle on the continent. Among them, Midran was a true master. He was absorbed in thoughts of reaching the 8th circle. However, he unexpectedly ended up here. The drunk Cholmujin decided to find out from the young man what he had decided to do in such a situation. And then he explained that he began to search for mana in this world. He learned that the more mana one has, the stronger the person is, so he started everything from the very beginning. The logic was the same as in that world. The more skill, the more mana. In order to reach the 7th circle again, Sun Hyun needed to learn a lot. Even then, the comrade suggested to the young man to get in touch with the sword masters of Murim. And, seizing this idea, the heir promised to start looking for them. After that, the 2 of them drank to the future achievement of the youth of the 7th circle of magic. Right now, Cholmajan, recalling the conversation, admitted that he understood nothing of Sun Hyun's words at the time, as he was so drunk that he just nodded along to everything he said. And this slightly upset the young man, who believed that Cholmajan was the only one who understood his words. But Cholmajan sincerely asked Sun Hyun to tell him everything once again, as he could hardly remember that day. He only remembered that Sun Hyun was from the continent, and he was also curious about what kind of mana was needed for magic. The hero could not believe that his comrade really asked him to repeat such a long story. However, he promised that he would repeat it when there was a reason. Right now, it was not the most important thing. The whole point is that Cholmujanu needed to return to his place as soon as possible. The talk was about Magyo, the place that was taken under the control of rebel squads. The threads of fate once again bring us back to the dark walls of the church sect, where the priest's assistant is in a furious rage. His subordinates have still failed to find the slightest trace of either Sun Hyun or Cholmujan. An entire eternity has passed since then, as if time itself mocks their futile efforts, and they have not found even a ghostly hint of the fugitive's whereabouts. The servants bowed their heads guiltily before the angry lord, trembling as they explained that they had turned over every stone in the places where the wounded Cholmujin might have taken refuge to heal from the wounds inflicted by the demonic squad. However, all their searches proved futile, as if the earth had swallowed the fugitives without a trace. The interested assistant priest demanded a more detailed report, and the subordinate recounted that the mysterious sword master who fought alongside the young man managed to restore Cholmujin's breathing using pranayama. However, Cholmujin's wounds were so terrible that he could barely move, let alone run. The traitor had even more agonizing questions. Why, despite the pitiful condition of this guy, was it still impossible to find him? The priest's assistant expressed suspicion that Cholmujin might have already given his soul to God. This seemed logical, considering the number and severity of the injuries he had sustained. But the traitor only went mad from such naive words of the empty-headed servant. Cholmujin was not such a weakling to simply take and die. Immediately the slave bowed, lowering his gaze to the ground from the soul-chilling horror after the Lord's stern words. The gentleman made it clear that the enemy's wounds are not as deep as they think, so he will surely be able to come here on his own 2 feet, thirsting for revenge. The servant wisely noted that if Cholmujin had not been so seriously wounded, he should have already appeared here to receive his due. For this reason, the priest's assistant ordered a report on the condition of the guards at the forks leading to their stronghold. It turned out that the best warriors and demonic squads were already stationed on every path. Not even a fly could approach them without permission. The priest's assistant was pleased that at least his subordinates had handled this with dignity. They promised that even if something suddenly goes wrong and the enemy manages to break through the guard, they have mighty warriors who can behead that unfortunate one. Finally, before saying goodbye, the Reaper ordered the servant not to let him down anymore, and to try his best. After that, he sent the man away, watching him with a displeased look. Only when he left did the priest's assistant call over the mighty warrior, Commander Chi Ma. Loud footsteps immediately echoed through the chambers as the formidable warrior approached from the far part of the room. Approaching closer, he calmly declared that he was ready to carry out any command. The order was simple and cruel. If Cholmujan and that scientist who interfered with their plans suddenly appeared, the commander must personally slit their throats. The warrior immediately knelt, swearing to carry out the order in the best possible way. And the traitor only laughed maliciously in his rotten soul, hoping that Cholmujin would appear as soon as possible. After all, he had already lived too long in this world, and this time fate must cut his life short. The events return once again to the modest hotel where 2 comrades stayed. Sun Hyun continued placing stones on the huge map as if planning something grand. Seeing this, Cholmujan was very reluctant to distract him, although the young man reminded him that it was time to set off. But they were still at the hotel, which worried Cholmujan, considering that even if they left right now, the journey would take a full 2 days. However, Sun Hyun simply asked to trust him, and smiled restrainedly, beckoning his comrade closer to him. After that, the sage extended his hand to the young man, asking him to grasp it. This way they would reach their goal much faster. As soon as they held hands, Sun Hyun led Cholmujin to the map so that he could also stand next to him. After that, the scientist began to recite the spell, explaining to the young man that thanks to the blue mana crystals, a person can teleport to any place they wish. In the end, he used teleportation magic, and the entire room shone with a dazzling light. The young men themselves seemed to be in some kind of oblivion, rushing through the endless void among millions of stars. However, only a moment passed, and they were already at their destination. Sun Hyun asked Cholmujin with a smile if he had handled the journey well, while the young man struggled with the approaching nausea. However, very soon he looked back, and from the shock even the nausea instantly disappeared. A majestic purple temple towered before him. Cholmujin had no idea how they could have ended up in this place so quickly. He asked Sun Hyun to explain. Was it a dream? After all, a moment ago they were in the tavern. Therefore, the sage hastened to calm his agitated companion, explaining that they had merely distorted space. Obviously for Cholmujin, who knows nothing about magic, this explanation gave nothing. Then Sun Hyun calmly explained in simple words that they had teleported. The scientist used eternal jades, which he laid out on the map, thanks to which they moved from one set of coordinates to another. Only then did the young man realize. It turned out that magic was much more multifaceted than he had imagined. It was curious what else the magical arts were capable of creating. However, now was not the time to ask about it. At that moment, Cholmujin saw two knights approaching them. The guards immediately respectfully greeted the leader and smiled joyfully, expressing delight at meeting him. Cholmujin praised the warriors for their excellent work, asking if anything unusual had happened within the school walls today. It turned out that after the young man left for the capital, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Everything was as usual. This could calm the leader, as the rebellion against the school had still not been suppressed. After saying goodbye to the guards, he asked the sentries to continue doing their job, and he himself went into the school walls. Passing through the main gate, they found themselves in the middle of a majestic gorge where this martial arts academy was located. Sun Hyun looked around, unable to hide his admiration. This fortress was truly enormous and incredibly beautiful. The young man hurried to explain that Magyo was one of the two largest mountain ranges of Murim, and their school was located right here. Sun Hyun noted that these walls looked even more majestic than the capital of the royal empire. Of course, it was not as luxurious here, but the grandeur and powerful energy of this place were simply incredible. Noticing how his companion kept admiring the landscapes, Cholmujin asked him to hurry. After all, they needed to continue their journey. Especially since, now that they had arrived here, the young warrior wished to introduce the master of this educational institution to his savior. And indeed, it would be extremely rude to come here and not greet the head of the academy. At that moment, one of the warriors hurried fearfully to the leader. While Cholmujin was glad that his friend was safe and sound, he began to apologize for the great sin he had committed. He realized too late that the man, Ku Yansu, had sent demonic squads to Cholmujin. In a hurry, the master sent the children to help, but it was already too late. All this time he did not know whether Cholmujin was wounded or, worse, dead. Cholmujin made it clear that he was perfectly fine. He understood that by children the man meant the squad of heavenly spirits sent to help him. Of course, the young warrior was immensely grateful that the comrades sent the young fighters to help him, but he was completely safe, so the friend should not blame himself for anything. However, the mentor trembled with rage, barely restraining himself, for he could not even imagine that Kuyansu would openly cause such chaos. But Cholmujin perfectly understood that this villain was simply too strong and overconfident. After a long silence, the teacher noticed the man standing next to the gentleman. Surely he was the mysterious guy who used strange martial arts. What was striking was that the master was aware of this. It turned out that informants had reported to him, although he did not have precise information. Then, smiling, Cholmujin made it clear that the person before them was his comrade, so he asked to treat him with respect and understanding. At that very moment, after the performance, the young man respectfully bowed, stating his name. The assistant also bowed, expressing boundless gratitude for the immense help given to their leader. However, the wise Sun Hyun hastened to calm the agitated mentor, making it clear that he was only doing what was his duty. At that moment, the teacher was already about to leave when suddenly Cholmujin stopped him with an authoritative gesture. The young warrior wished for this venerable man to know the truth. The art his comrade possessed was not ordinary combat techniques. It was called magic, an ancient and mysterious power. Of course, the mentor had no idea what such magic was, and Cholmujin himself understood this very superficially, so he simply asked to remember it as a formality. After these words, the two comrades followed into the most sacred walls of the Holy Academy. As soon as the massive gates opened before them, the air seemed to thicken from an invisible pressure. It became clear. Under this ancient roof dwell the owners of the richest mana reserves, whose power permeates every stone. Before their eyes appeared a gray-haired elder, seated on a majestic pedestal like a living deity. Looking at him, the hero felt a thrill he had never experienced even on the continent teeming with talented warriors. This patriarch had such mighty energy that the guy did not even feel from the very monarch of the empire. He could not even imagine the true limits of this master's power. Bowing respectfully, Cholmujan reported to the teacher about the completion of his journey to the capital and his arrival with a courtesy visit. The wise elder clearly understood that his student had worked hard recently, so he wished to find out if anything had happened during the trip. Of course, Cholmujan made it clear to the mentor that everything went very well, and the gray-bearded patriarch hoped that the young man managed to highlight many things for himself and learn a lot during his absence. The bowed student reverently indicated that he still continues to comprehend and study the countless secrets of martial arts. Only then did the wise elder pay attention to the stranger standing next to his pupil. He respectfully bowed, greeting the teacher and introducing himself. Cholmujan then explained that this young man was his older brother, whom he had met in the capital city. Of course, the gray-haired patriarch could not help but be surprised that his disciple had found a brother in arms during his absence. After that, he calmly but piercingly looked at the young man standing before him. From such a penetrating gaze, even Sun Hyun got goosebumps, as if an ancient dragon was assessing his very soul. The whole point is that the master immediately felt this young man had achieved a lot at his age. The old man's first thought was that the stranger was surely a warrior of extraordinary talent. Sun Hyun was stunned by such a conclusion. He could not even imagine the true abilities of the person before him, but the sage had already seen through his essence. This made it clear that he was even more outstanding than the hero had suspected. In the end, the scientist had to apologize for the misunderstanding and humbly make it clear that he was not a warrior in the usual sense. However, this did not upset the old man at all, for as ancient wisdom says, all currents gather into one river. This term was often used by the people of Murim, meaning all types of martial arts operate on a single principle. However, unexpectedly at this sacred moment, another person dressed in black robes appeared in the chambers. It was the mentor's secret informant, who immediately approached and whispered something into the Lord's ear. Of course, Sun Hyun was extremely surprised by such an appearance, but from Cholmujan's impassive expression, it was clear that this was quite a common occurrence within the walls of the academy. But suddenly these two heard loud shouts outside. The guards reported that the leader wished to greet His Majesty. When the massive gates opened, before them stood the very assistant priest, a sinister figure in dark robes. However, the traitor had not taken more than a couple of steps when he froze in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. He clearly saw how Cholmujan and Sun Hyun, standing before the patriarch as if nothing had happened, were looking at him. At that moment, Cholmujan smirked, for he knew perfectly well that it was this very man who was behind the attempt on his life. And the priest's assistant was quite amazed at the audacity of the boy who dared to smirk at him with such defiance. However, the villain tried to contain the storm of rage, swearing in his soul that he would definitely take revenge on this daring young man. After that, he fixed his gaze on Sun Hyun, the very same mysterious scientist. The stranger emitted a kind of disturbing energy that even made the hardened traitor uneasy. Approaching closer, the priest's assistant respectfully bowed, greeting His Majesty. The gray-haired patriarch wished to know the reason why the man had come to them at such an untimely hour. However, the villain only glanced back meaningfully over his shoulder, looking at the two young men who had fixed their blazing gazes on him. Realizing the hint, His Majesty graciously let the guys go. Leaving, Cholmujan smirked again, realizing that very soon he would tear off that Kuyansu's false mask and reveal his true face to everyone. Sun Hyun, however, did not feel such confidence. It has been 20 long years since he ended up in this world. However, the scientist was too overconfident about the skill he had achieved in Murim. Compared to him, many truly outstanding warriors live here, and perhaps they all possess secrets that the young man has not been able to comprehend. Meanwhile, as soon as the priest's assistant returned to his gloomy chambers, he immediately began throwing at the servants everything he could get his hands on, almost strangling them for such a disgraceful failure. He reminded that they had to deal with Cholmujan before he crossed the school threshold. The frightened subordinate hurried to justify that through their outposts. Not even a fly could truly pass. They guarded all entrances very diligently. However, the priest's assistant did not want to listen to pitiful excuses. If they had really done their job, then today he would not have seen Cholmujan alive and well in front of the head of the academy. In the end, the stuttering servant tried to somehow justify himself, and then finally remembered what happened during their last meeting. More precisely, how the enemies managed to make a daring escape. He hurried to explain to the gentleman that a certain strangeness had occurred last time as well, which no one could explain. However, the traitor was not interested in listening to any excuses. When the man tried to babble something again, the angry ruler ordered him to get out. In the end, under the angry gaze of the leader, the servant had no choice but to obediently bow and hastily leave the chambers, escaping from physical punishment. Then the priest's assistant turned to Commander Chima, clearly disappointed that he had failed to catch the enemies. However, the warrior made the master understand that the words of the commander of the demonic squad were true. Not a single living soul had indeed passed by them. Then the painful question arose. How did these two manage to get inside the academy walls so quickly? And unfortunately, Commander Chima had no explanations regarding this matter. For this reason, the leader hastily closed the topic but made it clear. If the demon squad starts a sudden civil war, they will have to face the squad of heavenly spirits. Therefore, all group members must stay alert and not let anyone relax. That was the current order to the commander. However, one of the traitors decided to ask the priest's assistant what he planned to do with the demonic squad. But the leader considered them nothing more than pure trash, and made it clear that he intended to get rid of them by sending them to the front lines during the upcoming civil war. The eavesdropping captain could not believe that all this time they had risked their lives and been loyal to the master, only to be treated so cruelly. Before this, the demonic squad always completed missions perfectly. But just for one mistake, they wanted to throw them in the trash. The man could not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he swore to himself that no matter what it cost, he would not let the loyal demonic squad die just like that in the upcoming massacre. Soon Cholmujan, Sun Hyun, and the loyal musketeer Sun met in a secret place to discuss everything that had happened. Everyone was well aware that their wise ruler surely knew perfectly well what had occurred, and that his assistant was planning to stir up trouble in the academy. However, the patriarch said absolutely nothing to them. This upset everyone present, as one word from the gentleman would have been enough to finally put an end to this commotion once and for all. Listening to the comrades' conversation, Sun Hyun respectfully asked for permission to say a word. He perfectly understood that he was a foreigner, and did not know all the intricacies of local customs and intrigues. But Sun Hyun believed that their ruler knew and understood everything. Being such a majestic sovereign, he surely had his own secret squad of spies. It turned out the sage was right. The gentleman really did have a spy network hidden from everyone. The man was quite curious to find out how the hero learned about it. And he awkwardly and skillfully explained that it was only his assumption. The young warrior made it clear to his comrade that Sun Hyun's knowledge was by no means a problem. After that, he decided to ask why the mentor, knowing about the ongoing intrigues, simply remained silent. The scientists suspected that there were two solid reasons for this. First, if the turmoil that Cholmujan and the noble musketeer thought about happens, it will become an excellent opportunity to clearly identify those who oppose their policy. Truly, neither Cholmujan nor the valiant musketeer even dreamed of such a reason. And the second reason was much simpler, and lay in the very nature of upbringing. As is known, the formidable lion does not protect its cubs from dangers. On the contrary, he nurtures only those who survive the deadly struggle, wherever fate may throw them. By treating his offspring in such a harsh way, the king of beasts tries to raise the true ruler of the jungle. Therefore, the hero believed that their Sifu was watching how Cholmujan would resolve the situation in order to ultimately make him a worthy heir to the throne. Obviously, such information was so unexpected that everyone needed to properly contemplate it. With the onset of the evening coolness, the young man withdrew to take a walk around the sacred grounds of the school in contemplation. Cholmujan also decided to stay alone with his thoughts in order to comprehend what he had heard. The noble musketeer acted in the same way. Sun understood perfectly. Although Sun Hyun's face was unknown to anyone, he truly possessed outstanding skills. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary power called magic, which throws enemies into confusion. He was pleased that Cholmujan had such an unparalleled companion. With him, the current situation might be resolved favorably. Cholmujan was trying to comprehend that the master had remained silent all this time, despite knowing about the intrigues unfolding. It was all because he wished to nurture a mighty man from him. The mentor wanted the young man to attain true mastery, becoming his worthy heir, or intended to make him his follower. Despite all this, aware of his teacher's iron determination, the young warrior vowed never to disappoint him in life. He would overcome all the challenges before him much better than the master could expect. At this time, Sun Hyun realized that he had greatly underestimated the fighters of this place. When he fought last time against the demonic squad, he understood that their martial skill was much more incredible than expected. However, despite the fact that it was only low-level magic of the second circle, the members of the demonic squad who did not possess sorcery could not break through it. Moreover, these people did not know him or his fighting style at all, so they could not defeat him. Still, after that battle, the young man realized that he had paid too much attention to defensive art, but could not rely on it alone. He has an example. the head of Magyo, who overcame the limits of a swordmaster and rose to the peak of Great Master, known to all knights. So the young man will also be able to reach the 8th circle, and possibly even the 9th. After a sleepless night of reflection, they met at dawn, and Chol Mujan persistently led the scientists somewhere. Of course, Sun Hyun did not understand why he was called to go from early morning. Then the young man explained that he wanted to visit the followers who live beyond the outer walls of the fortress. He had been away from school for a long time, so he wanted to find out how the students live, and at the same time show Sun Hyun the local surroundings. Seeing such care for his wards, Sun Hyun realized that in the future Chol Mujan would become a truly excellent leader. The guy even blushed from such praise. He was very pleased to hear such words. Suddenly, both turned around when they heard someone loudly and insistently calling Chol Mujan. It was a young maiden who was rushing towards him at full speed with a scorching gaze. The hero even slightly opened his mouth in amazement, looking at such an angry beauty. At that moment, Chol Mujan politely greeted his sister with a feigned smile on his lips. But she became even more furious, demanding that Chol Mujan not even dare to show joy at meeting her. She heard that he returned just yesterday, yet he did not even bother to inform her. The guy felt awkward and rubbed the back of his head, realizing that he seemed to have upset the girl with this action. Maybe she missed him a lot? But she only stomped to her feet angrily. A young man should be more serious. After all, he can't so easily dodge her fury. But the guy, embarrassed, asked the beauty to calm down a little, and pointed out that an important guest was among them. Only then did the maiden notice the unfamiliar young man standing nearby. He smiled reservedly, as if greeting a beautiful maiden. She froze, unable to believe her eyes. Her entire being instantly forgot about anger. Embarrassment revealed itself on her blushing face. After which the maiden lowered her gaze down. The young man did exactly the same. And Chol Mujan, standing between the two, still laughed, looking at such a sight. Because of this, the worried sister immediately became angry. She truly did not understand what amused him so much. But the brother advised the girl to simply greet their guest instead of being angry, and made it clear that Sun Hyun was indeed a very important person. He cared for him like a brother. It was quite surprising how brothers usually recognized other warriors on the battlefield, and Sun Hyun did not look like a fighter at all. Chol Mujan perfectly understood the girl's doubts. Sun Hyun looked just like a scholar. However, behind his gentle smile hid outstanding martial arts, although Sun Hyun tried to explain that his friend was praising him too much. After that, the young man bowed first and introduced himself to Yan So-lin. The maiden also bowed in response to this bow. Chol Mujan explained that this girl was his adopted younger sister, as well as the daughter of their master. Only at that moment did the beauty realize what she had done. Therefore, she fearfully covered her mouth with her palm. Everyone suddenly felt extremely awkward because of her facial expression. The beauty herself immediately ran away without raising her eyes. How could she forget herself and make such a blunder by giving her name? Chol Mujan hurried to explain to Sun Hyun that among women there was a custom. They did not say their name in front of strange men. Apparently, the sister got scared because she made a mistake. But Chol Mujan understood this was not just some ordinary mistake. With these words, he greatly confused the young man, who tried to pretend that he did not understand what his comrade was hinting at. He directly told Sun Hyun that it was possible his sister herself wished to tell the hero her name, although the scientist argued firmly, believing that such a thing simply could not have happened. A friend promised that if something really develops between them, he will definitely prepare a worthy position for the hero. After that, they went away while Chol Mujan praised his sister and how well the hero would be here. Finally, they reached the slope from where there was a view of their village. Chol Mujan explained that only elders, women, and children lived here because the young people worked within the school walls. The hero was confident. He could protect these people. He was strong enough for it. The man understood himself. Even if he lost his life, he must save the lives of those people who relied on his protection. While they were talking, they saw that the children ran up the hill, happily playing with sticks. Suddenly, one of them immediately jumped behind Chol Mujan's back, as if trying to hide from the pursuers. And the three chasers began to resent, reminding this coward that hiding behind the backs of the elders was cowardly. The younger prankster only laughed at his pursuers, making it clear that he had his own cunning strategy. Moreover, the little boy had heard a wise saying, "If there is not enough strength in tactics, one should retreat to preserve oneself for future victories." Unable to endure such a sight, Chol Mujan and Sun Hyun laughed, looking at such a clever boy. At that moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly ran up the slope, immediately sternly ordering the pranksters to stay in place and not move from that spot. All three with sticks in their hands immediately ran away, squealing as if from fierce fear. The boy, who had been hiding behind his older brother all this time, even hiccuped from fright. After that, he pressed even closer to his back, hoping that the formidable lady would not notice him. The approaching woman immediately bowed respectfully before the young warrior, apologizing for the unworthy behavior of her sons, who were still at that tender age when the mind is clouded by childish amusements. After that, she snapped at the boy discontentedly, demanding that he immediately come out of hiding and go home with her to get a well-deserved scolding. At that very moment, a gray-bearded elder was passing by, having heard loud cries. The venerable man decided to find out what had happened in their peaceful village. The woman spoke about her embarrassment. The boy was causing trouble for their respected gentleman. Only then did the arriving elder realize what an important person was before them. He immediately fell to his knees, respectfully greeting the leader, and apologized for his great sin. They did not recognize him right away and did not pay proper honors. For such an insult, he even asked to execute them to atone for such grave transgressions. At that moment, following the old man's example, the woman also bent down and forcibly pressed her son's head to the dusty path. At that moment, the noble Cholmujan asked these people to stand up. He was not angry either at the behavior of their children, as he understood the full strength of youth, nor because they did not greet him properly. However, the elders, due to their long-standing discipline, believed they had committed the sin of disloyalty to the captain, for which they deserved only death. Therefore, the respected elders began to beg the young master to forgive their daughter and grandson, and for them, the old men, it would be better to have their throats cut for such audacity. At that moment, the man really could no longer ignore the parents' desire to take responsibility for their children's mistakes. The scholar immediately became frightened, having no idea what his sworn brother was about to do. Everyone froze in the agonizing anticipation of the young ruler's verdict. Soon, having descended from the mountain slope, they found themselves in one of the modest village houses. As it turned out, Cholmujan asked that, in atonement for his supposed guilt, the elders feed them simple peasant food. However, the hosts continued to apologize for what their grandson had done, as well as for serving such unsightly food in such a shabby dwelling. Cholmujan had no idea why the venerable elders tormented themselves like that. All people lived exactly as they do. Peasants should not have called their home unsightly. Moreover, they set a truly wonderful table, including meat dishes of rare game in these parts. After such kind words, the homeowners even felt somewhat lighter from such unexpected praise. However, at that moment Cholmujan noticed that there were only 2 rice bowls. This surprised him, considering that there were 6 of them gathered here, and there were clearly not enough dishes for everyone present. Then the gray-haired head of the family explained that they were people of too low a class, and had no right to eat together with the commander himself at the same table, for that would be a great insult to his high status. The young warrior reminded them that he had come only as a guest for lunch, and therefore asked the host to bring bowls for themselves as well, so that they could share the meal properly. Right away, the father and daughter exchanged glances, unable to believe what they heard. Could such a noble lord really wish to eat with commoners? Cholmujan once again addressed the woman, reminding her that he was completely serious in his words. In the end, the peasant woman received permission from her parent and immediately left to bring food for themselves as well. And the venerable old man apologized for the inconvenience caused and decided to accept Cholmujan's invitation by joining their meal. At that time, the guy made it clear that food tastes much better when enjoyed together in the good company of like-minded people. So everyone continued to enjoy simple but hearty food while leisurely having a conversation about life. And the wise son Hyun carefully observed the behavior of his adopted brother. He could not help but be proud of the young man who, despite his warlike nature, was at the same time so gentle and sensitive to the needs of ordinary people. After a hearty lunch, it was time to continue their journey through the sacred territory, and the next moment they found themselves in a vast training ground. Son Hyun was amazed by its size. It was truly gigantic. Apparently, the local school really had many warriors if such a vast space was required. Cholmujan made it clear that the matter was not about the number of fighters, but simply that the site was truly enormous for a special reason. And Son Hyun thought, it seemed to him an excessive waste to build such a huge site if there were not enough warriors. Wasn't that an excessive waste of space? Therefore, his comrade explained that besides practicing martial arts, the local warriors had an even more important goal. They lived constantly preparing for war. In case a great turmoil breaks out, they will move here all the people engaged in farming outside the school to protect them from enemy hordes. And then the hero realized, this was truly the most sensible use of all this land. The wise foresight of the mentors allowed turning the training ground into a refuge for peaceful residents. Suddenly, 2 young men approached them from behind, who recognized Cholmujan even from the back. And he, turning around, immediately politely greeted the guards defenders of this place. They only smirked slyly, carefully examining the young commander. Then the young man, pretending not to notice anything suspicious, decided to find out what business these 2 had come for. The guards calmly explained that they were going to inspect the outer walls of the school for a safety check. Moreover, the guards became wary upon seeing the stranger, as they had never seen this person before. They believed it was unwise to recklessly let outsiders inside whose intentions were unknown. Cholmujan understood perfectly well. Everyone already knew that he had a sworn brother, which meant these two came specifically to provoke a conflict and test his patience. Still, avoiding trouble, he once again explained the hero's identity to these fools. However, the guard demanded that Cholmujan explain from whom the stranger received the invitation, and what was the reason for his presence here. The furious guy reminded that the one standing next to him is his brother-in-arms, and apparently, these two were either stupid or deaf for not hearing him the first time. The guards made it clear that this gentleman was dear only to Cholmujan, and had nothing to do with them. All of this sounded and looked as if these two were openly provoking a confrontation. At that moment, the guards reproached Cholmujan for his words being too harsh for their modest ears. After that, the two approached each other, scorching their opponents with fierce glances. Sun Hyun was clearly upset. He felt awkward because the quarrel was flaring up precisely because of him. And Cholmujan was furious that for some time these miserable guards dared to contradict him and show disobedience. The guard calmly explained that he had previously addressed Cholmujan with respect, only because of his high status at the school. And only then did the young man finally realize that these two were trying to openly go against him. This was basically not surprising, considering that only the strongest survive in this harsh place. The guard was about to slit Cholmujan's throat and reveal his true location to the head of the school. The young warrior was quite struck by the audacity of this mercenary. In the end, the brute lunged at Cholmujan, using the bloody demonic hand, a forbidden dark arts technique. Seeing the rapid approach of the enemy, Sun Hyun could not hesitate. He immediately used the attribute of blazing fire, creating a wall barrier against the approaching demonic creature. In the end, a wall of fire instantly separated the fleeing traitor from the hero's sworn brother. Both attackers were frightened when they saw the flame burst forth as if from nowhere, after which the guards jumped away from Sun Hyun as if stung by an angry bee. For both clearly understood, before them stood the very mysterious man about whom various disturbing rumors circulated. By this time, the scholar finally dispelled the attribute of fire, hoping that it would cool the enemy's ardor a little. After that, he calmly apologized to the gentleman who had gotten very heated because of him, so he suggested they just calm down and have a peaceful conversation. After that, he politely introduced himself, stating his name. The guardian was even more enraged that Sun Hyun, some pathetic scholar, thought he had the right to interfere in their conversation. They couldn't believe he directed his strange power at the very members of the school, as if courting a swift demise. Of course, the sage tried to explain that he only wished to resolve the brewing conflict peacefully. However, the guard lunged at him with a drawn blade, believing that Sun Hyun was the source of all troubles. It was better to get rid of this troublemaker once and for all. Cholmujan immediately drew his weapon and rushed to help his sworn brother. At that moment, the second guard was already pointing the tip straight at his face. After that, he reminded the young commander that according to local customs at such a time, a simple observation is appropriate. He should not have interfered in the duel of honor. Moreover, a rather amusing spectacle was happening right now, which they could simply watch from a safe distance. Obviously, the emboldened captain immediately ordered the second defender to get out of the way. He quickly realized that the young man was completely serious in his intentions. It seemed he wanted to ruin their entertainment because time was pressing. Cholmujan had no choice but to use brute force, and he attacked the enemy with the art of the heavenly bloodsword with the first move, a swift and merciless strike. The defender believed that the young man was simply digging his own grave with his own hands, and decided to easily dodge the attack using the art of the sword of icy blood and cold, a technique capable of freezing even the fiery blood of the enemy. In the end, these two fiercely defended themselves against all the deadly attacks flying at each other. Cholmujan did not expect such resistance from the guard. Although he was only 8th in the school's hierarchy, he had not earned his position as a defender for nothing. His swordsmanship was very precise and accurate, as if carved by years of training. The guard was frightened by Cholmujan's true power. He thought him an ordinary rookie, but the young warrior's skills were by no means bad. Although, of course, the youth still could not match him in strength. Meanwhile, the stout comrade was already attacking the scientist with his sword raised. But the young man avoided all strikes with astonishing precision, using his cloud-walking technique, an art that allows one to glide across the battlefield like a ghost. And when the enemy directed the blade to his throat, intending to slit the impudent man's throat, he simply vanished into thin air. In the next moment, Sun Hyun was already behind his enemy, preparing the ball lightning spell, destructive elemental magic. The spell hit the defender's body directly. He immediately trembled from the strike of heavenly lightning and loudly screamed from unbearable pain. His flesh began to smoke from the burns received, emitting the smell of burnt meat. However, the warrior could still stand on his feet, which meant he was even more enraged by these magical tricks. He swore that today, no matter what, he would smash the scoundrel's cursed head off his shoulders. At that moment, they heard the familiar voice of the priest's assistant, who did not understand what these two defenders were doing on the sacred ground. After that, the traitor calmly entered the platform, apologizing to Cholmujun for the unfortunate misunderstanding. Apparently, he poorly managed his subordinates since they allowed such an incident to happen. The liar also apologized to the hero for his regrettable inattentiveness to the school's guests. Of course, out of politeness, Cholmujun took the blame upon himself, but carefully watched the expression on the face of the arriving villain. The corners of the latter's lips only indicated that he was having a deadly fun watching their fight. At that moment, without hiding his malicious satisfaction, the man burst out laughing, once again offering his hypocritical apologies. After all, he felt very guilty, which was obviously a blatant lie on his part. After that, the traitor ordered his two soldiers to immediately apologize to Lords Cholmujun and Sun Hyun for such disgraceful behavior. In the end, both warriors realized rather grimly that they simply had no other choice. Both bowed, offering apologies to both the school captain and the learned gentleman. There was no choice but to accept these apologies in order not to ignite drama here and now in front of everyone present. After that, Cholmujun preferred to say goodbye to the priest's assistant, since they had already examined everything, and it was time for them to leave this place. The traitor only smirked, understanding the busyness of the two, so he calmly allowed them to leave peacefully. While they were leaving the training ground, everyone watched them with contemptuous and hostile looks. When they were alone, the defenders decided to ask their leader why he had prevented them from finishing the job, since he himself had ordered them to get rid of those two as soon as the right opportunity arose. And in this situation, it would not have been a problem for them at all. The priest's assistant made it clear that if the hunt is too easy, there is no interest or excitement in it. Today they just had some fun, and the real thrill of the hunt will come the moment they slit these two's throats in a secluded place. Soon the young men returned to the chambers to discuss many things in private. At that moment, the angry Mrs. Yan So-lin suddenly burst into the older brother's room. To her surprise, she noticed that her brother was not alone. He was peacefully sipping wine, sitting at the table with the hero. The young man himself did not understand what had happened to his younger sister, since she appeared at such a late hour with such an appearance. In the end, the girl, blushing with embarrassment, immediately apologized for her inappropriate behavior. After all, she thought that her older brother was here alone. Sun Hyun, immediately feeling the awkwardness of the situation, decided to leave for a short while, giving the two of them the opportunity to talk face to face. To his surprise, both Cholmujun and Yan So-lin firmly forbade him from going anywhere. After that, the brother and sister exchanged puzzled glances, and the embarrassed girl immediately turned away, hiding the blush on her cheeks. Immediately understanding the true feelings of his sister, Cholmujun decided to encourage the two by suggesting they drink together since they had gathered here as three. Yan So-lin hesitated for some time. She did not know if it would be right on her part. One glance at the young gentleman's awkward smile was enough for all her doubts to vanish without a trace in an instant. At that moment, Sun Han tried to hint to Cholmujun that it was already late at night and time to go home. But his brother found it too obvious an excuse and even thought that Sun Hyun simply did not want to drink with his sister. Embarrassed by such a crazy assumption, the scientist immediately hurried to explain that this was not what he meant at all. He would never dare even think of such disrespect. Therefore, cunningly smiling, Cholmujun insisted that they still drink, as originally planned. After that, he turned to his sister, pointing to the place where she could sit at their modest table. The embarrassed lady reminded that she still had not given her consent to such liberty. Then Cholmujun asked her to leave since she still hadn't decided whether she wanted to spend time with them or not. Immediately after this categorical ultimatum, the girl swiftly flew to the table and simply sat down nearby. Her older brother barely held back from laughing out loud at her naive behavior. After that, he filled his sister's cup with alcohol and decided to ask why she had burst in here so angrily. And as it turned out, the beauty heard about what happened during the day at the training ground. Obviously, it was about the attack by those two defenders. Yan So-lin knew perfectly well that the priest's assistant had been plotting something wrong lately. Because of this, the people close to him began to create obstacles for Cholmujun and Sun Hyun and start quarrels with them over any reason. Both guys awkwardly fell silent at her words, which upset the girl even more. This only made the young lady even angrier, who hotly reminded that she was no longer a child. She felt that a strange atmosphere reigned within the school walls and demanded that her older brother stop hiding anything from her. Of course, Cholmujun justified himself by saying that he never intended to hide anything from his sister. She reminded that she was the daughter of the head of the academy. She must be aware of what is happening within the sacred walls. Therefore, the beauty decided to directly find out whether Kuyansu plans to organize a rebellion against the legitimate authority. In the end, under her piercing gaze, Cholmujan finally laid everything out as if from the heart. Yansol Lin finally realized that her suspicions were justified. The traitor was indeed plotting a rebellion. That is why he was so hostile towards her brother and his guest. Of course, the guy asked that the younger sister not raise panic prematurely, as they could not be certain of anything and should not make hasty conclusions from fragmentary information. The girl was just boiling with anger because those two kept trying to calm her down. In the end, the young man had to explain. Although it seems to him that Kuyansu is making some dark plans, for now he is trying to be completely sure of it. Therefore, the young warrior asked the girl not to take any action on her own. Of course, as soon as the young man figures everything out, he will definitely tell her the whole truth. In the end, the beauty demanded that Cholmujan give her a solemn promise, and he agreed, reminding the girl that she was no longer a child, which means that if anything happened, he would truly tell her everything. She decided to trust her older brother and no longer insist, simply waiting for him to come to her with the report himself. Cholmujan was quite grateful for such wise words from his sister. After that, the girl moved on to the recently heard news that these two were simultaneously attacked by two defenders, the Guard of Men and the Guard of Hua. But it seems they were able to withstand both of them. Cholmujan hurried to report that thanks to Sun Hyun, who held back Man's defender, the commander himself was able to take on the fight with Hua's defender. Of course, Yansol Lin was beside herself with amazement. She even stood up at the news she heard about the young master's power. Cholmujan reminded that he had already told his sister. His sworn brother was much more powerful than he appeared. According to the guy, Sun Hyun was even stronger than himself, which could not help but make the little sister drop her jaw all the way to the floor in shock. Sun Hyun tried to explain to the beauty that her brother was slightly exaggerating his abilities. However, Cholmujan reminded that not everyone could stand against the defender of mine, who was a very rough and dangerous warrior, in an honest duel. The scholar could not help but admit that that man's swordsmanship was truly very cruel and merciless. However, thanks to this brief confrontation, he learned a lot in martial arts. Yansol Lin was also listening to their conversation, still slightly opening her mouth in surprise at this revelation, realizing that Sun Hyun, despite being a scholar, actually knew how to fight. Cholmujan smiled and corrected his sister. He not only knew how to defend himself, he was truly powerful in martial arts. After that, with a sly smirk, the guy casually recalled the words of his sister, which she had been repeating to him since childhood. After that, he told the hero that Yansol Lin wanted to marry a man who would be stronger than Cholmujan himself. In the end, such a person was already found, so the brother hinted that all that was left was to set the date of the wedding celebration. Obviously, out of deep shame and embarrassment, the lady immediately shot out of the house like a bullet. Cholmujan continued to laugh, not understanding why his little sister left so quickly. Even the embarrassed Sun Hyun finally asked the guy to stop with such jokes. It turned out the girl hid behind the nearest pillar and awkwardly covered her face with her palms, trying to endure all this shame alone. Only by morning did our two friends decide to go to bed after each of them had drained several pitchers of wine. However, unexpectedly, the musketeer's son ran in to wake them up with an urgent report. A guy with a very serious hangover from yesterday's alcohol asked the musketeer to be a little quieter and explain what important thing had happened. As soon as he started talking about what happened last night, everyone sobered up instantly. In the end, barely holding back tears, the musketeer made it clear that His Majesty was poisoned by ill-wishers last night. At such shocking news, the young warriors froze completely. Their bodies trembled with horror, and they longed to know how this could have happened. The whole matter was again because of the damned Kuyansu. They did not expect him to act so swiftly and decisively, but Sun Hyun felt with every fiber of his soul that something was wrong here. A restless feeling of suspicion had settled in his heart. Around this time, Kuyansu planned to gather absolutely all his close and trusted associates to discuss the final details of the conspiracy. The traitor finally realized that he was ready to bring his treacherous plan, which he had been preparing for many years, to reality. But no one knew that in the morning, after the news, the man was seriously indignant in his office. He did not understand who dared to poison the head of the school at all for just a little longer, and they would have finally completed their great work. Therefore, the angry conspirator ordered an immediate report on who was responsible for the incident. The assistant hurried to inform the leader that it was definitely not done by their side. On the contrary, they thought it might have been a trick by the priest himself. After these words, the man calmed down, ready to listen to his subordinate until the end. He made it clear that all this time none of them had used against the leader the powder of 10 dizzying scents, as well as the poison in powder, which had neither color nor smell. Perhaps the leader understood this and hid somewhere in a safe place, and the statement that he was poisoned was simply a clever excuse for his disappearance. And indeed, there was some sense in the subordinate's words. proof of the truthfulness of his guesses was that no one knew the true whereabouts of the leader. It is only known that he left together with Kwanman Usa and Kwanman Chwasa. There is a possibility that the leader had long planned to escape, or perhaps he has already neutralized the poisons they planted. To the subordinates' surprise, Kuyansu believed that the words about the boss having found out everything sounded illogical. If he had known about their actions, he would not have sat idly by all this time. Perhaps he fled after realizing that his body contained a large dose of a colorless and odorless powdered poison. The patriarch left his supporters at the school for protection. And indeed, the subordinates did not even think about it. In any case, the leader will need quite a lot of time to neutralize all the poison in the body. Therefore, the assistant believed that they should seize the opportunity to attack the main school building, and only after the head, who had recovered from the poison, returned, could they engage in a decisive battle with him. It was also known that Cholmujan had not taken any action yet, which worried the traitor. After all, there was a possibility that the patriarch had given him some secret instructions, and he could not be taken eyes off for a second. After that, Kuyansu asked his other subordinates if they had any opinions on the matter. They were not smart enough, so they simply preferred to remain silent while waiting for orders. In addition to what has already been said, the leader added that it would be best to infiltrate the school as quickly as possible. Therefore, early tomorrow morning they must begin an organized attack on the Sacred Academy. However, the assistant still did not understand why wait until tomorrow morning, since things were like that. They could do it right today without wasting precious time. But Kuyansu was worried that they still did not know what the head of the school was really hiding. Perhaps he would decide to use Captain Cholmujin, who would create a deadly trap for them. Hurrying is not always good, so for now, at least until tomorrow, it is necessary to monitor whether the enemy's situation is changing. Only then should you start to act. After that, the man called his commander of the demonic and devilish squad. He made it clear that tomorrow at dawn, as soon as the first roosters crow, he must begin the attack on Cholmujin and his henchmen. The warriors bowed, having listened to the Lord's order. Then the man turned to Kotanju, who, together with Itanjo the bloody demon, was to suddenly attack the squad of heavenly spirits to destroy the forces commanded by Cholmujan. The captain of the demonic squad calmly listened to all the orders given by his master. The captain of the demonic squad still could not forget the words of Kuyansu, which he overheard on that fateful day, standing behind the chamber doors. He knew perfectly well. The man planned to send a demonic squad to the front lines to destroy them as unnecessary ballast. The warrior could not allow the traitor to do such a thing to his brothers in arms. Around this time, Yan Sol-lin, also having heard the terrible news, ran to her older brother in tears. She almost lost consciousness after learning what happened to her dear father. The girl hoped that at least Cholmujan would calm her down by telling her where her parent was now. However, the commander himself knew nothing either. He had literally just heard this shocking news from the messenger. The beauty was sobbing bitter tears. Just yesterday, her brother asked her not to worry about anything, as nothing was known about the conspiracy. The young man himself did not expect Kuyan to act so swiftly and decisively. The lady did not want to listen to such excuses. She believed that a person with a position like his should not act that way. Of course, the musketeer son tried to explain that the captain was absolutely not to blame for what happened. Because the commander had just recently returned to the school walls, he did not have time to understand the current situation. They have already sent people to search for the leader, so they should soon receive the long-awaited news from them. At that moment, Sun Hyun asked the sister of the named brother to sit at the table. She looked like she would faint first thing. The young man seated his sister in the armchair, who still did not understand how her father could have been poisoned at all. And Cholmujin could not understand this either. How could this happen to their Sifu? He had such strong health that he was not afraid of even 1,000 different poisons. The musketeer expressed his assumption that perhaps the gentleman was poisoned with some new poison without color or smell. He also heard that His Majesty, along with his loyal shadows, disappeared in an unknown direction. Surely the leader planned to heal in order to return and punish the traitors. Even the young man was glad about this, for it meant that the patriarch was alive. It would be good if the master had left him at least some secret instructions before his departure. Sun Hyun, looking seriously at his brother, did not understand why he was so downhearted. Everyone at school was watching him. For starters, he should at least think about his sister and pull himself together. The young man understood the full gravity of the situation, but the hero's words were like a slap that brought him to his senses. Even Musketeer Sun believed that Sun Hyun was saying sensible things. Everyone was in turmoil now. At such a time, a brave leader should be by their side. The young man immediately apologized to all his comrades for losing his mind for a second. After that, he demanded a report on whether they had sent spies to track Kuyansu's movements. There was information that the bloody demon, as well as other minions of the traitor, were currently in their residence. Musketeer Sun will immediately report to the master if the enemy starts to show any signs. The commander himself did not believe that Kuyansu would immediately go on the offensive. He was good at devising tricks. He preferred to use his head rather than his fists. It is highly likely that the villain will shift the poisoning incident onto a third party and, under the pretext of controlling the situation, will become His Majesty's deputy, because this method will allow him to seize all power in the academy without shedding blood. Sun Hyun, hearing this, understood. They needed to think about the reverse situation as well. The traitor's accomplices also looked suspicious. No one knows. Maybe they are planning to seize the school by force, and then wait for the leader's return to deal with him. In the end, they understood that above all they should monitor the movements of the people of Kuyansu and the defenders maintaining neutrality. Cholmujan asked his sister to stay in the chambers, as she still had not recovered from the shock. By this moment, having gathered determination, the girl wiped away her tears, understanding that she needed to be strong in such a critical situation. Sun Hyun respectfully asked the lady to first entrust this matter to his brother, as it could actually be disadvantageous for them to move in a large group. Obviously, it was very difficult for the young lady to accept such an answer. Apologizing, Cholmujan asked the beauty to trust him once again. After all, they will stop the traitors at all costs and save their Sifu. The lady decided to give her brother one last chance, if he can truly swear that he will do what he promises. The young man made a solemn promise that even if he had to part with life, he would complete this task, as befits a true commander. After that, Cholmujan turned to Sun Hyun with a request to take care of his sister. He asked him not to worry about anything. The girl would be under his reliable protection. After that, the musketeer Sun, together with Cholmujan, went away to attend to their urgent matters. The hero, having waited for their departure, immediately looked at the young lady standing next to him. But she trembled with horror and fear. She even began biting her nails from nervous shock. It became obvious. The girl is really very upset. If she experiences even the slightest shock, she will definitely collapse from nervous exhaustion. Therefore, the learned man preferred to put her to sleep. Of course, he used sleep magic. In such a state, a person definitely would not be able to fall asleep on their own. In the end, the girl instantly fell asleep standing up, causing her to start falling to the ground. And the guy easily picked her up in his arms, then carried the beauty to bed. Finally, he adjusted her hair that had fallen over her eyes to see her serene face. At that moment, the young man completely lost himself and even reached out to the girl to kiss her. Fortunately, he stopped in time, realizing what he was doing. The hero realized that now, with the girl asleep, he could calmly go in search of the head of the school. For this reason, he cast the invisibility spell on himself and left the chambers. Already being invisible, he flew into the sky, beginning to hover above the ground like a bodiless spirit. First, he needed to use the mana detection technique. Perhaps the amount of magical energy that cannot be hidden would help determine that it belongs specifically to the head of the academy. After that, he rushed further, closer to the rocky terrain. There he felt something strange, the mana of 3 people. But there was absolutely nothing visible to the eye in the area. The guy thought that there might be methods in Murim similar to magic to hide something from prying eyes. Therefore, he used the skill of clairvoyance. With this ability, he tried to see what was hidden from the human eye. Just then he saw the leader meditating in a hidden cave. Obviously, it was not easy to approach him. Moreover, the patriarch was under the protection of 2 guards. It was clear that both of these warriors were very strong opponents, through whom it was not easy to break. It was good that he at least managed to find Sifu, and the man was alive. Therefore, the scientist decided to return home with this joyful news. As soon as the young man flew away, the leader signaled to the defenders that they could ease the tension. The guards had no idea what had just happened. They could confidently say that they felt someone's energy. They saw no one, but this power was real. There was not a single person in Murim who could hover in the air as an invisible. The leader also saw nothing, but only felt the familiar energy. Judging by her, he was a scientist whom Captain Cholmujan brought as an older brother. The defenders could not believe that it was about that newcomer. At first glance, no one could understand that he possessed such mystical abilities. It felt like he had already reached the level of Hwagyun, and the elder understood. If the young man had been a warrior, they would have been able to recognize his true level of skill. However, he was not a warrior, and the elder saw such supernatural talents for the first time in his life. If this was truly that very learned man, he should immediately return home. Surely the valiant Cholmujan and his loyal comrades are now tormented with anxiety about the fate of their comrade. But the noble elder could do nothing. The guilt before these 2 loyal warriors weighed heavily on his soul. Yet the young Cholmujan had to face all the trials alone if he truly wished to become the worthy successor of the great master. After these reflections, the venerable mentor decided to restore his strength a little and bring the flow of his inner energy into order. When the valiant musketeer's son and brother Cholmujin returned, the noble son Hyun was already beside the lady. The young man was eager to learn how their thorough investigation was progressing, and so far everything was going surprisingly smoothly. And the brave musketeer revealed that after the defenders, who had remained neutral, heard the sorrowful news about the poisoning of the leader, they agreed to assist the captain. However, the young warrior was most interested in whether anything could be heard about the treacherous plans of the traitor. And as the wise musketeer assumed, the villains would not shed blood in vain. He heard that under the leadership of the traitor, his followers guarded all martial arts schools and tried to prevent chaos. At least outwardly, peace prevailed in each school at the moment. However, Cholmujin could not even believe the audacity of that snake, who was feigning deep sorrow over the fate of their mentor with the last of their strength. The wise musketeer reminded the young man that he could not let his emotions take over every time, and the young warrior understood this himself, so he tried to control his anger. However, suddenly the door to the chambers flew wide open, and everyone immediately turned their gaze to the doorway. At that moment, a lightning-fast arrow shot from there, rushing towards them. But the archer was incredibly skilled. He aimed precisely at the wooden post, without touching a single soul. Immediately they saw that the arrow, flying into their shelter, carried a message. The valiant captain immediately looked around, but did not see anyone who could shoot from such an incredible distance. Therefore, they decided not to guess in vain, but simply to read what was written in the secret letter. The message was addressed to Captain Cholmujin. At present, he should not take any action, but with the first roosters, he was warned of an impending attack on the school aimed at seizing power. The battle will begin at dawn when the first enemies deliver a treacherous strike. Of course, the mysterious informant understood that the young man was unlikely to trust him after the betrayal he had committed before, but there was very little time left to prevent the catastrophe. Therefore, he prayed that the young warrior would believe his words. Obviously, if what was written was true, then they were all in mortal danger. The brave musketeer began to be tormented by anxiety, for he did not even suspect that Ku Yansu could be so ruthless. The wise son Hien understood that since the letter was addressed to the bodyguards, it was the very person whom Ku Yansu had sent to kill them. In that case, it seemed that this could be a cunning trap, and this message should not be trusted. The prudent musketeer son understood. Mr. Son Hyun was absolutely right. However, there was a considerable likelihood that the report was true, as Ku Yansu was known for not tolerating mistakes from his people. But he had already forgiven the bodyguard Jin twice after he suffered a crushing defeat. Perhaps this man learned that the traitor intended to sacrifice their entire squad. And the young man was glad that they had received at least some information, but still could not understand why the events seemed so false to him. The wise warrior tried to calm his comrade, explaining that the feeling of unease arose only because the young fighter did not know how everything was arranged here. Therefore, he tried to explain. Even if the letter was somehow forged or suspicious, they simply had no choice left. And indeed, if what was said there was true, then what was described in the message should have happened within just a few hours. This meant they needed to act immediately in order to prevent a disaster. At that very moment, his loyal spy approached the treacherous Ku Yansu and reported everything that was happening. Immediately, all the gathered subordinates appeared before the villain. The traitor summoned them all here again, for he had something to tell regarding the uprising. Everyone was amazed. After all, they had already finished this conversation and were preparing for battle early in the morning. But the treacherous man made it clear that their plans had changed somewhat. The one who was not present at the council today has already disclosed their plan to Captain Cholmujin. Everyone immediately began to look around fearfully, not believing the words they heard. However, the cunning priest asked not to worry about anything, as everything was going exactly as he had planned. After that, he made his assistant understand. This impudent fellow eavesdropped on what they had talked about not long ago. Of course, the villain was thinking about getting rid of that scoundrel right now, but then realized it would be much more amusing if he left the traitor alone. And this guy acted exactly as he expected. Of course, everyone immediately began to praise their leader for the brilliantly thought-out plan. At that moment, the treacherous traitor ordered the captain to repeat the attack as planned. He immediately reported. They were supposed to strike together with the bodyguard Zhang. However, now, according to the revised plan, as soon as they arrive at the school, they must destroy all members of the demonic squad without exception. Of course, the captain doubted, believing that his strength would be completely insufficient for this. However, the cunning traitor reminded about the 100 commanders. Of course, everyone had heard about the squad of 100 strongmen, but many considered it to be just empty rumors. Most knew nothing except vague rumors about their possible existence. Moreover, no one had seen them in person. Therefore, the traitor hastened to explain. The company commanders truly exist, and they represented a deadly weapon capable of defeating even the head of the school. It is they who will lead the villains to victory. In the end, everyone waited with bated breath for the sinister plan to begin coming to life. And very soon the captain went into battle, commanding that very 100 warriors. Behind him, the captain was also rushing along with his demonic squad. At that moment, everyone stopped, approaching the mighty walls of the Brotherhood School. Immediately, the valiant knights of the school were already clad in battle attire, ready to engage in combat, secretly observing everything happening on the battlefield. The wise captain understood. Today will be the last day for the traitors. They hardly knew that they would be warned about the attack and that the defenders would be waiting for them. Therefore, having waited until the enemy came closer, the man ordered to immediately engage in battle. In the end, the gates flew wide open, arrows whistled through the air, and the valiant warriors immediately rushed into battle with swords and spears at the ready. However, unexpectedly, the captain of the demonic squad noticed that at this moment 100 mighty fighters were rushing straight towards him. He was not mistaken. They really turned around and attacked his men, clearly surpassing them in strength and skill. Obviously, the captain had no idea what had happened at all, and what kind of disaster had befallen them. But at that moment, the leader of the 100 soldiers had already pounced on the traitor, making it clear that the treacherous leader already knew that he would decide to turn away from them. Only in the last second did the man manage to defend himself from the crushing attack with his blade. At that moment, he looked around and noticed that part of these 100 warriors had swooped on their rear, literally soaring through the air, after which they also attacked the members of the squad led by the commander. However, the defenders tried not to panic, as the number of enemies only slightly exceeded theirs, but the strength of the opponents was simply indescribable. One person could take the lives of 3 or 5 warriors in an instant. Obviously, no one expected that they possessed such monstrous power. At that moment, the leader of the 100 wished to punish the traitor for daring to turn away from the leader. It should have been understood immediately. After such treachery, he would not survive. However, while fending off devastating blows, the treacherous traitor made it clear that he was not doing this out of personal animosity. He was simply willing to do anything to protect his squad, but his pitiful excuses did not interest the opponent at all. He was ready to strike down the traitor without any ceremony. Unfortunately, so that no one else would hear the shameful name Traitors of the Demonic Squad. At that time, the valiant Cholmujan stood with his loyal followers in the chambers of his house. The young warrior suspected that by this moment the decisive battle should have already begun. The brave musketeer reported that a few minutes ago he received a message. The bloody slaughter has begun. Although the fighters managed to cope with the enemy, they could not sit idly and wait for the outcome. Everyone wanted to hurry to help and finish this matter quickly by starting a total attack on the treacherous Kuyansu. Looking at the determination of his valiant warriors, the noble Cholmujan was very grateful for their loyalty. After that, all the brave fighters immediately rushed to help the other comrades. However, the young captain froze in place in an instant, almost collapsing from shock. They were already being awaited on the street by the sinister Kuyansu, not understanding where this gang was rushing to. Everyone was amazed by the enemy's audacity, who pretended not to understand what was going on, and the treacherous man only laughed, claiming that their youth have too quick a temper. Cholmujan was deeply offended by such behavior of the traitor. He promised that very soon the smile would fade from his vile face. However, the cunning Kuyansu saw no reason why he could not laugh any longer. At that moment, one of the fighters wanted to warn that the enemy's treacherous plan had already been uncovered, but immediately he saw the beaten and severely wounded members of the squad. Falling to his knees, the warrior reported that the enemies already knew about their plan, so they could not fight properly and came to beg for reinforcements. In confusion, the young hero did not even know how to gather his thoughts. He could not understand when they were figured out and what to do now. The sinister Kuyansu decided to explain to the young man what he had already expected. His bodyguard, who once betrayed the master himself, would betray him too. It was quite easy to predict. At that moment, behind the treacherous man appeared his 100 commanders, the strongest fighters. The villain warned the young man that it was time to take the head of Cholmujan, the last one who could oppose him. At that moment, everyone froze in anticipation of what would happen next. And obviously, reverently spreading his arms, the treacherous Kuyansu ordered his fighters to kill everyone present here. In an instant, they all rushed forward, attacking their opponents. The warriors who survived and could stand immediately rushed to their leader to protect him. In the end, a fierce battle broke out. However, very soon the ordinary fighters on the side of justice began to fall dead. The young man, watching what was happening on the battlefield, understood. If he resisted any more, then only new deaths would fall on his shoulders. He had already lost. Therefore, he loudly addressed the ominous Kuyans. The young warrior clearly understood that the man's target was his head, so he suggested they fight one-on-one. Of course, all his comrades were excited by such a silly proposal. At the same time, the treacherous Kuyansu made it clear that a one-on-one battle was not advantageous for him. But the valiant Cholmujan begged him to agree. After all, his people were not to blame for his actions. They were all like family to him. However, this only further provoked the sinister Kuyansu, who was eager to see them all go down into a mass grave. The noble Cholmogen really had to beg for the villain to fulfill his request. In the end, after the captain began to plead, the cunning Kuyansu still decided to agree to his deal. It sounded like this: if his army surrenders, then the villain will spare their lives. If not, he will cut off the young man's head. However, the comrades immediately protested, making it clear that they would fight with their captain to the very end. They are not cowards ready to surrender, so they rushed into battle, although they understood that it would end in death for them. And the valiant Cholmogen joined them, respecting the comrades' decision to go all the way to the end. At that moment, one of the 100 fighters rushed at the captain, who became his prey. After that, he began to circle around the young man, attacking him from all sides. Very soon, when they realized the strength of the enemy, 3 more guys joined the fight. However, they wielded not only blades, but also throwing weapons. At some point, one of them, in the form of a butterfly, wounded his arm and leg. At first, the young man ignored these minor scratches and rushed into battle again. But in the next moment, his body froze and his head spun heavily. Then his body staggered. He realized that these guys had used poison. At this time, in the young man's house, the noble Sun Hien was staying with Madame Yan Sol Lin. He decided to ask the girl if she really didn't mind being alone for a while. The whole point is that the brother begged him to take care of the beauty, but the young man was worried about him. And the beautiful maiden understood everything, therefore she asked that Sun Hyun help him. The young warrior was very grateful to the lady, and asked her to wait here and not to go out under any circumstances. However, unexpectedly, right at the very exit, the guy heard the girl saying something unintelligible. Therefore, he turned around to ask the lady to repeat her words. The embarrassed beauty looked away, asking the gentleman scholar to be careful in this fight, and the young man smiled reservedly, promising to return very soon with good news. However, as soon as the guy entered the corridor, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He started running, feeling the weak energy he sensed from his brother. At that moment, the commander's subordinates rushed to him, trying to bring the guy to his senses. However, he asked them not to worry, he could still fight. After that, he decided to ask how his comrade was feeling. However, he did not notice how cunningly the warrior's gaze flashed at that moment. After that, he aimed his blade and betrayed his captain, wounding him by stabbing him in the stomach. After that, he sharply drew the blade, opening the wound. Watching the captain fall to the ground in pain before he died, the traitor decided to warn him. All this time, he had not been his friend. In fact, his original job was to spy on Captain So. After that, the man looked back at his immediate boss, the treacherous Kuyansu. Having waited for his nod, he raised the blade to cut off the guy's head. But at that moment, the hero Sun Hyun arrived, who pushed him away with his attack. At that moment, all the friends hurried to the captain to help him. Everyone immediately lined up to protect him, while the noble Sun Hyun tried to bring him to his senses. Feeling his comrade's body, he saw that he had a severe abdominal injury. The weapon used on him was poisoned. The guy definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They had to take him away as soon as possible. At that moment, the young man whispered something about the cave, the place he wanted to go. Therefore, he immediately called the musketeer Sun and the others. Sun Hien asked them to help with the retreat. However, the valiant musketeer made it clear that they should not worry about them. He needed to immediately escape with Cholmogen. Of course, Sun Hyun tried to persuade. All that was necessary was to hold hands and make a big circle. However, for the musketeer Captain Sone, who knew nothing about magic, it seemed like nothing more than a joke. Therefore, he reminded them that they were not here to play games. However, the young man only became angry because of these words and immediately commandingly ordered them to come here and take his hands. For some reason, the seriousness of his voice made everyone change their minds. Very soon, all the comrades had linked hands with each other. The noble Sun Hyun asked the valiant Cholmogen to try with all his might to concentrate. He must think about the place they were supposed to reach. At that moment, the treacherous Kuyansu noticed that these guys were acting strangely, so he ordered his soldiers to immediately cut off their heads. At that moment, while they were holding hands, hundreds of soldiers had already swooped down on them. However, the wise Sun Hyun asked them to trust. They would be transported wherever Cholmogen wished, using teleportation. After that, he loudly pronounced the spell, and at the last moment they disappeared, leaving behind only a dazzling flash of light. Not only the fighters, but also the sinister Kuyansu remained standing in bewilderment. Everyone just froze, not knowing what to do now. After that, the treacherous villain approached his warriors, demanding that they reveal where those people had disappeared. Of course, they tried to explain to their lord that, as he could observe, the enemies simply vanished into thin air. But the cunning Kuyansu was angry, blaming these people for allowing the enemies to escape. In the end, he had no choice but to pull himself together in order to surround this area, as well as to watch Yan Sol Lin. She was very important to them, so they could forget that the whole plan had failed because of the girl. Everyone immediately bowed, following the master's order, while he was angry at those bastards who let the rebels escape. But since this happened, he had to rise to the rank of lord before the valiant Cholmujan appeared again. At that very moment, the young man appeared in one of the caves after the distortion of space. Everyone immediately started looking around, not believing what was happening. They demanded an explanation from the guy about how they got here. However, now it was not so important, and the wise hero asked them to help so that they could comfortably lay down the wounded Cholmujan. In the end, they laid him on the nearest stone they found in the cave. Musketeer's son was very worried. They needed to heal the guy immediately. After all, if he was poisoned, they needed to find a way to extract the poison. But the noble son Hien promised to take care of his wounds, and asked the others to watch the cave entrance and not disturb him. In the end, as the young man ordered, they all left, leaving them alone. And then, looking at his already half-dead friend, the wise son Hien began to ponder how to rid his body of the poison. Nothing better than one of the magic spells came to his mind. It was a detoxification spell, after which the warrior's body shone brightly. Everyone watching from the side had no idea what kind of person Sun Hyun was at all. What he was doing seemed impossible to them. I also wanted to know how long they would have to train to become even a little bit like Sun Hyun, and whether this is even possible. They noticed that what he was doing was nothing like the martial arts they knew. Although they did not know exactly what it was, the main thing was that the abilities of this young man could save their brother. And if he is on their side, it means the heavens themselves were very favorable to them. Night soon fell, but by that time all procedures had been completed. The valiant Cholmujan still remained lying down, sweat rolling down his face. However, he still had not regained consciousness. At that moment, the musketeer noticed that Sun Hyun's face was too pale, and the young man admitted that brother Cholmujan's condition was worse than he had expected. Although it may seem strange, he needed to leave now, but he promised to return at sunrise as soon as he finished all his business. But the musketeer could not let Sun Hyun go without trying to ask him where he was headed. Closer to dawn, the valiant Cholmujan finally began to regain consciousness. All those gathered, waiting for his awakening, were very glad that he finally woke up. The young warrior immediately sat down to understand what had happened. However, the master asked him not to overexert himself. The youth still found it difficult to move. He honestly admitted that they did not think Sun Hyun would manage to save him. Usually, when people use the treacherous Kuyan poison, it was always deadly. Moreover, it penetrated the abdominal cavity, but the wise Sun Hyun managed to extract it. Moreover, the noble Cholmujan realized that not even a day had passed since he fell asleep. And of course, the guy could not believe that he woke up so early, thinking that even his injury was not that serious. However, the musketeer calmly made it clear that Sun Hyun once again demonstrated his mysterious abilities with which he healed him. The young warrior could not express his gratitude, realizing that his brother was saving his life once again. However, that was not all the musketeer wanted to tell about the boy. Just at that moment, the noble hero finally returned to the cave and was clearly pleased with the news that Cholmujanu was feeling better. Once again, the young man began to shower thanks for his rescue. However, the wise hero suggested moving on to that part when the warrior felt better. After that, he began to ask, "Is he feeling any pain anywhere? How is his overall condition?" It turned out that when he woke up, he had a very severe stomachache, and the wise Sun Hyun made it clear that his body had expended a tremendous amount of effort to completely get rid of the poison. The stomach pain will pass after some time. At most, he will have to undergo treatment a couple more times. In the end, now that Sun Hyun had arrived here, the musketeer finally decided to begin his story. The valiant Cholmujan hastened to explain to the young man that the conversation concerned himself. Suddenly, the musketeer asked the noble captain to give the order, or at least somehow stop his brother. The fact is that Sun Hyun insisted that he would return to the lair alone at dawn. And obviously, Cholmujan himself already really did not like this news very much. The wise young man tried to explain the truth. He left Yanso Lin there alone. He promised to return soon and was supposed to help the girl. And the musketeer reminded that he was also very concerned about the girl's condition. However, if Sun Hyun goes there blindly, he may lose his life before saving her. Of course, Sun Hyun made it clear that there was no need to worry about him. He can take care of himself. But the musketeer felt that their responsibility also lay in this, for Yan So-lin was the master's daughter, and they could not help but intervene. Even the valiant Cholmujan believed that the gentleman's words were true. He did not doubt his brother's abilities, but it made no sense that his brother, who knew nothing about their enemies, would go alone to save his sister. Of course, the noble Sun Hyun made it clear that he had enough strength. Moreover, it was he who promised to protect her. However, the wise Cholmujan insisted, if Sun Hyun goes there, he will follow him. Of course, the sensible hero noticed that he had been wounded just a couple of hours ago. It is very difficult for him to move now. However, the young warrior still overcame the pain within himself in order to rise. And in the end, The worried hero had no choice but to promise Cholmujin that he would not go anywhere without him, and to ask him to lie down. In the end, the man calmed down a bit. However, he reminded the hero of his promise. He must not go anywhere. And yet he himself admitted that he really wanted to save his people as soon as possible. He was also very worried about Yan Sol Lin, but they had to stick together and not make rash decisions. And he hoped that Sun Hyun understood this. And yet Sun Hyun's desire to go save the girl was much stronger than rational thoughts, and his musketeer understood him. After all, the hero's desire to save them soon was exactly the same as theirs. But they must wait until Captain So recovers, and then gather their strength. Moreover, considering that they had Yan Sol Lin, they could even become the legitimate leaders of the school. That's why they need to save the girl as soon as possible. And the wise Sun Hyun understood. Since the situation was already so serious, they needed to find a way to do two things at once. In the end, everyone immediately exchanged glances, trying to understand what the hero meant. Soon the entire cave was illuminated by a bright light. This is the noble Sun Hyun, who after gathering some strength, leaned over the guy to help him heal. In the end, though with pain, the first relief was passed. Then the second checkpoint came. And only after him did the valiant Cholmujin admit that his body feels incredibly comfortable. The wise Sun Hyun already clearly saw his brother's strong and healthy body. Therefore, the treatment went excellently, but the young warrior still needed a little rest. When he wakes up after a good sleep, only pain will remain, as if after an exhausting workout. After which the noble young man withdrew to allow Cholmujin to rest. But at the last moment, the valiant warrior stopped the young man, promising that everything would be fine with his sister. He should not worry too much. The guy only smiled restrainedly, thanking Cholmujin for these words of support. After that, he withdrew to another part of the cave to regain some of his strength. And as usual, very soon the energy around him shone, being absorbed by his body. By the time he finished his meditation, everyone in the cave was already sound asleep. The young man clearly understood that a lot of time had already passed. There was no time to delay. He wanted to go there before everyone woke up so that no one would stop him anymore. However, the young man had not taken a step out of the cave when he heard the voice of Cholmujin, reminding him of the boy's promise. He, of course, tried to pretend that he had not planned anything at all. However, everyone already suspected that the brother would not back down and would try to leave anyway, so they pretended to be asleep to stop him, believing that going there alone was too reckless. However, the wise Sun Hyun, sternly looking at the musketeer's son, decided to find out. When will the time come to stop being reckless? In any case, in total war, there will never come a moment when they can afford not to be reckless. Whether it is numerical advantage or superiority in strength, to deal with their enemies, they have no choice but to be reckless. Yesterday, the valiant Cholmujin suffered a serious injury, after which they fled. Obviously, the enemies cannot guess that they will return the next day. No one expects it. Perhaps they improve their own security, but today they will be the least strong and vigilant. And basically, everyone understood what the young man was implying. The noble Sun Hyun himself asked not to worry about him. Instead, he asked them to rest a little. He will take his sister during this time and come back immediately. But the warriors still insisted that if they go, it will only be together. Of course, the young man understood. It was real foolishness. In the state Cholmujin was in, he should not have left the cave, let alone return to the enemy's lair. However, the guy felt healthy enough to take on several fighters. Moreover, no matter how weak the warrior was, they still had a numerical advantage. Therefore, Sun Hyun needed someone to cover him while he searched for his sister. And the musketeer's son was completely on the captain's side in this matter, insisting that they go together. Of course, the wise Sun Hyun warned that he does not know what will happen even if he goes alone. And if they all go together, they may face even greater danger. However, the valiant warriors warned, even if their numbers increase and the risks grow, they have left a couple of their henchmen in the lair. They were all high-level warriors, so the cunning Kuyansu will try to lure them to his side. But before seizing power, it is unlikely that he will start killing them. Right now, they should be sitting in prison. And if they can safely infiltrate the prison and free them, it will greatly help their plan. The idea really sounded excellent after all. These people were not their enemies. For this reason, the noble Cholmujin asked Sun Hyun to trust them. After all, it was a one-way road, so it was better not to hesitate and move forward. The young man simply had no strength left to argue with his friends, so he decided to trust them, and again asked them all to hold hands so that they would return to the lair from which they came yesterday. After that, the young man asked Cholmujin to think about the place they were supposed to reach. After all, they could literally move anywhere using the power of mana. After these words, the young man cast a teleportation spell. However, very soon, finding themselves within the school walls, they ended up way too close to each other. Scattering around the district, they tried to understand where they were and why it was so crowded here at all. Only later did they realize that they were in a prison cell. Initially, the wise Sun Hyun asked Cholmujan to think about the place where they should be. However, for some reason, they ended up behind bars. At that moment, realizing what was what, the knights immediately bowed, greeting their captain. Of course, they were quite surprised that the man was here, so many of them began to jostle to see everything with their own eyes. The valiant Cholmujan quickly asked them to calm down a bit and made it clear that he had come here to save them all. However, they saw no point in him coming here, since now he was in the dungeon just like all of them. Obviously, Cholmujan became worried, as the situation was indeed quite awkward. However, the wise Sun Hyun hastened to calm him down, after which he teleported behind the bars. He asked the prisoners not to worry, for he would soon open this door. But first he wanted to encourage them. After all, now together they would definitely be able to defeat the rebels of the treacherous Kuyansu. He believed that all these people were loyal to the master, which is why they ended up behind bars. But if any of them were afraid of death, they could have stayed in prison. However, he asked at least for the sake of his captain not to reveal to the enemies that he was here. But all the warriors considered themselves men of honor, not trash who would run away. Such words even insulted their honor. And the valiant Cholmujan was very grateful to the brothers and sisters, in whose honor he had no doubt. It was an extraordinary situation, so they all wanted to swear an oath of loyalty. The noble young man apologized to the fighters for offending them. He understood that at present they were all in a desperate situation. To begin with, it will help them a little even that, although their bodies feel discomfort, they must accept the power that he will send into their bodies. Everyone immediately exchanged puzzled glances, looking at their captain. When he waved his hand, they understood. Sun Hyun would not harm them. The young man himself made it clear that what he was creating he did with the help of his mana. It was a spell that increased agility and strength, as well as stone skin. In the end, the spell completely absorbed into the fighters' bodies, and they even glowed a little. The young man warned that now their skin had become tough. It would not be so easy to touch or pierce, and they would also become much faster and stronger. And indeed, when the warriors checked their bodies, they felt changes in them. However, the wise Sun Hyun warned that the effect of his magic does not last long, which means today's mission must be completed very quickly. If the warriors go outside, they will find a cover of thick fog that will hide them from the enemy's eyes and facilitate their actions. This will also not last long, so they need to do everything very quickly. Otherwise, they will find themselves at a disadvantage both in numbers and in strength. After that, the hero broke the chains, and everyone immediately ran away. At that moment, only Sun Hyun, Cholmujan, and Musketeer Sun remained in the dungeon. The noble Sun Hyun's task was to go and find the beautiful young So Lin as soon as possible, while the valiant Cholmujan decided to go straight to the treacherous Kuyansu. Of course, General Sun was very excited to hear such news. However, the guy made it clear that their ultimate goal was to kill the treacherous Kuyansu, so it was better to attack him immediately. He also asked that the Musketeer Sun not worry about anything. He was capable of defeating him, and the noble young man promised to help as soon as he freed the beautiful maiden from captivity. After that, the hero encouraged everyone, suggesting they all have a good drink once this fight finally ends. Somewhere at this moment, as agreed, fog rose in the sky. Because of this, many did not see how the warriors were sneaking right under their noses. And the noble hero sneaked to the dwelling where the beautiful Yan So Lin was supposed to be. However, she was obviously guarded by warriors. But suddenly the guards heard footsteps, so they immediately drew their blades to strike the enemy. However, the young man instantly turned these opponents to stone using a petrification spell. They just froze. The only thing that kept moving was their eyes. After that, turning to the Musketeer Sun, the hero asked the man to hurry in order to help the girl. After that, they cautiously entered the chamber and saw the lady sitting there. She was unconscious and laid her head on the bed. Finally, the beauty regained consciousness and was very surprised to see the Musketeer's son, who had come for her. The guy himself apologized. After all, he promised the girl that he would return soon, but they had to stay a little longer. And the beautiful maiden was literally trembling, being in shock, not believing that Sun Hyun had really come for her. After that, she threw herself into his arms, thanking him for everything. Although she had been sitting here all day, she believed that Sun Hyun would come and save her. The hero himself felt very sorry that he had to leave her for so long. He understood how scared she was. At that moment, such a sweet moment was awkwardly interrupted by the coughing Musketeer's son, making it clear that they were behaving a little indecently. After that, he delicately asked the young man to get ready to leave. Now was not the most suitable time for such tenderness. At that moment, the beauty decided to find out how these two managed to get here, considering that the guard standing behind the door was quite formidable. However, the musketeer explained with a smile that thanks to Sun Hyun, they passed without any difficulties. The girl could not believe that one hero managed to neutralize those two soldiers. and even those who were standing in the yard. However, the guy promised that he would talk about it later. Right now, they needed to leave. And of course, everyone understood. They needed to get out of here as soon as possible. But before that, the hero decided to send the opponents into the cycle of nature using disintegration. In the end, the stone statues into which these men had turned were literally reduced to dust. The beauty opened her mouth in amazement, not understanding how the hero managed to do such a thing. And General Sun calmly explained that for Sun Hyun it was a piece of cake. He also knew how to move through space. And obviously, the lady was already very interested in what exactly Musketeer Sun meant by this very movement. At that moment, the treacherous Kuyansu was scolding one of his soldiers. He did not understand how his warrior could claim that the guard was not a traitor if he disappeared along with Lady Yan Sol Lin. In the end, his soldier greatly disappointed him. The villain ordered the man not to lose vigilance until he received his next command. For now, he leaves him alive for some time. Of course, the man tried to justify himself and did not understand why the Lord had changed so much because of this situation. However, he made it clear that this situation was not ordinary, but extraordinary. He did not understand how his fighters could suffer defeat from those who do not even possess sufficient strength. After that, he roughly ordered the fighter to return to his place immediately. Otherwise, he would offer him to take the place of his bodyguard who had already said goodbye to life. However, at that moment, another one of that 100 soldiers ran up, reporting to the Lord that trouble had occurred. Right at this moment, the valiant Cholmujin is fighting with a group of warriors against a squad of 100 fighters. Obviously, no one expected such a turn, especially the cunning Kuyansu. He did not understand who could possibly follow Cholmujan, considering that all those who believed him were already imprisoned. However, the subordinate reported that the prisoners somehow managed to escape from it. The panicked villain immediately ordered to gather all the fighters and intercept them, not to let anyone pass. Right now, he will go to the main hall. In fact, the treacherous Kuyansu was struck by the fact that Cholmujan made such an unexpected move, and finally realized that the disappearance of Yansol Lin was also his doing. However, when today's warriors began the attack, they suddenly noticed that their strikes simply bounced off the enemies, as if these guys had leveled up several times in swordsmanship. However, the opponents only laughed, making it clear that they had become invulnerable due to the younger brother's spell. Of course, the warriors of the 100 thought that these people were talking nonsense, and once again tried to cut them down with their swords. And suddenly the young man really felt pain. The spell on his body weakened, causing a large wound to appear on him. At that moment, the valiant Cholmujin was closely watching the fight. It was becoming more dangerous with every moment. Therefore, he warned his guys that the shield that protected them was gone, and now they must be more careful. However, at that moment, the young man saw that reinforcements with an incredible number of warriors were running towards these fighters. However, they passively ran past Cholmujan, joining a larger battle. At that moment, it became really difficult for the warriors. However, unexpectedly, while he was thinking about how he could help, the treacherous Kuyansu also noticed him. Of course, the old man was quite surprised that the young man first ran away, and now decided to return again. However, the guy made it clear that he did not come just like that, but for the man's head. The warrior himself was not against giving up this head, but before that, Cholmujan absolutely had to defeat all his subjects. After that, he instantly ordered them to start acting, and this time to definitely bring him Cholmujin's head on a platter. Loyal friends of Cholmujan immediately rushed to him to protect the captain. In the end, they began to fend off all these attacks. But the valiant Cholmujan realized that he could not allow this fight to drag on. If he cannot find a solution now, many of them will die again, and they will be destroyed. However, unexpectedly, the guy heard a painfully familiar voice. It was Sun Hyun who, joining them from the sky, enveloped the enemies with streams of fiery rain. In the end, every single warrior hit by this attack was pierced through and bleeding profusely fell to the ground. The young man, looking at this, smiled quite happily, after which he found a place where he could land. The valiant Cholmujan could not stop rejoicing that his brother had finally come to help him, while the treacherous Kuyansu and his assistant stood frozen in amazement, not understanding what kind of monster had created such a thing. Only later did they realize that it was the very scientist who uses strange spells, with which he defeated such a number of soldiers. The young man decided to make sure he was not late, and thank heavens he arrived on time. After that, he looked around, realizing that now they could confidently deal with the traitors. The valiant Cholmujan joyfully ordered everyone to gather their strength. They have a chance to destroy the rebels, and that is what they will do. The treacherous Kuyansu, having lost a huge part of his fighters, panicked and sent the remaining guys to stop the attack. They were confident they would definitely be able to protect the master, as in strength and number they far exceeded the enemies. At that moment, the panicked villain began to look around, not understanding where the bloody warriors had gone and why they still hadn't appeared. But suddenly he saw many fighters rushing towards them through the sky. The man could not help but rejoice that the reinforcements had finally arrived. Now Cholmujun would surely die in agony. Only then did the man notice something strange. When these guys joined the fight, they definitely were not bloodthirsty warriors, because they attacked their own. Even the valiant Cholmujun did not know who these strong men were, who dealt with enemies so quickly. At that moment, the young man heard familiar voices behind his back. These were the bodyguards of the current priest who came to their aid. After that, the two explained that everything was excellent with the master. He was currently watching the fight nearby. Cholmujun could not believe his luck that everything was fine with the man after all. The bodyguards of the leader themselves made it clear that their master had to perform sacred breathing techniques for some time in order to completely expel the destructive poison from his being. Now the trials are behind. Their valiant warriors will surely be able to deal with the horde of rebellious dogs. But obviously Cholmujun was tormented by burning curiosity. Who were these mysterious defenders who stood up for them in the heat of battle? It turned out they were the guards of Mogyo, a secret organization subordinate only to the supreme ruler. Such a secretive brotherhood that even the deputy commander was unaware of their existence. Only now did the villain realize the terrible truth. These two bodyguards, together with the leader, had organized a secret society in Mogyo. This meant only one thing. All his long-standing plans would crumble to dust. But still, the scoundrel could not allow such an outcome. At least Cholmujun he had to take with him to the grave. At that moment, the assistant noticed that their leader intended to go out onto the battlefield, which filled his soul with anxiety. Soon the old villain rushed into battle against Cholmujun to finish him off once and for all. After all, it was the young warrior who longed for a one-on-one duel, and Cholmujun himself was burning with the desire to personally stab the traitor. The brother cried out fearfully, begging him not to rush to certain death. However, at that very moment, an enemy attacked him. The assistant, spinning in a deadly dance of the blade, made it clear. While his master aimed at Cholmujun's head, he must bring Sun Hyun's head and present it on a platter. Although the man's attack was precise and should have struck the youth's head, he was already looming behind his back. Of course, the scoundrel had no idea how the boy managed such a feat. At that moment, the young man was outraged by the opponent's words. He claimed to be his sworn enemy, but the boy could not remember what scores the two of them needed to settle. At that moment, the head's bodyguards immediately rushed forward to protect the young scientist. However, the youth decisively turned to them, asking not to interfere and to allow him to deal with the enemy on his own. Of course, the loyal guards tried to explain to the young man that this was unreasonable and extremely dangerous. However, the hero was hardly troubled by such warnings. Never before had he experienced such exhilaration from a fight with a martial arts master. Even being a wizard, he enjoyed hand-to-hand combat with a skilled warrior. Then the assistant took offense, believing that the hero was simply mocking him, and swore to tear the impudent man to tiny shreds. But as soon as the enemy attacked, the young man immediately used his technique, Cloud Step, moving diagonally. After this, he instantly used the flash spell, appearing behind the enemy. The enemy raised the blade above the youth's neck, believing that he was only capable of dodging and nothing more. At that moment, the enemy struck the hero's body. However, he used a teleportation spell at the last second. Thus, he managed to step back a few steps, although the wound on him still remained. Of course, Sun Hyun was amazed that the opponent immediately saw and recognized the combination of mana and teleportation. This meant that the scoundrel truly had amazing speed and combat instinct. At that moment, looking at the young man, the enemy realized he was extremely lucky not to die from that attack. However, luck would not favor the boy for long. The young warrior already clearly understood. In this battle, he had no time to use advanced magic, so he would have to rely on magical weapons. Cholmujun also had a hard time for the sake of the fairness of the duel. At that moment, the enemy continued to press him and force him to retreat. At some point, the young swordsman decided to use the spiral sword art, Heavenly Blood, and the youth, having received the barrier as a gift from his brother, assumed a defensive stance. Of course, this protection significantly weakened the force of the blow, but despite this, it was destroyed with just one swing of the blade. If he had not blocked the attack with his shield, his body would have been torn to pieces. After all, Kuyansu was not an assistant to the leader for nothing. However, he still could not simply retreat, so he used the sword art, Heavenly Blood, in its first form. Immediately after this, he began to use the second form, Demon's Edge. At that moment, the enemy, cornered, realized that the attack was coming straight at him. He could not think of anything better than to use the second step of the spiral sword art. This art was called Explosive Blood Form, and it consisted in the fact that a drop of scarlet liquid formed at the tip of his blade. And the third step was that this drop rushed towards the enemy at an incredible speed. The young man managed to dodge this attack. However, Cholmujun immediately noticed the powerful explosion that occurred behind him. At that moment, even his comrades began to be knocked off their feet by the blast wave alone. and the leader himself realized that the enemy turned out to be much more powerful than he expected. Even the old villain noticed that the young man looked overly frightened. He assumed that in a moment Cholmujin would get tired and allow himself to be killed. Although the enemy was strong like a monster, Cholmujin was not going to give up. However, he also saw no way to achieve victory. At that moment, the traitor's assistant attacked Sun Hyun, using the technique Blood Bloom at Dawn. This attack consisted of several flying spheres that rushed straight towards the young man. Realizing that avoiding all the blows would be extremely difficult, the youth immediately raised a protective barrier around himself. Glory to the heavens! All attacks were successfully absorbed by his shield. Obviously, the opponent had no idea what kind of unusual defense style the young man was using. But unfortunately, despite the fact that the attack itself was repelled, due to the tension experienced by the body, old wounds reopened. Moreover, the cuts have deepened even more. Noticing the youth's weakness, the enemy continued the assault, using the technique Darkness that destroys everything under the heavens, the art of the sword of heavenly blood. Retreating, the youth cast a haste spell, after which he increased the distance between them, and used a magic rocket, a second circle spell. However, the enemy easily repelled the attack. Understanding that the enemy could not be defeated by such tricks, the young man lured him into a trap to launch a lightning attack that almost hit the man. Although he dodged at the last moment, his blade still touched the strike of heavenly electricity, causing a powerful discharge to run through the villain's entire body. His nature began to shudder from the number of lightning bolts piercing the flesh. The young man hoped that at least this way the opponent would get a little roasted and weakened. But unfortunately, even so, the enemy only shook off the electrical impulses from himself, and became even more enraged at the impudent one who dared to wound him. Only then did the assistant notice that the young man who had been standing in front of him a moment ago had disappeared somewhere. And the youth at that moment was already preparing for a more powerful attack, a fiery rainstorm rushing at the enemy like a scorching hail. Sun Hyun simply could not miss such an opportunity, so he decided to try out his new Ice Rain at the same time. All these attacks were directed at the traitor's assistant, who could do nothing to avoid them. But despite this, the scoundrel was still standing, understanding that he must destroy such a dangerous youth at all costs. At that moment, blood began to seep from the hero's body. Nevertheless, he continued to fight despite his wounds. Moreover, his mana was almost depleted. At that moment, drawing his blade, the assistant decided to settle the matter with the youth once and for all. Looking at the approaching enemy, Sun Hyun realized that he literally had no strength left to hold on. In the end, the enemy's blade pierced him through, and he could not be happier that he finally caught that boy. Even Cholmujin heard the triumphant shout and immediately got distracted, casting a glance at his brother. However, the enemy did not allow the young man to verify his condition, believing that now was not the time to worry about someone else. The youth understood. He had to take action immediately to help his comrade. Moreover, he could not believe that he would simply be beaten and even killed by this miserable traitor. Finally gathering all his thoughts together, the young man realized what he could do. Therefore, he teleported behind his opponent's back and struck the scoundrel with an attack directly to the spine. In the end, huge wounds struck the traitor's back, causing everything around to start flooding with a scarlet river. He only collapsed weakly to his knees, not understanding why his strength had left him and why all his efforts were in vain. At that moment, Sun Hyun looked puzzled at the blade stuck in his body. The opponent could not stop rejoicing that he had finally put an end to the tricks of this little bastard and won. Only then did the villain notice that something sinister was happening to his body. Blood gushed from his mouth, and moreover, all his internal organs, even the blood vessels, were torn apart in an instant. However, even when he fell to the ground in death throes, he was glad that he managed to win the battle. Having confirmed that the enemy was defeated, the youth fell to his knees, trying to regain consciousness. By this moment, the young man sat with a face pale as a death shroud, no longer even understanding where he was. And when he finally lost consciousness, bleeding profusely, he thought that his life would end there, and he still had not achieved the desired strength. Immersed in oblivion, the young man once again remembered the day he met his sworn brother. Then they drank the liqueur that Sun Hyun brought with him, and the drink was truly excellent. It was impossible to stop. However, all the charm was not in the liqueur itself, but in the weather and pleasant company. Very soon the young men became intoxicated. Cholmujin felt quite drunk, and moreover, he was embarrassed that he was getting drunk like this without any particular reason. After which both began to laugh and have fun, believing that the will of the heavens had brought them together on this day. At that time, Cholmujin admitted that although only a couple of hours had passed since their meeting, Sun Hyun had already become like a brother to him. However, the young man felt awkward calling Cholmujin brother, and the man assumed it was due to their age difference. Therefore, the youth had tried to explain that it was not about age at all, but about the difference in status. After all, He was not a martial arts master like the young warrior himself. Of course, the young man himself found it slightly unusual to communicate with someone, as he did not particularly like scientists. They all had such pretty faces that sometimes it was hard to tell a girl from a boy. However, seeing how these words enraged the hero, he immediately began to apologize, and also admitted that today he learned that scientists can be fun, they also like to drink and chat. Son Hyun decided to explain that it is possible that this is because he was not only a scientist, but also a magician. Then he suggested to the young man to find out who the wizard was. Only at that moment, beginning the story, Son Hyun realized that he was clearly not seeing the young man before him for the first time. At that very moment, the guards serving the house appeared before his eyes. He also saw himself as a small child at the moment, when he discovered that he had moved into another body. And he was quite frightened by the possibility that after his death he would start this game all over again. However, he was already quite tired of starting in the young body of a boy named Son Hyun, repeating this constantly. And as if from a nightmare, the young man awoke in this world, however, remaining in his former body. He immediately tried to get up to understand where he was and what had happened to him. Next to him, the boy discovered a man who ordered the boy to stop tossing and turning. Only then did the frightened boy notice his body. His entire chest was covered with various needles. The doctor hurried to explain that he performed acupuncture on him so that his body would recover faster. The veins were not affected, so there were no problems with circulation. In the end, the young man had no choice but to listen to the doctor, calm down, and thank the elder for everything. However, he was only glad to do his job, and moreover to help such a worthy person. The youth absolutely did not understand why this old man suddenly thought so highly of him, and the doctor decided to explain to the young man how he came to this conclusion. The young man accumulated the purest energy in his dantian, and was very different from other people, as it is quite difficult to accumulate energy of such purity without working on strengthening the balance of one's body. Of course, the young man hurried to explain to the old man that he was not a martial arts master at all. However, the doctor did not claim this, but was still very impressed by the youth. After that, he hurried to pull out the needles that were sticking out of his body. At that very moment, Mrs. Yan Sol-lin entered, who brought the old man the medicine he had requested. Son Hyun could not believe his luck when he saw the girl safe and sound, and she was also very glad that the youth had finally awakened. Only at that moment did the beauty realize that Son Hyun was covered by only a single towel in the crotch area, causing her to cry out embarrassedly. And the hero himself hurried to pull the blanket over himself, apologizing for his indecent appearance. The elder only laughed at how the lady's behavior had changed as she wiped the young man's body and cared for him all these 3 days. Of course, the girl immediately protested, demanding that the healer not reveal such delicate secrets. Therefore, he hastened to explain that the medicinal potion brought by Yan Sol-lin would help prevent the spread of the infection. After this, he withdrew, leaving the two of them alone. Son Hyun clearly felt that he should say something to the girl. The youth could think of nothing better to start a conversation than to remind the beauty that the healer had ordered him to take the potion she had brought. The lady, flushed with embarrassment, handed him the cup she had brought with her. However, at that moment she noticed how hard the young man was struggling to get out of bed. So, immediately placing the medicine on the table, she hurried to help the youth. After this, she also seated the young man more comfortably, and gave him a potion to ensure that the medicine would be taken on time. Son Hyun was immensely grateful to the beauty who cared for him so tenderly. He thanked her for the remedies she brought, as well as for all 3 days of care she had given him. At that moment, Yan Sol-lin finally couldn't hold back and cried, realizing that the hero was unlikely to understand how much she had worried all this time. She did not even know what she would do if the young man suddenly did not recover. After that, the young woman hugged the young man, confessing that she was immensely glad that he eventually came to his senses. After this, the two sealed such a touching moment with a tender kiss. But at that very moment, Cho-mu-jun burst into the room with joyful exclamations to visit his brother. Obviously, the young warrior was literally speechless with amazement when he encountered such a delicate situation. Immediately blushing from embarrassment like a ripe tomato, the swordsman tried to somehow justify his sudden appearance, but due to a sudden stammer that seized him at the most inopportune moment, he could not say anything sensible. At that moment, Yan Sol-lin had already run away like a frightened doe, not even daring to look the so-called brother in the eyes. In the end, poor Cho-mu-jun had to justify himself to the hero, solemnly swearing that he had seen absolutely nothing and had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, the youth decided to ask his companion the purpose of his visit. Then the young warrior revealed that he had come to inquire about his brother's condition, as the elder had said that his state had significantly improved. Everyone in the sect was very worried because Son Hyun had been unconscious for 3 whole days, as if in the embrace of death. However, the hero looked even better than his comrade had expected. Cho-mu-jun also shared that the healer who treated him was the most righteous and skilled healer in their entire sect. The man specialized in poisons and antidotes, having learned all the secrets of toxic substances. However, even with all his skill, Cholmajan seriously doubted whether the elder would be able to save his brother. It turned out that the young man's condition was truly terrible. His body was balancing on the edge between life and death. However, the hero, having listened to the explanations, quickly realized that he was exhausted because of everything that had happened. All the time, being in a daze, he was simply resting well and regaining his strength. This explanation truly greatly eased the troubled soul of the comrade. Cholmujin also revealed that they have already dealt with all the rebels and managed to achieve a complete victory thanks to the courageous actions of Sun Hyun. But the hero knew nothing of this, as he was unconscious the whole time. After the battle ended, the master himself joined them. He came to praise the young man for working diligently and handling the trial better than the elder had expected. The mentor also admitted that he did not intervene in the fight because he wanted to see firsthand what his future successor was capable of. He deliberately allowed this situation so that the students could destroy the enemies without risking the future of the entire sect. Also, when the master returned, everything fell into its natural place. So Cholmajan was confident. No one would dare even think about removing him from his position. However, the young wizard with a sly smile reminded that only his sworn brother could change the ruler. But he did not even want to hear such a thing, for all the glory of victory in this battle rightfully belonged to the mage. Therefore, he was to be generously rewarded after the hero's full recovery. However, even after complete healing, all Sun Hyun dreamed of was to rest at least a little from all the trials. Moreover, he had completely forgotten that he originally went to the exam, and therefore stayed here for so long. Of course, his body was still not in the best condition. But before the fight, Sun Hyun had already warned Cholmujin that he intended to leave this place as soon as the battle was over. The swordsman agreed, but set a condition for his brother. First, he had to take care of his health and fully recover. After this, they talked for a while longer until the moon rose in the sky, illuminating the earth with a silvery glow. Then, having secluded himself in his healing chambers, the youth began to circulate internal energy. With the help of this ancient practice, he not only managed to restore mana, but also healed his wounds quite well. At dawn, the young man was already near the school walls, ready to depart. Of course, Cholmujin could not believe that his sworn brother, having just come to his senses a couple of hours ago, was already preparing to set off. However, the hero felt literally like a newborn, as he had fully recovered. He believed that acupuncture performed by the wise elder had helped him greatly, but Cholmujin still reminded his comrade that he couldn't regain consciousness for a whole 3 days. He shouldn't have rushed so much to go anywhere. Then Sun Hyun, with a mysterious smile, reminded his friend that the journey would not take him long. After all, he was a great wizard skilled in the art of teleportation. It was precisely for this reason that Cholmujin could not allow his comrade to simply disappear. The youth immediately felt guilty. He did not want his friend to worry so much about him. He came to his comrade only to calmly say goodbye before leaving. However, the warrior had many questions. For example, why does the young man want to leave without even saying goodbye to his beloved? Sun Hyun understood that he should have acted that way. However, for now, it was too awkward to do so after the recent incident. Moreover, he promised that he would not be gone for long. He would return to them again as soon as he finished his exams. But even in such a case, the commander understood. Everyone would be extremely upset by his sudden departure, especially his sister. Sun Hyun himself would very much like to say goodbye to everyone and have a farewell conversation. Therefore, the hero gave his sworn brother a magical scroll. Wherever Cholmujin was, he could open or tear it, and then instantly be transported to the center of Magio. There were 2 such scrolls, one for Cholmujin, the second for Yan So Lin for an emergency. The young warrior was clearly amazed that his comrade even had such astonishing artifacts, after which he asked for a long time how to properly use such strange scrolls. Realizing how astonishing this magical item was, the boy solemnly promised to treat it with special care, as if it were a sacred relic. Then, having finished the farewell, Sun Hyun intended to leave. However, Cholmujin asked him to stay a little longer again. He quickly ran to the temple, where he had already prepared a travel snack for the boy. It was a small purple pouch carefully packed with food that the youth might enjoy. The youth was immensely grateful to the named brother, who saved him precious time on the journey. Thanks to this, he would no longer have to detour to any city for sustenance. After this, both said goodbye, and Cholmujin sincerely hoped that Sun Hyun would take care of himself, and they would definitely see each other again. The hero also began to recite the spell of space distortion. At the last moment, uttering the mystical deformation formula, he simply vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a dazzling flash of light. And Cholmujin remained standing there alone, wondering whether the hero had successfully reached the destination. Some time passed, and during his journey, the young man came across a little boy who stole his property. The boy scolded the little one, who clearly did not know that it is wrong to take in hand what does not belong to him. However, the child still tightly clutched the pouch with food that belonged to the hero. Sun Hyun saw. This boy did not look like a hardened thief at all. Perhaps something happened to him, since he behaved that way. After that, the wizard reached for his pouch of provisions, kindly prepared by Chol Mujan. However, the child stubbornly resisted, not at all willing to give up this little bag. But at some point, pierced by the piercing gaze of the young man, the baby finally gave up, and at last loosened his death grip. Sun Hyun wanted to leave immediately, but understood it was better to talk with this child. First of all, he decided to ask the boy how old he was and what his name was. After receiving answers to these questions, he opened his bag, showing the food inside, and offered the child to have lunch together. The hero immediately offered him several dishes that were in his satchel. However, the little one, tremblingly accepting just some potato, immediately hid it in his bosom. This could not but surprise the wizard, who decided to find out from the child why, despite great hunger, he did not eat food. However, the child immediately began to cry, trying with all their might to keep themselves together. But he still had to tell that his mother was in a terrible condition, because she had not eaten anything at all for days. Then Sun Hyun finally realized why this child was behaving so strangely. Immediately getting up, he asked the boy to take him to his mother. At the very least, if he could not help her, they could bring the food he had with him so that the woman could have a little nourishment. However, the little one hastened to explain that his mother was unlikely to be able to eat now, as this food was still too heavy for her stomach. Therefore, the mage suggested going to the nearest town or settlement to buy some kind of porridge, which was much easier to digest. After that, the child pointed to the nearest path that led to the city. It was along this path that they continued their journey. Then Sun Hyun decided to ask the boy who had given him such an excellent name, but Tae-ho awkwardly talked about his parent. Then the hero decided to continue the conversation and find out from the boy what his father did for a living. However, the hero literally froze, as if struck by lightning, when the child, with inconsolable grief, told that his father had fallen at the hands of a robber nicknamed the Black Wolf several years ago. Then the youth finally realized that this child had truly a difficult fate, full of hardships and suffering. He needed to meet the boy's mother to learn everything from her firsthand. However, when they arrived at the settlement, the hero, to his great astonishment, saw complete devastation and desolation. To be honest, what was astonishing was that these dilapidated little houses could still hold on to their rotten supports. They were literally falling apart before our eyes. The boy, holding onto a bundle of food as if it were his last salvation from starving to death, hurriedly ran to his miserable little house, reporting to his mother that he had brought some provisions. The woman was pale as a sheet, looked extremely exhausted, but was sincerely happy about the return of her child. She also bitterly apologized and felt guilty for being so useless that she made the child beg. However, the young man was not at all troubled by such self-accusations. Therefore, he immediately brought food to his mother so that she could have something to eat. The woman no longer worried about anything. She looked at the hero, who had already entered their home, as the person who had given food to her son so they could survive. The weak mother could only gently lean over in bed to thank the gentleman who showed kindness to her child. However, Sun Hyun saw no point in thanking him for such a small thing, and asked her to try to eat as much food as possible before it cooled down. At that moment, hearing conversations in the house, someone abruptly cut off the talk. A trio of robbers appeared. They were extremely dissatisfied that this woman had food, even though there was no money at all to pay the debt. The lady's son experienced genuine horror when he saw the bandits at the doorstep, just like his poor mother. And the scoundrels only began to threaten, reminding how her husband died, and threatened that she might share his sad fate along with her child if she did not pay them regularly. However, at that moment, the great wizard blocked their way to the unfortunate family. Obviously, the leader thought that this naive youth wished to die together with this worthless family. However, Sun Hyun's similar empty threats only caused a barely noticeable smirk on his lips. Very soon all three villains were tightly tied to the nearest tree right in the middle of the village, and the poor boy kept circling around the hero, constantly admiring how he managed to put those scoundrels in their place. Just at that moment, having finished dusting off his clothes, the young man suggested to the little boy to walk with him in order to find the lair of this gang, and of course deal with all the scoundrels, not just this trio of degenerates. The boy tried to resist the hero, as he did not want to risk his life or have him go to such a dangerous place. But the youth calmly reminded the child how easily he dealt with those three scoundrels, implying that the other villains would be no trouble for him either. And truly, having no way to dispute his words, the boy agreed to escort the gentleman to the robber's den. The young man himself, walking along the path, recalled the sad story of the poor woman. At one point, the unfortunate woman's father passed away. However, the family had absolutely no means for a decent funeral. In the end, her husband could not come to terms with the thought. He could not let go of his beloved's parent without proper rites for the final journey. Therefore, he borrowed just 2 silver coins from these bandits to arrange the funeral and wake. However, within a month, 2 silver coins turned into 10 thanks to usurious tricks. Her husband, who went to protest against such lawlessness, was mercilessly killed, and again the debt increased. Now the amount was 59 silver coins. The villains came to demand this money from her every single day. Therefore, the woman had no choice but to beg the master to take her son with him and find him a place somewhere, even if she were to die tomorrow. The most important thing was to know that her child would be able to survive in this harsh world. Soon they finally reached their destination, and the hero's thoughts were interrupted by a young boy. They ended up at a house that looked slightly sturdier than the others, but was just as weathered and dilapidated. After this, the boy asked that the lad stay behind and not follow him into the villain's lair. However, even so, the gentleman scientist could not be sure that the child would definitely not go anywhere. For this reason, he warned the young man that he would place a protective shield on his body so he would not need to fear anyone. After that, the wizard created a magical barrier that immediately appeared around the boy's body. The child looked with amazement at the dome of pure energy that now surrounded him on all sides. He had never seen anything like it before. However, having made sure that he is now definitely safe, the little one promised his godbrother that he had nothing to worry about. He would definitely not go anywhere. Sun Hyun was truly amazed that the young creature, despite her tender age, was much calmer than he had expected. After that, the hero moved further, approaching the house where the bandit's lair was hidden. Being literally just a few steps away from the goal, the youth cast a clairvoyance spell. So he discovered that there were about 20 people in the house, and hardly any of them professionally studied martial arts. That means he would easily deal with them. Behind the walls sat men, rejoicing and enjoying their outlaw's carefree life. They did not expect that in just a second their feast would be destroyed by a fireball attack, literally punching a huge hole in their wall. Immediately, glancing at the young man who appeared before them like a punishing angel, they rudely demanded that he explain himself, who he was and why he had come. The villains still could not understand what happened to their wall. Because of their stupidity, they were simply convinced that the wall had collapsed on its own. And when the young man said that this was the work of his hands, the scoundrels simply burst out laughing. They could not believe that some miserable scientist could have the audacity to threaten them right to their face. But in just moments they became serious when they realized that the young man might not have been joking. For this reason, the villains rushed forward to break all the boys' bones and bring them to their leader. However, the hero with a single light movement of his hand swept them all off his path, ordering them to get away. At once, they all fell to the ground as if blown away by some invisible obstacle. Immediately after this, without sparing such rotten people, the young man prepared the technique of magical projectiles. This attack should be enough to deal with all the rascals at once. All the scoundrels lying on the ground did not understand what this bastard was doing and what was happening right before their eyes. They did not manage to object to anything before the shells already hit their bodies, causing intense pain. The scoundrels fell to the ground howling. Immediately after this, they were also doused with water balloons, soaking their bodies to the last thread. And then, as a final chord, the youth decided to add electrical charges to all of this as well. In the end, the villains began to convulse in their death throes. Their bodies started to gradually incinerate and burn from the interaction of lightning with their soaked bodies. Only then did the gang leader realize that the very true master of magical arts had come to them, and not a mere pathetic scholar. Therefore, nothing better than trying to escape from here, abandoning his comrades to be torn apart, occurred to him. However, the young man approached him closer, and ordered the villain to freeze. And he truly stood still on one leg. His body turned as if into a stone statue. Even the man himself still did not understand why all his muscles stiffened in an instant. Everything the scoundrel heard behind his back was the footsteps of the hero. This made him pray to the Lord to, in his mercy, forgive all his sins and set him free. And yet the young man decided to listen to his pleas and at least dispel his spell of paralysis. However, deep down in his soul, the bandit was not going to give up. He immediately looked at the young man who was standing right in front of him. Drawing his blade, the scoundrel decided to deal with this little brat who brought trouble to their lair. Moreover, the scoundrel threatened the hero that if he wanted the child to remain alive, it would be better for him to humbly let the leader go in all 4 directions. However, Sun Hyun did not even take a step forward, but only smiled at the stupidity of this impudent person. Obviously, the scoundrel immediately crashed into an invisible barrier that had remained unseen all this time. In the end, when he was struck by a discharge of magical energy, the scoundrel flew back with a wild howl. The villain still could not understand what had happened and where some invisible wall in front of him had appeared from. Only then did Sun Hyun approach the vile idiot, making it clear that he had no intention of letting him go free. After this, the hero cast the spell of the burning rain. causing the man's entire body to be engulfed in scorching flames. Burning like a torch, he could only beg the youth to have mercy on him and grant forgiveness. However, immediately after that, the young man quickly extinguished it using his magical attack, the Icy Grip. A huge icy palm immediately gripped the man's body, not only freezing him to the bone, but also squeezing him from all sides with inhuman strength. However, at that moment, the young man felt that some kind of attack made of mana was directed towards him. He managed to dodge it, but was insanely surprised. He believed that mana simply did not exist in this world. Of course, he understood that many might still be unaware of this type of magic. Moreover, the spell that hit him was low level, not even close to the first circle. But still, it was magic. Looking back, he saw a small young man who was looking at his enemy with a mischievous smile. The boy was extremely angry that some idiot dared to attack the Black Wolf's gang, introducing himself as the man who will make Sun Hyun kneel and beg for mercy. The leader rejoiced and laughed, realizing that a loser like the hero would deeply regret having come here at all. Looking at the young man who stood before him, our hero barely suppressed a smirk. Perhaps, to these simple people, his power seemed like something supernatural, so they tried to intimidate him before attacking. Before starting the fight, the boy asked the hero not to blame him for what would happen to him next. After that, he threw 2 fire spheres at the youth. However, Sun Hyun easily dispelled them, merely commanding the magic to freeze in the air. Obviously, the boy even opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding what had happened. Their leader had roughly the same reaction, as he believed that no master could compare to this child. Therefore, at that moment, the furious hero, maddened to unconsciousness, was already rushing towards the youth to teach him good manners. He obviously got scared and stepped back. However, he didn't manage to do anything before the youth grabbed him by the patched shirt. Lifting the young man closer, the wizard demanded to know who he was and who had taught him such tricks. But he only struggled, demanding that the boy let him go as soon as possible. However, Sun Hyun, with an even more severe expression on his face, demanded answers to his questions. In the end, the boy admitted that he had learned these wonders on his own and demanded that the youth finally leave him alone. Sun Hyun, of course, was quite surprised by the young man's response. If he learned magic on his own, then it means the boy was born with an innate talent that appeared once every 10,000 years. The hero did not particularly want to take him as an apprentice, but, looking at the boy's talent, he was quite interested to see what he would achieve in the future. Therefore, he decided to take the young man with him. For this reason, Sun Hyun could think of nothing better than to throw the struggling child over his shoulder and carry him away. After this, he calmly approached the boy, who had been waiting for him all this time under the protection of a magical shield. However, as soon as the child looked at the young man more closely, he could not believe that he was truly seeing Hakbia in person. The youth also had many questions. How did these two know each other? And the boy had to explain that Hakbi was his friend. In the end, only because of their connection did the wizard decide to have mercy on the young man, and immediately put him down from his shoulder, allowing him to continue on his own. Then the awkward boy called his friend. However, he only became even angrier, demanding that the poor boy not dare to address him by name. After that, he decided to find out how the beggar ended up here at all. However, he did not answer the questions, suggesting to his friend to go back home together. But Hakbi considered such a proposal to be nonsense. There was no point for him to return. Otherwise, he would simply starve to death in this rotten village. After that, he turned around and walked away somewhere under the puzzled gaze of his friend. The child could not believe that Hakbi had changed so much that he was now simply leaving as if nothing had happened. In the end, he honestly admitted that he felt sorry for his comrade, as well as for his deceased father. He would definitely have saved him with the power he has now. The young man promised to repay him at least another time. With these words, the boy ran away, hiding from human eyes in the forest thicket. The frightened poor man begged the uncle to have mercy on Kakbiom. He was a good person who needed help. In the end, Sun Hyun admitted that he planned to take this young man with him. This could not but please the boy, for despite Hakbia's harsh words, he was still a dear friend to him. After that, the child decided to find out whether they should go and look for the boy together, but Sun Hyun thought that it was not worth worrying about it now. Turning back over his shoulder, he looked at the gang leader, still sitting on the ground in icy shackles. It was necessary to deal with him first, so that the boy's mother and their acquaintances could live peacefully. The young man teared up at the words of the kind gentleman, pouring out gratitude to him. Soon, after finishing the dealings with the bandits, Sun Hyun withdrew, having found the house where Hakbi lived. There the boy told him a sad story. From a young age, he was on his own from the moment he lost his parents and relatives. The boy whom Sun Hyun helped was the only friend in his lonely life. However, later the Black Wolves mercilessly killed his father. Sun Hyun was more interested in hearing specifically about the Black Wolves, as well as about the young man's abilities. When did they manifest? and he told with a sad smile that once he was playing alone, someone caught his attention. He had no friends except one, with whom they played when he lived in the village, and then he started to succeed with these red and blue lights. Listening to this story, Sun Hyun was convinced. The boy himself was truly kind. However, he had a very difficult life and sad circumstances. For this reason, the hero suggested to the young man to follow the path of the wizard with him. Obviously, that one awkwardly thought that this gentleman wanted to enslave him, and this only caused good-natured laughter from the young mage. The youth made it clear that he wanted to make Hakbia his disciple. He could not believe his luck. It seemed to him that he was truly sleeping and seeing a wonderful dream. At the same time, Sun Hyun explained that it would help him develop his abilities. This will help increase his potential power level many times over. However, Hakbia was very much embarrassed by his past, because of which he himself considered himself a bad person. Therefore, Sun Hyun had to comfort him, making him understand that he believed he was a good guy. Moreover, his friend also believed in him. This certainly could not fail to move the boy, and he was pleased that someone had managed to have mercy on him. Sun Hyun himself asked so that the boy would finally give his answer, whether he wishes to follow the path of a wizard or not. However, the young man immediately thought about it from a survival perspective. Surely, if he stayed with Sun Hyun, he would no longer have to starve and wander the world. The young gentleman himself could not believe that he would truly soon have a student. Perhaps his mentor, when teaching him, felt something similar, with excitement and pride. Soon morning came, and after a short sleep they began their meal. The hero set a small modest table so that these two could have a meal. Feeling awkward, Hakbi dared to ask the hero a question about their departure. He wanted to know when they would set out, and learned that Sun Hyun had planned to depart immediately after the morning meal. However, for some reason, Hakbi awkwardly looked away, as if hesitating to say something. Sun Hyun immediately asked the young man to be braver and tell what is troubling him. Then the child awkwardly asked that the gentleman allow him to see his friend and family before they left. This was a somewhat strange request, given their complicated relationship, so Sun Hyun asked the young man to explain himself. He made it clear that they might never meet again if he left right now, and the youth wanted to apologize and say goodbye to his comrade. The hero clearly understood that no matter what, he still needed to participate in the exam. However, if he stayed here for a short while, he would still make it to the test on time. Therefore, he made this boy understand that if he really needed to talk to his friend, he could leave to see the guy one last time. Of course, the child could not believe that the mentor was so generous and did not even judge him for such a childish desire to say goodbye to a comrade. Moreover, the youth pulled out 2 silver plates and asked the young man to give them to his friend so that he could buy food for himself and also for his mother. After this, he asked the student to hurry to the comrade and return home as soon as possible. He immediately jumped up from the table, promising that he would dash there and back. The teacher wouldn't even notice his disappearance. Sun Hyun saw the young man off with a kind smile. But in reality, he understood. He needed to leave as soon as possible if he wanted to arrive in the capital Beijing on time. Moreover, the hero was very worried about the results he would achieve on the exams. However, unexpectedly, the scientist heard some screams from the side. The boy was begging him to let him go, but those who had tied him up like a thief were not going to release him. Obviously, Sun Hyun immediately went outside to understand what had happened to Hakbi. He saw a young woman holding the young man by his clothes and demanding that he go with her until they achieve justice. However, Sun Hyun, seeing this scene, even gaped in amazement, not understanding what situation his student had gotten into in such a short time. The lady herself only gave the one who came out a calm but stern look. Approaching closer, Sun Hyun asked Hakbia to explain what had actually happened. Then he, awkwardly kicking, explained that the lady believes he stole her money. However, the woman, looking sternly at the young man, made it clear that she had once confronted him, and he had tried to escape with the money she saw in his hands. Then Sun Hyun asked Milady to calm down a little and just discuss everything verbally. However, she was very worried that as soon as she let Hakbia go, he would run away without a trace. But the hero explained discontentedly that this boy was his student, not some kind of thief, and therefore ordered the woman more harshly to take her hands off him. But she was truly amazed at how much determination was in the most ordinary scientist. In the end, surrendering to his piercing gaze, she still pulled her hands away from the young man. However, she made it clear that even though she let the boy go, this does not at all justify his guilt. Hakbi immediately began to solemnly swear that he had committed nothing of the sort. They truly collided, but he did not steal the money. Sun Hyun understood. He should trust his student. After all, he was his mentor. If the boy could not rely on him, he would continue to be extremely lonely. For this reason, he stood up for him before the lady, making it clear that his faith in the student was unwavering. However, the woman was clearly angered by the young man's such decisive words. After that, the enraged woman declared that she believes these two work together and rob ordinary travelers and people. The hero immediately understood where it was all going, so he ordered the boy to step back and hide behind him. After that, looking around, he tried to figure out how best to deal with this woman. He feared that people watching them might get hurt. The lady had already gained momentum and rushed at the hero to make him regret not believing her words and also covering for the thief. But at that moment, pulling the young woman along, a worried brother appeared, who asked his sister to stop. Of course, she was extremely furious and ordered him to step back immediately, as this matter did not concern him at all. However, he discontentedly pointed to the guy who was the thief that stole her money. Obviously, upon such a statement, the lady even gaped in amazement. It was hard to believe considering that this young man had only asked her for directions. However, her brother calmly made it clear that after he talked with his little sister, he ran away as fast as he could. And when he followed the young man, he found her wallet already in the pockets of this gentleman. He immediately fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness before the master, realizing that out of foolishness, he had committed a truly mortal sin. Of course, the woman felt awkward about the whole spectacle, for she had almost quarreled with everyone over her own false beliefs. The hero expected some comments from the lady regarding the situation. He felt she definitely had something to say to him and the student. But she looked away, apologizing for her distrust and misconduct. After that, she began furiously beating the thief with her feet, not understanding how he even dared to rob her. It remained unclear what kind of punishment technique she was using, but both immediately felt the urge to leave at once. After everything that happened, Sun Hyun and Hak Byum secluded themselves in their house, where both sat silently. Of course, the hero perfectly understood that Hak Bi was a good boy. However, it was visible to the naked eye that his entire appearance indicated that he had grown up in poverty and devastation. And if Sun Hyun needed to take him along, he should avoid such situations in the future. For this reason, after long reflection, he looked carefully at his student, who had been waiting for some kind of answer all this time. After this, the youth made it clear to the boy that it would be better if he did not go with him for now. The child was very frightened by the mentor's words, making it clear that he was not a thief. Moreover, the real pickpocket had already been found. It was not him. The wizard clearly understood and remembered that he had believed his student's words and even stood up for him. However, Hakbi had no idea why. Despite this, the teacher was going to abandon him. Then Sun Hyun reminded the boy that he was not going to leave him at all. He just needed to stay in his house for a while. The hero fully understood that the child had a difficult childhood, and his behavior could cause both of them a lot of trouble. Therefore, Sun Hyun really wanted the young man to start studying literature and etiquette rules while he remained in his residence. Hak Bi understood what the mentor was striving for and agreed, but he was very curious about what the young master himself was going to do. Then he briefly mentioned that he had some urgent matters, but asked the student not to worry about anything, as he would return as soon as he finished with them. Hakbia was still extremely reluctant to stay alone. Therefore, he decided to find out at least the approximate waiting time for the teacher. He promised that he would return in a month or two at most, so he asked that the boy not cause any problems during this time. At that moment, unable to bear it, the young man burst into tears and gave the master a promise that he would not disgrace his honorable name. Sun Hyun sincerely understood why the boy was crying, and the reason was that he was convinced the wizard wanted to leave him here in the village forever. Of course, Sun Hyun could not believe that Hakbi considered himself so terrible that he thought he could only be treated in such a way. Reaching his hand across the table, he immediately clasped the boy's palms in his. After that, looking him straight in the eyes, he gave the young man a promise that he would never leave him, especially after taking him as a student. Hakbi was still crying, but he smiled, hoping that the master was not deceiving him, and that he would truly never be alone again. After all this, they went to the nearest town where they could find a carriage for transportation. It was just then that Sun Hyun asked the carrier to deliver the young man to Shanxi province, and Hakbiu gave him a letter, asking him to deliver it to his parents when he got home. Soon, when all the preparations were completed and the cart was about to leave, Sun Hyun calmly said goodbye to the young man, asking him to behave properly. In the letter, he apologized to his parents, indicating that due to unforeseen circumstances on the way to Beijing, he had to delay. However, the noble young man solemnly promised that no obstacles would prevent him from brilliantly passing such an important exam, and begged to take care of the defenseless child whom he generously sheltered under his roof. The brave traveler himself, with a serene soul, set off to the distant province of Hanju. Wandering through the cobblestone streets of the ancient city, the fearless traveler was convinced that this settlement amazed with its extraordinary liveliness and noisy splendor. The young hero did not regret his bold decision to turn off the beaten path and visit this thriving abode. However, at the fateful moment, the young wizard heard the deafening pounding of horse hooves, thundering like rolls of heavenly thunder. Soon, a horrifying sight appeared before his eyes. The very same haughty horsewoman was rushing on her noble steed with the reckless speed of a whirlwind. At the very same tragic moment, an innocent little child was frolicking on the road, carelessly playing with their colorful ball. The poor child was in mortal danger, balancing on the edge between life and non-existence. The only thing the valiant defender managed to do in this critical moment was to swiftly grab the helpless little one in his mighty embrace. However, the noble savior was fully aware that he simply had no precious time left for teleportation. At this fateful moment, the enraged horse had already raised its iron hooves directly above the body of the brave sorcerer. In the end, the resourceful young man had no better idea than to raise a magical shield. For this reason, the skilled mage immediately created an impenetrable defense. Obviously, the noble steed was shocked upon colliding with the magical barrier, and its haughty rider almost flew out of the saddle like a feather in the wind. In the next moment, the frenzied horse crashed to the ground with a deafening roar of its mighty hooves, simply collapsing forward like a felled giant. The haughty rider flew off the horse mid-flight and rolled quite awkwardly on the cold ground. However, the arrogant lady soon recovered and rose from the ground, burning with righteous indignation at the young hero. Watching the noble savior gently hand over the sobbing, frightened little one into the arms of the parents driven mad with fear, the haughty lady grew even more enraged at the brave young man. It seemed that this modest guy did not at all understand how much precious gold such thoroughbred horses cost. However, the valiant defender only bestowed upon the angry beauty a calm, dignified gaze. And only then did the haughty lady recognize in the noble young man the very learned gentleman she had met in former times. The arrogant lady wanted to know how someone like him dared to block the way because of such miserable scum, and imperiously ordered him to kneel and humbly apologize. However, the wise traveler calmly noted that the noble lady had already sunk even lower than those very people she so contemptuously called scum, for truly noble gentlemen do not behave in such an unworthy manner. The enraged craftswoman immediately drew her shining blade, eager to deal with the audacious boy who dared to utter such insolent words. But at this fateful moment, a golden coin flew straight into the blade of the angry warrior, which, bouncing off the metal, created a loud ringing. This coin belonged to the noble brother of the lady, who imperiously demanded that his sister immediately stop behaving so shamefully. The willful beauty displeasedly reminded her brother that this miserable mortal dared to insult her. But the wise brother did not believe his sister, for he knew very well that she was the only one here who insulted everyone indiscriminately. Moreover, it was only thanks to the noble Sun Hyun that no innocent person suffered. She should have thanked this valiant young man for saving her from impending troubles. However, even after such fair words, the arrogant lady did not admit even a fraction of her guilt. After which the haughty horsewoman gracefully jumped onto her thoroughbred horse, which at that moment had already risen from the ground and galloped away like an angry storm. The noble brother stayed behind to humbly apologize to the honorable gentleman for the unseemly behavior of his headstrong sister. He made it clear that due to their hurried rush to an important meeting, they had lost track of the road. Of course, the generous Sun Hyun made it clear to the noble young gentleman that he had no reason to apologize to a simple traveler. However, at this momentous moment, the valiant young man noticed that before him stood the same courteous youth, before whom his haughty sister had already offended a couple of days ago. However, the wise Sun Hyun was absolutely indifferent to the unbearable temper of this capricious woman. He was much more concerned that absolutely none of the innocent people were harmed. The noble gentleman was extremely grateful to this wise young man, who showed such magnanimous indulgence towards her unworthy behavior. After which the courteous gentleman gracefully mounted his thoroughbred horse and rode away. Watching him with a keen gaze, Sun Hyun understood. Although it was not obvious at first glance, this young man truly possessed a powerful aura. Moreover, he was quite attractive and surely had many wonderful admirers. Meanwhile, in one of the numerous taverns, local men were passionately talking about how the Moog sect got into terrible trouble from sinister rebels. However, they told that the brave leader Cholmujan did not give up in the face of danger. He used his secret weapon, and his sworn brother personally dealt with that unfortunate army of bloodthirsty warriors. Obviously, all the local residents began to fervently discuss this amazing news, as many believed that the bloodthirsty warriors were almost invulnerable demons. However, before the appearance of this blessed warrior capable of crushing them, no one could perform such a miracle. Then people began to whisper about this legendary fighter who appeared as if out of nowhere. Everyone considered him the dragon of the heavens and also called him the great dragon of 1,000 victories. They also gave him a fearsome nickname, the Bloody Iron Prince. Such was the greatness of this invincible hero. The valiant Sun Hyun was already becoming extremely embarrassed to listen to all these laudatory stories about himself. Moreover, deep down, the brave young man laughed, realizing that now, having such a loud nickname, he would be forever recorded in the sacred chronicles of Murim. At that moment, while the noble traveler was peacefully enjoying his meal, one of the managers suddenly approached him. He humbly apologized for the inconvenience, but made it clear that there were no more free seats in the establishment, and timidly asked for permission for other guests to sit next to him. Of course, the generous Sun Hyun saw absolutely no obstacles in that. However, unexpectedly at this fateful moment, the very same headstrong beauty entered the cozy tavern together with her noble little brother. The young men were extremely surprised to have crossed paths again in these parts. The polite gentleman himself bowed respectfully, understanding that apparently fate itself had prepared their meeting. So he finally introduced himself. His name was Namgun-hek. The noble Sun Hyun politely rose from the table and bowed in return greeting, also stating his honorable name. After that, the kind young man introduced his beautiful little sister named Mo-ina, and the graceful girl immediately bowed humbly, apologizing for her unforgivable behavior that she had allowed herself in the past days. The generous Sun Hyun politely apologized in response if he was wrong or unintentionally offended her, inwardly assuming that this lady was not such a bad and arrogant person. However, the most amazing thing was that the noble wanderer heard familiar voices he had not heard for many moons. It was the voice of the brave boy from the famous squad of the volcanic wave. They could not even believe that they met the valiant Sun Hyun in this remote place. After that, the two had approached each other for friendly negotiations. While Namgun-hek and Mo-ina stood in silent astonishment, their mouths open in extreme surprise. After that, the young warrior from the volcanic wave introduced his group of senior cadets, whom he had previously told their little sister about. Then the noble man and woman politely introduced themselves in turn. Namgun-hek was extremely surprised to learn that these two had actually been longtime acquaintances. However, not only did the valiant member of the volcanic wave admit that the wise Sun Hyun had taught him much. In the end, these two realized that in this case they should reintroduce themselves, this time with their true names, and humbly apologized for hiding them because of their loud reputation. At that moment, the mysterious young man in black clothes who had been watching them realized. It seemed these two had met before since they were now communicating so trustfully. However, Namgun-hek only bitterly smiled at his comrade, not knowing how to say that their previous meeting had occurred under rather unpleasant circumstances. After that, all the noble persons sat down at the spacious table. And because the valiant Sun Hyun was not very familiar with the secrets of the Murim world, his loyal friends decided to give him a detailed briefing. After that, the experienced mentor pointed to two honorable gentlemen at the table. They were from the most respected families of these lands. The noble Namgun-hek was the heir master of the renowned Namgun family, while the other brave young man was the young master of the influential Cheryl family. The beautiful ladies to their right were from other noble families. The one dressed in white and blue garments belonged to the ancient Beck family, and the graceful Mo-en came from the noble Mo family. After that, the cautious warrior decided to discuss the investigation he had conducted regarding the identity of that mysterious dragon. Understanding that this conversation was about himself, the wise young man decided to listen to what this insightful man had found out. They received astonishing information that the brave guy, who called himself the Heavenly Dragon and appeared during the Bloody Uprising, was not a true member of the Moog sect. He used martial arts they had never heard of before. Moreover, there were mysterious rumors that he was the sworn brother of the valiant Captain Cholmujin. However, these mysterious martial arts were still more similar to ancient Taoist teachings. They could in no way belong to Captain Cholmujin's comrade. Therefore, the conclusion remained the same. These were not traditional military techniques at all, which means this legendary warrior belonged to a completely different, unknown group. Of course, everyone present was extremely interested in such amazing assumptions. Everyone was incredibly eager to find out who this mysterious hero really was. The wise Sun Hyun himself did not utter a word, realizing that the situation was not as simple as he had previously thought. And if the rumors continued to spread like a steppe fire, serious trouble would soon arrive. In the evening, the noble wanderer went out to walk under the silvery moon and contemplate the entire situation. Suddenly, a loyal warrior from the volcanic wave approached him, who was quite surprised that Sun Hyun's older brother was wandering alone so late at night. The young man arrived just in time, as the wise mage wanted to tell him something. The valiant traveler honestly admitted that he had pondered for a long time whether to tell the young comrade about everything that was happening or not. The brave young man himself only smiled kindly, completely not understanding why Sun Hyun suddenly became so serious and thoughtful. Then the wise mentor revealed a staggering secret. He was the very legendary heavenly dragon they had been so fervently discussing in the tavern. However, he learned about these rumors only recently, and this revelation sounded so astonishing that the warrior of the volcanic wave could not even believe it. But soon, after a detailed story, the young fighter realized. It turns out, the honorable scholar Sun Hyun stepped into the dangerous world of Murim, because of the noise and chaos that arose in the Moge sect. However, the wise Sun Hyun hastened to explain that the Murim itself occupied him little. The path he had chosen was completely different, and the noble young man had no doubt about this. At the end, the humble wanderer only asked that his friend from the Vulcan sect not tell anyone about the secret he had entrusted to him, and was extremely grateful that he was indeed able to make such a promise. At that time, the sincere Sun Hyun once again repeated that he is truly not interested in the affairs of Murim. He has a completely different life path. The reason he acted the way he did was that he wanted to follow the righteous path. However, the young warrior knew very well what the valiant Sun Hyun was really like. He had already managed to observe him, so he asked him not to worry about anything and just rely on him. Soon, the noble company set out on a long journey in the morning. Everyone chatted cheerfully as if nothing had happened. At nightfall, the travelers stopped again at a small cozy inn to rest. There they sat peacefully, leisurely drinking fine wines and chatting about various trifles. And finally, at some point, the wise guy woke up in his bed from the bright sun rays. Immediately, looking at how high the golden luminary was in the sky, he realized that he had slept for too long, and it was time to get ready for the journey. However, the noble traveler unexpectedly noticed his faithful friend from the Vulcan sect. He was sitting right on the floor and was in deep meditation, and his body and face were illuminated by golden sun rays. The wise Sun Hyun decided not to disturb him, instead quietly sitting down next to him on the floor to join the spiritual practice. After that, he began to gather internal energy from the surrounding environment into his body. However, Comrade, of course, noticed and felt the attentive gaze of his friend upon himself. He honestly admitted that it was extremely difficult for him to imagine exactly how much energy was hidden in the body of Mr. Scientist. However, it seemed to him that the energy was much greater than that of Sister Wei. However, the valiant Sun Hyun only smiled modestly. He felt that his buddy from the volcanic wave was mocking him and simply flattering him. However, the young warrior also decided to ask the hero what he had been mumbling while in a state of meditation. It sounded very much like some strange singing, but he could not recognize the language at all. The wise Sun Hyun calmly lied that it was just a kind of warm-up before using magic. He didn't need to bother at all, as it would take too long to explain how he knew some unknown foreign language. Meanwhile, the other warriors were already having breakfast on the spacious veranda, sitting at the set table. The noble Sun Hyun joined them, humbly apologizing for being late, and politely decided to ask if they had slept well. However, it turned out that they both went to bed quite late, which is why they woke up literally just a couple of minutes before the main character joined them. Then the insightful Sun Hyun realized, most likely the other two from their glorious company had not yet arrived, possibly having indulged in sleep for too long, as the noble young man had supposed. But it turned out they left at dawn to admire the picturesque views and could return to them at any moment. And the wise Sun Hyun only bitterly laughed, realizing that because of his desire to sleep, he overslept and missed the beautiful morning view. Of course, the kind guys immediately tried to comfort the disappointed hero. The sun rose every day, and they could enjoy such a sight almost any time. However, suddenly they heard a loud crash as some person fell into the room where they were sitting peacefully. It was the very comrade who was barely standing on his feet and writhing on the ground from unbearable pain. Everyone immediately jumped up from the table and ran to him in shock to somehow help. The beautiful girl immediately grabbed the unfortunate man, trying to lift him, and asked anxiously what had happened. However, the beaten man reported with his last strength that the noble Moen was in mortal danger, and she was on a high mountain peak. After that, the unfortunate warrior coughed up scarlet blood and collapsed unconscious onto the cold floor. Everyone was extremely worried about his serious condition, but at the same time their dear friend was in terrible danger. In the end, nothing better came to mind than to leave the wise Sun Hyun to take care of the wounded comrade while they went to that ill-fated mountain peak. After that, the whole trio immediately went away in search of their friend. The noble mage immediately began casting spells over the injured man's body, trying to heal him. At that moment, he noticed the hotel manager nearby and asked him to help and take care of his friend while he was away. The skilled young man could not use the fast movement method of martial arts. Instead, he could use magical acceleration to catch up with his friends, but he would still arrive there later than the others. Meanwhile, finally 3 brave fighters have already reached that very ill-fated mountain peak. When they arrived, they saw their dear friend lying unconscious on the rocky ground, as well as 3 strong bandits standing threateningly over her. At that very moment, a young scientist teleported to them to help in the critical situation. Obviously, no one expected that the comrade would come here at all, believing that he should have taken care of their wounded friend. The leader of the bandits became concerned about the identity of the unknown Sun Hyun, but quickly calmed down when he realized that the young man was nothing like a dangerous warrior. For this reason, he suggested to his comrades to deal with these miserable aliens as soon as possible. At that moment, the worried Sun Hyun assessed the critical situation they had gotten into. He was clearly quite agitated when he saw the beautiful Lady Mo-en lying unconscious on the cold ground. For this reason, the skilled mage immediately jumped to the girl to help her. First of all, he checked her pulse. Thank heavens she was still alive. The wise healer really wanted to use full restoration on her, but it was unclear how the battle would develop further. He needed to save mana, so he used a healing technique to at least stabilize the injured person's condition and prevent it from worsening. Noticing that the unknown Sun Hyun was helping the girl, loyal friends stood in front with a protective shield. The valiant member of the volcanic wave imperiously ordered the bandits to surrender immediately, for they had committed a grave sin by attacking an unarmed cadet. However, the arrogant captain was too lazy to explain himself to these worthless creatures, so he delegated this humiliating task to one of his loyal comrades. Immediately, having carefully studied the manner of speech of these two, as well as their distinctive clothing, the brave guy from the volcanic wave began to have sinister doubts. Was he not one of the infamous Black Wolves? The cruel bandit himself explained that the father of the noble Moina killed their second brother 20 long years ago. They came here to repay the bloody debt. The villains were supposed to finish off the innocent girl and go to the Mo family estate for a complete reckoning. Of course, no one could believe that these scoundrels were going to take revenge, even though 20 whole years had passed since that tragic incident. This meant that the situation was much worse than they expected, and everything would be far from as simple as it seemed. At this critical moment, the valiant warriors telepathically connected to discuss battle strategy. An experienced member of the volcanic wave asked the noble brother and sister to take care of the left scoundrel. Obviously, they wisely noted that although there were 3 enemy fighters, even if 2 of them took on the left bandit, the remaining 2 would not stand still. However, the brave warrior was already preparing to take on a duel with one more opponent. After that, the brave young man asked the wise Sun Hyun to take on the battle with the scoundrel in the middle. For the noble Namgun Hek, it was like some ridiculous joke. How could one ask a peaceful scholar to fight against a bandit captain? However, the guy from the volcanic sect was extremely serious. But there was no time for explanations, so he asked to trust him at least for a moment. The arrogant captain, watching how the trio stood motionless, only sneered contemptuously, understanding that they were extremely afraid to attack. He mockingly asked them to at least try to survive, to amuse the bandits before his inevitable death. At this fateful moment, the valiant Sun Hyun approached the enemy fighters. Magical energy literally poured out of him in powerful waves of blue, spreading throughout the area like a heavenly glow. Everyone present was insanely surprised, feeling such a huge wave of energy. Even the cruel bandits did not understand what this mysterious guy was doing. However, it at least became clear to them that experienced fighters stood before them, so the villains immediately prepared their deadly weapons. At that moment, looking around at his comrades, the perceptive Sun Hyun understood. Although they were among the renowned 5 dragons of Murim, it would be extremely difficult for them to stand against the sinister Black Wolves. The heroes had serious problems. They needed to act as quickly as possible. Therefore, the wise mage telepathically connected with the entire trio, explaining that he would transfer his energy to them. He made it clear how to accept her into his body, and all that remained was to hope that no conflict would arise and they would be able to accept her. At once, the skilled sorcerer rewarded these fighters with a significant increase in their strength and agility. And indeed, the warriors immediately felt that their bodies were filled with energy, as if they took a careless step, they would push off the ground and soar into the sky. At that moment, the Black Wolves were convinced. This very simple scientist definitely knew some strange tricks. But the villains believed that this would definitely be insufficient to defeat them. After that, the entire trio, on the captain's command, rushed into a fierce battle to deal with these daring cadets. The first 2 immediately rushed to deal with the 2 assistants who were protecting the captain. The valiant Sun Hyun himself, without waiting for the attack, struck with a blade of wind that struck the enemy with incredible speed. He recoiled in fright. He managed to avoid injury, but he lost concentration and almost fell onto the rocky ground. The skillful young man had already soared into the air and prepared another fireball for the attack. The enraged mercenary understood that he could not escape this devastating attack, so he thought of nothing better than to throw his blades. And in the end, because of the powerful explosion, the main character noticed with a delay that a deadly weapon was flying towards him. By this moment, it was already a meter away from his very face. At the last moment, he managed to use the flickering technique. Of course, the enemy was surprised that this simpleton scientist found it easy to do. At that moment, the wise mage had already appeared directly behind the villain. It remained only to guess how the valiant Sun Hyun managed to defend himself so skillfully. He looked like a novice martial arts master. Moreover, he fought strangely, as if he had some unknown technique of elemental control. At that moment, the problems were not only with the skillful Sun Hyun. His comrades were also engaged in a serious battle. A brave warrior from the volcanic wave fought against a real giant strongman. Even withstanding one of his axe attacks was not easy. However, the young fighter felt the power tingling in his hands, gained through years of battle experience and with the help of the hero's blessed spell. This meant that his sword would be invincible. The brazen mercenary was already expecting the boy to scream in fear and run away, so he decided to show him how a real fight should be conducted, not these pathetic childish techniques. The brave young man attacked the enemy using the first technique of his sect, a strike called Blooming Plum. At once, beautiful plum flowers flew towards the enemy, which upon contact with the body became deadly weapons. However, the mighty man easily repelled all the blooming plums, and his attack power also increased. Therefore, although the guy from the volcanic wave was looking for a way to defeat this strongman, he was precisely the person who had perfectly mastered his martial art, as he managed to cope with the skill of his sect. The mocking fighter thanked the young man from Murim for such a beautiful performance with flowers, but it was time to end the fight. He decided to do it using the technique Offering to the Bloody Demon. The brave young man had to hold back this attack, gritting his teeth. It seemed he could not endure another direct clash. He had a skill that he had not fully mastered, but he had no other choice. Therefore, the valiant warrior used the art, Flowers of Happiness of the Four Swords, Plum Explosion. However, the experienced fighter still chopped down all the flowers flying towards him and intended to shorten the distance in this way to strike the young man with a single blow. He tried to defend himself by using Plum Cut against the opponent. In this case, plum flowers and their petals became like the sharpest blades. In the end, when this technique was finished, the brave young man fell to his knees because of the wound that the enemy still managed to inflict on him. However, the strong man himself was not exactly intact and unharmed. A bleeding wound also adorned his side. After that, they immediately took up their weapons, preparing to continue the fight, which was still evenly matched. The captain of the Black Wolves was already rushing at the young mage to punish him. However, jumping back and avoiding all kinds of attacks, the guy continued to use magical bullets. But somehow the captain managed to dodge his attacks with incredible ease, even despite how destructive his magical bullets were, considering the mana he invested in them. Moreover, the brazen enemy had the audacity to mock the hero's pathetic tricks, which did not work on him, and intended to kill him, considering him an ignorant creature. The villain also constantly threw his weapons, which, due to their shape, worked exactly like boomerangs. Once again, the valiant boy avoided the attack using the flicker technique. However, turning behind his back, he realized that this weapon was completely not real, as if an illusion. The cunning captain, noticing that the perceptive Sun Hyun had already understood everything, took advantage of his bewilderment and launched another attack, this time with a real weapon. Panicking, the wise Sun Hyun at the last moment used a magical shield, causing the blade to deflect and fly away from him. And the self-satisfied commander was clearly proud of himself for managing to intimidate that pathetic puppy so much. And indeed, sincere Sun Hyun was scared. For another moment and he would have been dead. However, as an enemy, he was still easier than those the valiant Sun Hyun had faced before. And the problem was only that his attacks were too unpredictable. One fatal mistake, and the noble hero would become a lifeless corpse. At this time, a cruel bandit wielding 2 pairs of deadly claws was fighting simultaneously against 2 brave warriors. At a critical moment, he managed to deflect the blow of the noble Namgun Hek and attack him with a kick to the stomach. After that, turning with devilish agility, the villain wounded the beautiful lady in the chest, causing scarlet blood to immediately appear. The most graceful girl felt extremely awkward that her body was so exposed, so she immediately covered herself with her free hand. And the noble Namgun Hek was extremely angry at the actions of that scoundrel, who fought so vilely. Such behavior was unacceptable even towards a noble lady. However, he only laughed brazenly, reminding the naive cadets that they were still on a bloody battlefield. And if Namgun Hek so desperately wanted to die, he could continue to follow honor and morality, but then the villain would kill him here and now. Immediately after these contemptuous words, the scoundrel used the bloody offering technique, and 2 claws immediately attacked the young man. After that, the attack was also directed at the young lady, causing a deep cut on her leg and forcing her to fall to the cold ground. Taking advantage of this fateful moment, the cruel fighter rushed at the girl to finish her off. In the end, having inflicted a serious wound to the abdomen, her belly was literally torn open, and the brave brother only shouted fiercely, realizing that he had failed to prevent it. Enraged, Namgun Hek immediately attacked this bastard with his blade to avenge his sister. However, unfortunately, losing concentration due to stress, he missed the attack, and those clawed paws, like blades, rushed straight into his back towards the lungs. After that, the scoundrel also made a cut, tearing part of his back, causing blood to flow out along with pieces of flesh. So these two remained lying there, bleeding and losing consciousness. The pain was unbearable. The wise hero was preparing for a serious spell. It was the seismic shock. The technique involved shaking the ground under the influence of mana. And right there, the ground beneath the captain's feet turned into a real wave. He clearly lost concentration, and at that moment the skillful Sun Hyun rewarded him with the ice shot attack. Only at the last moment did the experienced fighter manage to defend himself with his sickles and shatter the ice into tiny pieces. However, at that very moment, the valiant guy had already launched a fire spear attack at him. The treacherous man managed to repel this attack with the Call of Death technique. After that, he performed the soul-extracting Devil's Throw. The sickle rushed towards him at the speed of light. Moreover, the wise Sun Hyun felt the sound of chi, deafening him. He heard it directly for the first time, and had no idea how someone from the Black Wolves managed to create such a thing. But even despite the unbearable pain his ears were experiencing, he still fought off the attack of a magical bullet that had gone off course. But the villain still managed to touch the young man's left hand, albeit with the very edge of the blade, but the damage had already been done. At this moment, scarlet blood flowed from his hand onto the ground, and the enemy was struck by several chunks of ice that simply got stuck in his body. Insightful Sun Hyun calmly looked at the enemy, for all the warriors he had encountered so far possessed ordinary martial arts. And now he encountered such strange art for the first time, backed by rich combat experience. This Black Wolf is a true veteran, for the noble hero could not read his movements at all. He needed to find a weak point. At that moment, the brave cadet from the volcanic wave continued to fight alone, still the only one who was not seriously wounded. He thought that he had finally found a weak spot and immediately delivered a crushing blow there. But the cunning opponent defended himself with his axe at the last moment. However, even from this, pushing him away, the young man knocked the big guy to the ground and plunged the blade straight into his leg. He only became even more furious than before, yet continued mocking the boy, demanding that he watch his neck, for he would cut it off immediately. At that moment, the boy was barely standing on his feet from exhaustion. He understood that he needed to find some unconventional technique in order to defeat this enemy. The brave warrior clearly understood that this technique was not yet fully mastered by him, but he had no choice. He could barely defend himself, let alone attack. While the valiant young man stood, concentrating his strength, the treacherous opponent rushed at him, believing that the boy was completely exhausted, and decided to finish him off with the technique. Howling Ghost, Harbinger of Death. The brave cadet from the volcanic wave responded in kind, rushing into attack with the technique, plums in full bloom, bringing joy to the world. In the end, the blades of these two clashed in a direct duel. All this continued until these cuts began to tear the bodies of the enemies. At that moment, the young warrior spotted his weak point. He tried to strike. It was successful. But at the same moment, the treacherous opponent managed to wound him with an axe while defending against the attack. In the end, the brave guy collapsed unconscious just the same, not believing that he had truly lost. At the end, dying, he saw his comrades who were already lying on the ground, bleeding. He could not believe that it would end exactly like this. On his last breath, he at least wanted to look at the hero to understand what was happening to him. The noble young man was trying to fend off the ball lightning at that moment. Like all the others, the opponent fell for this attack, trying to fend it off with his blades. However, the enemy was instantly struck by a lightning bolt, causing his body to tremble, transmitting electricity. The skillful Sun Hyun, using this moment, ran up to the enemy, grabbing him by the clothes. And after that, he turned him face down on his back. Immediately, without delay, the wise mage used the attribute of ice to create an ice spear. He launched it straight into the scoundrel's body, and he could only scream from the terror he experienced. But at that moment, the captain saved his comrade, who cut through the icy spear by throwing the blade towards the young man. After that, they laughed at the scientist, saying that he had more than one enemy. And then the perceptive young man realized, since the opponents had approached him, something must have happened to the other three. And indeed, when he looked at the ground, he saw that all three were lying unconscious, bleeding. At that moment, the warrior lifted his captain to make sure that his brother was all right. He was extremely grateful for the help of these two, because if they had arrived even a little later, he would already be in hell. Hearing this joke, the brothers were convinced that the captain was fine. Since he could joke, it meant he had enough strength. After that, he calmly stood on his strengthened legs and suggested they finish the fight. Now they were left 3 against 1 and could fully show the enemy the power of the Black Wolves. The wise Sun Hyen had no idea how long the battle against these 3 might take, but before the fight began, he had to check the condition of the wounded comrades. But he could not do anything, because at that moment the captain ordered them to attack. Only then, turning around, the villains noticed that the young man had disappeared from sight somewhere, and used a magical bullet attack. In the end, the captain was thrown backwards somewhere, and all the fighters immediately rushed to help him. Skilled Sun Hyun at that time approached his comrades to check on their well-being. However, at least the brave cadet from the volcanic wave was definitely dying at this moment. Therefore, the noble healer immediately applied healing magic on him to at least slightly mend his wounds. Of course, he realized that this would temporarily help them, but would not be able to save them. The condition of friends will not worsen for at least some time. The hero's moments were enough to heal them a little, and the black wolves were already behind him, coming for his soul. They all rushed at the hero. The time for games is over, and the black wolves will tear him apart. The first to attack him was the black wolf, wielding an axe. Their captain, wielding sickles, soon joined them right behind. And at the same time, he needed to beware of the third one with clawed paws. In the end, it became clear. The valiant guy would not be able to fight at such a pace. It was simply impossible. Therefore, it was best to protect himself, and for this he used the protective shield technique. The opponents naturally tried to break through the magical barrier. However, their deadly weapons simply bounced off the magical barrier, as if from an impenetrable wall. The villains did not understand what was happening with their attacks, so they continued to fiercely pound on the shield, hoping that the defense would soon collapse under the onslaught of their fury. At this fateful moment, taking cover behind the protective shield, the wise young man used the destructive technique Storm, a great force of wind that destroys all enemies. And immediately, when the magical shield dissipated like morning mist, incredible forces of wind burst out with a deafening roar. The hurricane-like stream was literally blowing these three black wolves off the rocky cliff. The main task for the scoundrels now was to hold on desperately to avoid falling into the bottomless abyss. The skilled Sun Hyun was amazed. These mercenaries were truly extremely strong and experienced fighters. They could even hold their ground against such a devastating storm clinging to the rocky ledges. However, the wise mage decided to add a couple more tricks, as they contemptuously called them. For example, a scorching fireball. In the end, truly merging with the hurricane wind into a deadly fiery tornado, the enemies failed to protect themselves from this devastating attack, causing them to tumble backward over sharp stones. The desperate bandits had no other choice. They needed to deal with that cursed youth as soon as possible. They had to significantly strengthen their attacks. The villains were sure that if they all attacked at once, Sun Hyun wouldn't even have time to react before dying from their blades. And indeed, the noble young man was very frightened when he saw with what demonic speed the enemies were rushing at him, like enraged wild beasts. He had no choice but to strengthen his hand with two stronger magical shields to protect himself from inevitable death. And indeed, deadly attacks from these mighty shields bounced away, but the black wolves did not give up even then. They needed to finish off this boy, and then deal with the wounded trio in the morning, who were now helplessly lying on the cold ground, bleeding. At this critical moment, the leader used the sinister technique, Bloody Wheel of the Devil, spinning in a circle with his sickle like a hellish whirlwind. His comrade used the terrifying technique, Wandering Spirit screaming in bewilderment, Devil's Soul Cut. And finally, the one with the axe decided to use Harbinger of Death, offering to the devil, Howling Spirit. The valiant hero desperately needed all his superhuman agility to avoid all three deadly attacks at once. One aimed at his stomach, leaving a deep wound, while the others targeted his arms, trying to maim him forever. Insightful Sun Hyun clearly saw that this trio had put their last strength into this desperate attack. Therefore, he needed to do exactly the same and finish them once and for all. For this, the skillful mage used a repelling force. Because the enemies were close enough, they were immediately thrown away from the guy with incredible power, like chips in the wind. He immediately dispelled the defense and created the fire field, a destructive technique where blazing fire spread across the ground like living lava. And then the opponents had to desperately jump up as their feet were really burning badly. They could catch fire, including their clothes, turning the villains into living torches. And now the time has come for the final decisive strike. With the power of pure mana, the brave young man called upon the mighty telekinesis. In the end, the whole trio hung in the air like puppets on invisible strings, unable to move, let alone land on solid ground. The skilled Sun Hyun himself exerted considerable effort to keep them suspended at all. By this point, he had already used a huge amount of precious mana to first teleport here, then heal his comrades, and endure the exhausting battle. But he had to finish them off once and for all. Therefore, catching the villains in midair, the wise mage used the devastating technique, Ice Rain. In the end, a true hail of sharp icy spears rushed down on his enemies from a heavenly height. Gradually, all their bodies were completely frozen by this deadly ice, and they could no longer move a single muscle. And then the final chord in this epic battle was the shot of the wind arrow. As soon as the powerful projectile reached the enemies, the ice they had turned into immediately shattered into countless tiny fragments, like a crystal vase broken by a hammer. Only then did the exhausted Sun Hyun allow himself to fall to the cold ground from the unbearable exhaustion he was experiencing. The noble hero was glad that this bloody battle was truly over, and yet he managed to survive in this hell. The wise young man thought he had seen everything in his past life. But in this amazing world, he continued to meet new people and ever new, unexplored forms of martial arts. Thanks to this, he was able to learn a lot and became much stronger. However, of course, due to such deadly hardships, he also faced the risk of suddenly dying. It was extremely interesting to know what awaited him in the foggy future, and whether he would continue the path of the sage and wizard he had chosen. Somewhere around this time, deep night had already fallen near the cozy hotel, wrapping everything in a shimmering cover of stars. However, the young man whom the valiant Sun Hyun first treated finally regained consciousness after a long oblivion. He barely managed to leave the room, realizing that even if his friends cooperated, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the Black Wolves. Although he was wounded, he wanted to at least save a little strength to help them at a critical moment. But soon he saw a bright flash of light, and when he fully realized, he understood. These were his friends whom the hero had teleported with him. They were all extremely wounded and exhausted to the limit, yet they were also alive. He could not even believe that they had survived such a hellish battle against legendary killers. The skilled Sun Hyun promised the man that he would definitely explain everything to him, but asked to immediately call the best doctor. In the end, despite painful wounds, the nobleman seemed healthier than all the living as he rushed off in search of a skilled healer. The wise healer worked magic on the wounded until dawn, using all his knowledge and remedies. When he finished the hard work, everyone was already wrapped in snow-white bandages and smeared with all kinds of healing ointments. Brave men endured wounds a little more easily, which is why they recovered faster than their sisters. But indeed, only one day had passed, and they were already sitting, as if nothing had happened, at the spacious table, only good-naturedly laughing at how they had all been beaten, and rejoicing that they had managed to heal so quickly. The wise Sun Hyun praised all these valiant fighters for their excellent physique, tempered by years of skill. It was precisely this that allowed them to preserve their precious lives in that hell. But the experienced cadet of the volcanic wave knew that this was not the only reason for their miraculous recovery. Surely the skilled Sun Hyun also lent his healing hand to help treat them a little. Moreover, everyone saw with their own eyes that he was an extraordinary martial arts master. Moreover, they already knew that he was that very divine dragon. And honestly, they were very surprised by this revelation. The noble hero already had to apologize for hiding it from them. He did not want to tell the truth because they were members of the martial arts faction. They might have misunderstood him. As for the formidable name, he did not choose it himself. He somehow accidentally got this nickname. The modest young man explained that he was not a martial arts master, but merely a scientist, as well as a wizard. When comrades asked which school his magic belonged to, the wise Sun Hyun calmly explained that magic is interaction with nature. Unaware of such amazing techniques, they thought that this school was invented by the hero himself. However, he only smiled mysteriously, letting his naive friend understand that these techniques were invented by their wise ancestors based on many descriptions many years ago. After that, he was asked to tell his exciting story, and the noble young man calmly recounted how he, a simple scientist from a ministerial family, ended up in the dangerous world of Murim. In the end, he only explained that although he ended up in Murim, he was still a wizard and definitely did not plan to become a martial arts master. And many clearly understood what the young man meant. He had a completely different life path and other lofty interests. But still, the noble Namgun Hek was very worried that the skillful Sun Hyun would not be able to avoid fights with other masters if he suddenly started being recognized everywhere. And the wise Sun Hyun himself understood this perfectly. But he honestly admitted that he had no desire to fight for glory, yet he did not plan to avoid duels. He yearns to spread the noble art of magic throughout the country, bringing enlightenment to the people. At that moment, the beautiful Moina calmly admitted that there was no difference whether he was a wizard or a divine dragon. It was wonderful that they met each other and ultimately managed to become such close friends. Moreover, the brave cadets believed that since he was not a martial arts master, he could not be judged by the most ordinary standards. The most important thing was their relationships with each other. Although he was the only wizard and scientist among them, the most important thing was what kind of person he was at heart. After that, they all continued their long journey and reached the magnificent Wudang Mountains near the sacred Shaolin Temple, one of the greatest Murim factions. The skilled Sun Hyun was here for the first time, and he had only imagined this legendary place through rumors and stories. But when he saw it in person, he realized that the phrase chopped landscapes suited this place like never before. Moreover, the noble traveler was struck by how vast and majestic this amazing world full of mysteries and wonders was, while his loyal friends only laughed kindly. For usually when people see the majestic Udan Mountains for the first time, they are just as amazed. As the experienced cadet of the volcanic wave assumed, his sister and wise mentor should have already arrived there, and they would surely be extremely impressed to meet the legendary hero. The noble young man also certainly awaited the opportunity to see them again after a long separation. Moreover, as the skilled Sun Hyun learned from the stories, almost all sects will participate in these grand competitions, including people even from distant Moga. And the wise young man was extremely curious whether he would be allowed to meet the valiant brother Chol Mujin, as well as the beautiful Yeon Sol Lin, during the subsequent trials. He missed the graceful girl very much and would be immensely happy to see her again. However, sincere Sun Hyun did not notice that other beautiful girls were admiring his slender figure. At this time, loyal friends told him about the faction training here, combining 3 different sacred paths: Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The disciples studied and mastered philosophy and repentance to achieve an excellent mind through deep reflection and constant spiritual improvement. In particular, thanks to its great founder, the Shaolin Temple holds the first place among Taoist literary circles, as their philosophy, leading to repentance, intellect, and spiritual openness, is extremely popular. So, through fascinating stories, they reached the legendary Sea Sword. In the Shaolin Temple, there was the Silver Sword, and among the shamans, the Sea Sword. All Murim members often showed deep respect to Shaolin and shamanism in their names. They also told about the ancient concept of Paekri Hama, arising from a sacred practice according to which, upon entering a radius of 100 ri from the Shaolin Temple, any martial arts master must dismount from the horse and put away their sword. Sea Sword is a sacred place where people put away weapons and join Shaolin and shamanism with respect. At that very solemn moment, 2 long-bearded old men in snow-white garments emerged from the majestic temple. They politely asked the esteemed guests to introduce themselves, after which the honorable man introduced himself. He was responsible for this sacred place. They quickly understood that these young masters had come here to participate in the grand competition. Everyone politely bowed and introduced themselves, naming the sects from which they had come solely for the competition. After that, they also introduced a person next to them. He was a scientist and also an honorary member of their group. In the end, the wise shaman welcomed them all into his sacred temple, asking them to lay down their weapons and follow him with peace in their hearts. At that very moment, the members of the volcanic wave were already settling into the cozy houses provided to them for a brief overnight stay. Just at that moment, seeing his captain, a cadet ran up to him joyfully, calling him over with excitement. The brave guy immediately decided to find out from his older brother if any other masters had arrived. As it turned out, the wise elder arrived early for registration and was immensely glad that his younger brother had reunited with the legendary 5 dragons. However, the young warrior also told his older brother that he had brought with him a person whose meeting would greatly surprise him. Immediately, having greeted the respected elder, the valiant Sun Hyun bowed respectfully. And he was truly deeply shocked, not understanding how the skillful Sun Hyun ended up here and by what fate. The story was too long to tell at the doorstep, so the wise elder decided at least to ask the boy how he had been doing lately. At that moment, the beautiful Yoon Solvi unexpectedly joined them, joyfully running to her older brother. She could not believe that she had truly seen him after such a long separation. Soon, sitting down at the spacious table, the elder decided to ask how these two had unexpectedly met. And the brave cadet hurried to tell that they had accidentally met in Soju, where the other dragons had also arrived. Then they realized that the world was truly very amazing and full of wonderful coincidences. After that, the wise elder decided, as if nothing had happened, to ask the young man how his important exam went. And he had to sadly explain that he missed his test due to unforeseen circumstances. Of course, it was very bitter for the elder to hear this, as he knew how much this exam meant to the young scientist. However, the sincere Sun Hyun did not feel much regret, understanding that he could try again next year in the same way. He was comforted by his dear little sister Yoon Solvi, asking her brother to cheer up. He still had everything ahead of him, and life was full of possibilities. After that, the brave cadet from the volcanic wave suggested closing this sad topic for now. And instead he wanted to know, had the wise elder heard the nickname of the legendary Heavenly Dragon? Of course, the venerable elder heard about him when he arrived here. Something related to the uprising in Moga and some dramatic events there. The beautiful Yoon Solvi, who was hearing about this mysterious dragon for the first time, was extremely curious about the essence of these rumors. Therefore, the wise elder hastened to explain that this man was a loyal friend of the young master Chol Mujan from Moga. It is also said that his abilities go beyond the understanding of ordinary people. However, the elder thought this was greatly exaggerated. People like to embellish stories. The very admiring Yoon Solvi could not believe that such a powerful person, about whom such incredible rumors circulated, really existed in reality. After that, the insightful elder decided to find out why the boy was asking him about this mysterious hero. At that moment, the young warrior looked back at the hero and suggested that he tell everything himself. And in the end, the modest Sun Hyun told rather uncertainly that this formidable name belonged to him himself. The elder could not believe it, and the admiring Yoon Solvi immediately congratulated her brother on receiving such a special nickname in the world of martial arts. However, the experienced elder hastened to warn the girl that this was unlikely to be an event worth celebrating with joy. After that, he decided to find out from the skilled Sun Hyun how it happened that he got involved in a dangerous conflict related to Moj, especially considering that his magic could be seen as some suspicious tricks. But the noble young man made it clear that he did not care at all what nickname he bore in this world. He was still a wizard, not a martial artist, and he judged a person not by faction, but only by character and actions. But even so, the wise elder was very worried about the young man, because the martial arts factions and Moj do not get along well with each other. Therefore, the skilled Sun Hyun could be mistaken for a person from Moge and attacked indiscriminately. However, the younger brother hastened to remind that even if that happens, then they should stand up for their dear comrade Sun Hyun and explain everything to the other martial arts masters. But the elder understood that it was not so simple, and asked to close this dangerous topic for now. But he promised the valiant Sun Hyun that he would help if a similar opportunity arose. The noble young man himself asked the respected captain not to worry about anything, considering that he had done nothing inhumane. He would simply continue with his peaceful affairs. The elder greatly hoped that the young man's thoughts would change and that he would not bring even more serious problems upon himself. After that, they found out about the hero's plans. He was going to head to Cholmujan today. It was about a young lord from Moog, as well as the future heir of this powerful sect. Of course, the wise elder could not forbid him anything, but asked the young man to act very carefully and wisely so that he would not be misunderstood. And sincere Sun Hyun was extremely grateful for this care, after which he politely rose from the table to leave. Of course, the beautiful Yoon Solvi was very upset that her brother was leaving so early. They had not seen each other for a long time, so she wanted to at least spend some time with him and have a heartfelt talk. However, the wise Sun Hyun reminded that they could meet and take a walk tomorrow. No one is rushing them anywhere, and they have plenty of time. The graceful girl demanded that the young man promise that he would definitely come, and then they would go to the city together. After this solemn promise, the skillful Sun Hyun politely bowed, said goodbye to everyone, and disappeared into the night. In his thoughts, the wise elder understood that Sun Hyenu needed to behave extremely cautiously in this dangerous world. However, the younger brother reminded him that everyone was well aware of the hero's character and wisdom. There was no need to worry about him, and this was indeed true. They knew that this young man was a good person with a pure heart, but others might think that he was the kind who would use all sorts of suspicious tricks in competitions. Then the young man suggested warning everyone that such an unforeseen situation might arise and simply publicly standing up for him. But the wise elder, due to age and experience, understood that this was not a situation they could recklessly interfere in. They had to think and act for the benefit of their faction. And immediately the guy felt guilty for having suggested it at all. In the end, all members of the volcanic wave could only hope that the brave guy would be extremely careful and not make foolish mistakes in this unpredictable world. Meanwhile, at this time, the beautiful girls from the legendary 5 dragons finally secluded themselves at home and rested after a long journey. Suddenly, a close friend came to the elegant Mo Yen to discuss important matters with her, and noticed that she was lost in thought about something. A friend noticed even earlier that she had a very pale face, and she was constantly sighing quietly, as if she were sick from lovesickness. Of course, the embarrassed lady tried to justify herself to her friend, saying she was simply tired from the journey and needed to rest. But the insightful friend clearly saw that the girl apparently liked this mysterious wizard brother. A perceptive friend asked her not to lie, at least in front of her, as it was obvious that the girl felt bad due to worries about his true feelings and thoughts about her. Upon learning that she was indeed right, the caring little sister promised that she would definitely help find out everything, so she asked her friend not to worry unnecessarily. At this time, the skillful Sun Hyun had already met the beautiful young Sol Lin, peacefully wandering through the corridors illuminated by moonlight. Immediately, upon seeing the graceful girl, the noble Sun Hyun modestly decided to inquire how the dear lady was feeling. However, she immediately threw herself into Sun Hyun's arms, unable to believe her own eyes that she was really seeing him after such a long separation. After that, the graceful beauty tearfully confessed that she had missed him very much, and these tender feelings were mutual between the two of them. However, in this romantic moment, they all heard the displeased voice of Cholmujin, who was scolding his sister, who was hugging someone unknown. Immediately, the frightened girl recoiled away from Sun Hyun, not understanding why her brother was so furious. And only at that moment did the valiant Cholmujan notice that she was spending time with the hero. However, the smile immediately disappeared from his face. He was very sad that his sworn brother first visited Yan Sol-lin, and not him. Of course, sincere Sun Hyun tried to justify himself to his friend, saying that he came to meet both of them. He just happened to see Yang Sol-lin in the corridor first. But, as it turned out, the noble Cholmujan was just joking. He was not jealous at all, although Yan Sol-lin understood that there was still a fit of friendly jealousy. After that, the wise Sun Hyun, laughing, immediately asked Yang Sol-lin to go with them to have a calm conversation. And the happy girl immediately grabbed his hand to go to the room. Somewhere at the same moment, two graceful maidens from Murim were walking along the moonlit path. They roughly saw in which direction the hero went, so they tried to find him. However, still not finding him even after half an hour of walking, the caring sister suggested to her friend to meet him tomorrow when he was supposed to come, to arrange a small surprise for him. After that, she asked the sad girl not to be upset. She would do everything possible to ensure that everything worked out in the best way for her and Sun Hyun. However, suddenly these two saw a very familiar silhouette in the distance. It was a hero who stood with some girl under the silvery moon. However, they did not recognize this mysterious girl, which was quite strange. Obviously, realizing the delicate situation, the wise girl immediately suggested to her sister to leave first and not disturb the two of them. However, when she tried to take her hand, she immediately rudely pulled her friend back. Obviously, the girl was not offended. She thought that her sister was in a real shock. She was really hoping that Sun Hyun would stop creating even more awkward situations. However, at that moment, two people who had confessed their love to each other kissed right before their eyes. And at that very moment, they recoiled from each other when they heard very loud screams. At that moment, the unfortunate girl fell to her knees and burst into tears while her friend tried to bring her to her senses. Obviously, the skillful Sun Hyun noticed this and immediately decided to find out what had happened to the sister from the Beck family. And her friend calmly greeted the hero, trying to explain that they had just gone for a walk, as tonight was a great moonlit night. However, she herself understood how foolish it was to talk about the weather in such a delicate situation. At that moment, the beautiful Yan Sol-lin decided to ask the hero who these girls were, and how Sun Hyun even knew them. He promised to explain everything, after which he approached the girls to find out why they were walking around at such a late hour. Of course, the embarrassed girl tried to somehow justify herself, and also asked her little sister to finally get up and leave. However, she only got up angrily and, looking at the hero, wanted to know how he dared to treat her that way. After that, having created a very ambiguous situation, she immediately disappeared away. And obviously, the faithful friend ran after her so that she would not do anything foolish in such a situation. Sincere Sun Hyun understood what had happened and thought that perhaps the girl was even suffering from lovesickness. But turning around, he saw Yan Sol-lin's reaction to such an ambiguous situation. Obviously, she believed that Sun Hyun had betrayed her. Everything pointed to it, yet he behaved as if nothing had happened. Therefore, the furious lady ran away, no longer wanting to see that treacherous guy. And in the end, the bewildered Sun Hyun completely did not understand what had happened to all of them. He was calmly walking home, not understanding why first the little sister from the Beck family went mad, and now Yan Sol-lin. Women were extremely complicated creatures. While he was walking, pondering what was happening, he almost bumped into an old man walking ahead. He, of course, smiled kindly, noticing that the young man was so deep in thought that he did not watch where he was going. The noble hero immediately bowed, apologizing for his inattentiveness, and explained that he had some problems he was pondering. At that moment, the wise old man greeted him, and looking at him, the insightful Sun Hyun realized that his spiritual energy felt different from that of the people he had met before. It felt as if he had stepped beyond the limits of mortals, yet he was not a master of martial arts. And the venerable old man clearly noticed the excessive attentiveness with which the young man was examining him. In the end, he honestly admitted that he felt the spiritual energy of the old man, which was different from that of other people he knew. And the young master was right. Unlike others, he did not practice martial arts. It was quite strange considering that the man was a shaman. Therefore, seeing the misunderstanding, the sage hastened to explain that most shamans study martial arts, but he does not. He practiced a unique technique for the Shaolin Temple, realizing that it seemed to be fate itself, to meet in such a remote place in the dead of night. The kind old man offered the young man to take a walk with him and have some tea. Soon they were sitting in the humble dwelling of this old man. The tea was really very tasty, and the hero was extremely grateful. And the old man said that he brewed this tea himself from special herbs. The young man also noticed a book that was lying on the same table where they were sitting. It was the book that the old man was studying. When he allowed the young man to look, he realized that this book was about yin and yang, and also contained various techniques, such as the movements of the 5 elements. The wise old man hurried to explain that yin and yang were not divided into 5 elements. They are divided differently. In other words, they are divided twice. Yang divides into yin, and yin divides once more. At that moment, the hero recited the line, "Order generates fire. Fire. Earth. Earth. Gold. Gold. Water. And water. Order." However, one could add the energy of wind to the energy of fire, and the energy of fire to the energy of water. And Sun Hyun realized that in this case he could significantly increase the power of his magic. Soon they finished the tea party, and Sun Hyun apologized for being so absorbed in the books the elder was studying. However, for the wise shaman, it was, on the contrary, a great happiness to meet such a curious young man. After that, they said goodbye, wishing each other a good night. On the way, only upon leaving the house, the hero noticed that he had missed the portraits painted in honor of the gods of Taoism. The young man read about them in books. He was extremely curious to finally find out what they looked like. The elder hurried to explain that the white tiger protected the west, the turtle snake the north, the blue dragon the east, and the phoenix protected the south. And although the young man saw these deities for the first time, they literally attracted him on some deep level. Around this time, an intriguing rumor spread through the Taoist temple that Yang So-lin was originally from Moge. One of the young men obtained this information by going through the temples and asking about all the girls. The curious girl thanked her spy for the excellent work, after which she let him go. And then she awkwardly glanced at her sister, who was still furious. However, she could admit their relationship. She also believed that Yan So-lin was not as beautiful compared to her. Moreover, many had questions about how Sun Hyun, who looked so innocent, could be with a girl from Moge. They believed that surely that bitch seduced him. But at the same time, the older sister understood that this might not be true. Therefore, the wise Moina tried to explain to her sister that perhaps she should step back and not interfere in other people's affairs. However, the stubborn girl could not come to terms with the fact that these two were together, for the cunning Yan So-lin came from the Moga clan, and their craftiness and treachery were well known throughout the world. Truly, the noble Moina was tormented by worry, lest the naive Sun Hyun, who knew nothing but studying in life, step onto a dangerous path and become entangled in the webs of this temptress to complete recklessness. Exactly for this reason, her faithful friend was firmly convinced that this shrew had definitely enchanted the young man with dark spells. In that case, they could not sit idly by. In the end, the noble Moina, fully trusting the wisdom of her friend, suggested saving poor Sun Hyun from the claws of this predator. They had to make every effort for his well-being, and were ready by any means to tear the innocent young man from her demonic embrace. Soon, the puzzled Sun Hyun came to the wise Cholmujan to talk with his brother. However, he decided to discuss the notorious betrayal of his beloved, which left the embarrassed young man in complete bewilderment. The Honorable Cholmudajan patiently explained that according to the beauty, she became angry because she thought he was involved with another girl while they were forcibly separated. Obviously, the noble young man considered it very foolish, given that his heart belonged only to her alone. Then the wise brother reminded of that unfortunate night when the unhappy girl burst into bitter tears upon seeing them together. Enlightened Sun Hyun immediately understood. It was about the younger sister of the Baek family. The young man himself was extremely curious to find out what had actually happened. He really did accompany her all the way to the sacred Shaolin temple. But they were not alone then, and he believed that she was definitely not crying because of him. Of course, the girl would not lie for no reason, which means some fatal misunderstanding occurred. The delighted young man rejoiced, for he finally understood the origins of the strange behavior of his beloved Yan So-lin. After a heartfelt conversation with his brother, he humbly asked the wise young man to help explain to the capricious Yan So-lin what really happened, as the willful beauty did not even want to listen to him, let alone see him. In the end, the magnanimous mentor agreed to meet with the angry sister and was already heading to her chambers. In the end, the insightful Yan So-lin very quickly realized that apparently, this pathetic girl was simply madly in love with her son Hyun. However, the sensible Cholmojin did not know the answer to such a delicate question, because according to the innocent Sun Hyun, he himself did not understand at all why the poor girl cried so bitterly. Wise Yan So-lin was not surprised at all. After all, he was still a naive young man, so this was to be expected from him. But the insightful beauty perfectly understood the truth with the help of female intuition. This ugly woman was madly in love with the hero. In the end, the prudent mentor had no choice but to allow the wise girl to think as she wished, and he hoped that the unfortunate misunderstanding would now finally dissipate. In the end, the charming Yan So-lin smiled, sweetly suggesting to go apologize to her beloved for not believing him from the very beginning. She sincerely hoped that the noble young man would accept her humble apologies, and the wise Cholmujin was completely convinced of this. However, the treacherous Yan Sol Lin was still shaking with rage when she realized that some despicable bitch had framed her hero, causing her to be angry at her beloved for no reason. Very soon these two were walking as if nothing had happened, chatting cheerfully and laughing carefreely. But unexpectedly, the kind-hearted Cholmujin approached the happy Sun Hyun again. Seeing his friends, he was very happy that these two had finally reconciled and regained their former harmony. And the grateful young man was infinitely thankful to the wise brother. All this became possible solely thanks to his precious help. However, the modest heir merely repeated someone else's words. There was no special merit in this matter, so he decided to inquire where these two were heading. As it turned out, the determined Sun Hyun was very eager to meet the generous brother to immediately ask him for something. It turned out that the brave hero wanted to go to the sacred monastery and use their training hall. Looking at his older brother's surprise, he patiently explained that during his long journey he had learned several powerful techniques and wished to test their strength. The safest place for this was precisely the sacred training field. Understanding Yan Sol Lin realized that for the sake of training, he would of course be allowed to come there. However, the prudent hero warned that the most important thing in this matter was that outsiders should not see him and not blab. In the end, the benevolent Cholmujin agreed. The brother could go there, pretending to be his younger brother. But still he could not understand how the beloved intended to go there unnoticed. However, suddenly he remembered what incredible power the celebrated hero possessed. In the end, the grateful Sun Hyun thanked his older brother for providing him with such great help, allowing him to go to a place where he could improve his abilities. And anxious Yan Sol Lin was very worried and concerned about how far her precious beloved would go. However, the caring young man promised that he would return as soon as possible. Moreover, he could not constantly stay beside the gentle Yan Sol Lin, so, after apologizing, he asked the beautiful girl not to be too sad in his absence. Gentle Yan Sol Lin hugged dear Sun Hyun, honestly admitting that she was starting to miss him even when he was nearby. Sun Hyun, who was in love, felt exactly the same tender feelings, and Cholmujin felt quite awkward watching these two inseparable lovebirds. Soon the loyal musketeer prepared a training ground for the celebrated hero, where he could spend precious time improving. After that, the devoted warrior also prepared absolutely everything that the honorable captain mentioned in his letter. After that, the brave musketeer dared to ask what else the mighty hero had learned. He was incredibly strong, so the fact that he had learned something else grand amazed his imagination to the core. However, the wise warrior still understood. The noble young man resembled a true martial arts master, for they all never ceased to strive for perfection and greater strength. After that, the respectful man bowed and left, asking the worthy young man not to worry about anything and to feel at home. In the remaining days, the valiant hero looked at the majestic training ground, deciding to begin his sacred training. Yearning Yan Sol Lin was wandering near the babbling brook at that time, grieving over her hero. He was gone all day and she really missed her beloved very much. She also bitterly regretted not going to training with him. However, unexpectedly in the fragrant flower field, she noticed the very girl who had burst into tears at the sight of her son Hyun. At that moment, the cunning beauty was pondering what to do and how to get rid of that unfortunate fox from her beloved. Although she did not directly admit to Mo Yen the truth of what was happening in her soul, these tormenting feelings grew stronger. She had to get rid of the annoying rival. However, at that moment, hearing a rustle, the alarmed girl turned around and saw the very so-called fox behind her back. The arrogant person was extremely enraged upon seeing that very scoundrel shamelessly flirting with her son Hyun. And the enraged Yan Sol Lin was utterly outraged that this brazen girl was so hopelessly trying to seduce her fiancé. Right away, the bold girl began to prove to the angry Yan Sol Lin that she would never be able to win the hero, no matter what clever tricks she used. She even dared to suggest that perhaps the treacherous girl somehow seduced him by twisting her body in front of him. It sounded so brazen and offensive that the noble Yan Sol Lin could barely hold back from scratching this fool's eyes out right now. In the end, unable to endure the mutual insults, both drew their shining blades to fight in a deadly duel. Both intended to defeat each other today. One wanted to do it so that her rival would no longer interfere, and the other wished to save the innocent son Hyun from the claws of the predator. Somewhere at this very time, the unsuspecting hero had no idea what bloody drama was unfolding around him. He diligently practiced the lightning magic technique, which was enhanced with the help of water magic. To be precise, it was a destructive technique of waterball lightning. When he cast the spell on the nearby boulder, it immediately smoked and charred. This was truly the initial level of mastery. Moreover, the amount of mana in the young man's body had significantly increased. He was using fourth circle magic, but the energy was as if from the fifth. But suddenly, hearing some sound, the alarmed hero anxiously looked back over his shoulder. However, to his surprise, he did not notice anyone, although a very unpleasant chill clearly ran through his body. Annoyed, rubbing the back of his head, the embarrassed young man reproached himself for his foolishness. He should not have thought about such things now. He had to focus on training. Therefore, the determined hero tried to concentrate on magic in order to continue the sacred refinement. At that moment, the angry Yan Sol Lin understood that the only thing restraining her hands was that she could not kill that vile rival, no matter how much she hated her. If she could finish her off, she would have done it long ago without hesitation. Exactly the same bloodthirsty thoughts were tormenting, in principle, her rival as well. Although she was eager to deal with the arrogant Yan Sol Lin, she understood that she might still be someone important to dear Sun Hyun. Therefore, the treacherous girl wanted at least to cut off a couple of her rival's hands as a lesson. But still, both warriors could admit that the duel with each other was fundamentally different from other battles. At the very least, the powerful Yan Sol Lin was exceptionally strong. Being the daughter of the formidable leader Moa, she mastered martial arts perfectly. But even the treacherous Yan Sol Lin had to admit that the skills of the despicable rival were surprisingly good. She needed to be extremely careful with her. When the daring opponent managed to knock the beauty to the ground, she immediately jumped to her feet and decisively swung her sparkling blade. In the end, it all ended with the ruthless girl cutting off a whole third of the luxurious hair of the noble Yan Sol Lin. The enraged beauty was furious that this inadequate creature dared to cut the hair that her beloved liked so much. The treacherous rival wanted to cut them even more so that the arrogant Yan Sol Lin would finally stop liking the precious Sun Hyun. At that moment, the passing worried Cholmujin heard the loud clash of blades. He immediately noticed two furious girls and started running, not understanding what was happening. Just as well, the worried Moen rushed here, unaware of what her reckless sister was doing. In the end, both warriors, having heard the voices of their loved ones, had to stop the deadly fight in an instant. The anxious mentor wanted to know what happened to his sister Yan Sol Lin. However, she authoritatively ordered her brother to step back and not interfere in her affairs. But he only became angry at his stubborn little sister and immediately took away her dangerous blade. The treacherous rival began to complain to her sister that the despicable Yan Sol Lin was to blame for everything. She had unleashed this bloody fight. After that, she explained that it was this shrew from the Moj family who distracted her dear Sun Hyun. At that moment, the ashamed Cholmujin respectfully apologized to the girls for the unworthy rudeness of his younger sister. And the angry Moen roughly demanded that the nobleman teach the cheeky girl how to behave properly. However, the wise young man noticed that the arrogant Moen was speaking too rudely, like a person who had absolutely not understood the situation. However, she did not think that she should behave any differently, considering that the whole world was well aware of the bad reputation of the treacherous Moga family. The honorable Cholmujan was so enraged by such audacity that he shouted right in the beauty's face, almost deafening her. After that, he demanded that the insolent girl take back her offensive words, as she was completely wrong. But proud Moina could not admit this. She felt that she had behaved completely appropriately, considering who was standing before her. Only at the moment when the girl saw her approaching father did her confidence noticeably diminish. The stern man immediately ordered his daughter to bow and apologize to the person she dared to insult. The embarrassed young lady was puzzled. Why did her father demand such humiliation from her? However, he only looked at her disapprovingly, urging his daughter on. In the end, the stubborn beauty had nothing left but to bow and offer her humble apologies. The wise heir also strictly ordered his arrogant sister to do the same. In the end, the proud girl had no choice. She had to bow to this trio and apologize. And indeed, her treacherous opponent felt deep satisfaction, rejoicing in having been able to humiliate the arrogant enemy so thoroughly. But suddenly her strict teacher arrived, who ordered her student to bow and apologize. After that, the mentors also apologized to each other, and to the noble Cholmujan for not being able to properly raise their protégés. The wise father also repented for allowing such a glaring neglect in raising his daughter. Of course, the sensible Cholmujin understood that what had happened was partly his fault. After that, the wise mentors waited until Cholmujan and his sister left that unfortunate place far away from the estate. Only then did the angry teacher scold her student, not understanding how she dared to behave like that, as if she had completely forgotten her place. The ashamed girl immediately began to apologize, admitting that she was completely wrong before the mentor. However, she reminded the stubborn pupil that she should not forget which actions will lead to which consequences in the future. Soon, the saddened Cholmujin, together with the sorrowful Yan Sol Lin, returned home, where he asked his sister to explain everything. However, she made it clear that it was the opponent who first dared to attack her. Now the treacherous beauty was completely convinced. That cursed devil definitely had passionate feelings for her son Hyun. To find out the truth, she needed to fight the rival. The wise heir tried to explain to his stubborn little sister that even if this girl really claimed something, the noble Yan Sol Lin should not have gone that far. However, she became even angrier, demanding that her brother not dare to continue this conversation at all. She swore that as soon as she met the scoundrel next time, she would cut all the hair off her head so that she would look like a bald old hag. Meanwhile, the diligent hero finally finished his sacred training. 3 days flew by very quickly. He achieved the desired result and could now fully test his abilities. That is exactly why the valiant warrior came to the huge, massive rocky gates, which solemnly opened before him. In the end, emerging from seclusion, the noble young man, without much thought, immediately teleported to the sacred Shaolin temple. He hadn't seen the precious Yan So-lin for 3 days and would never have thought he could miss her so much. Yes, although he was quite mature at heart, he could do nothing about his trembling feelings for this beautiful maiden. However, unexpectedly, approaching a familiar place, he noticed the younger sister of the Beck family. Of course, the hero definitely did not expect that, after such a long absence, to see this girl during a simple walk. However, at that moment, the naive young man did not notice that the girl's hair had become much shorter. He thought that maybe someone could have harmed the poor girl, so he decided to comfort her. For this, the kind hero praised her appearance, saying that this haircut suits her very well. He noticed how in an instant the shy girl became embarrassed and was covered with a gentle blush. However, the naive young man did not notice what was hidden behind that facial expression, and simply sincerely believed that his kind words had helped the girl. After that, he hurried to the residence of the noble Moj clan. However, as soon as the love-struck hero entered, he immediately saw that dear Yan So-lin was crying bitterly. She immediately threw herself into the arms of her beloved, rejoicing that he had finally come. And then, looking back at his brother, the puzzled Sun Hyun decided to find out what had happened to the beautiful girl. Embarrassed, Cholmujan awkwardly explained that the beauty decided to get a haircut, but only later realized that dear Sun Hyun might not like her new hairstyle, which is why she cried so bitterly. Noticing the hair of his beloved girl, the worried young man realized it had indeed become much shorter. He thought that perhaps this haircut had become popular among beautiful girls nowadays, which is why both Beck's younger sister and his beloved Yan So-lin got it. The caring hero immediately began to comfort the upset girl, assuring her that she looks very good and that this haircut suits her incredibly well. He gently asked her to stop crying because he had returned, which meant that everything would be fine now. The girl could not help but rejoice that the dear young man was comforting her so tenderly. After that, she apologized for her baseless tears, promising that she would no longer upset him. The wise Cholmujan only shook his head disapprovingly, realizing that he was apparently simply not meant to comprehend the mysterious female nature. At that moment, 2 more loyal friends of the hero from the renowned volcanic school visited the room. They had a nice chat and greeted each other joyfully, as they hadn't seen each other for some time. However, suddenly behind the comrades, the surprised Sun Hyun noticed 2 more people unknown to him. Of course, the well-mannered young man immediately apologized for not introducing his companions, after which he solemnly introduced the senior member of the 5 volcanic swords and the junior member of the 5 volcanic swords. After that, the noble young men politely introduced themselves, exchanging their glorious names. Only then did they admit that they had heard amazing stories about the valiant Sun Hyun many times from Sister Wei, and Sun Hyun himself could only hope that she had not said anything bad about him. As it turned out, the thing was that, while listening to these thrilling stories, they were personally on the battlefield between the hero and the bloody warriors. Therefore, it was possible to hope that her story was not too exaggerated. Moreover, all the members of the famous 5 dragons have also arrived here. Therefore, loyal comrades suggested that the hero must definitely meet with them. Obviously, embarrassed Sun Hyun did not even have time to say anything when he heard footsteps. At that moment, the mischievous heiress of the volcanic school loudly called out to him. She also grabbed her older brother's arm, asking him to go play with her today as he had promised earlier. However, comrade reminded that the valiant Sun Hyun was going to go with them to the meeting with the renowned 5 dragons. The mischievous girl was quite upset that her older brother refused the long-awaited meeting with her for the sake of some strangers. The caring hero could only promise his upset little sister that he would return from this meeting as soon as possible, and then they would definitely go for a walk together. But the capricious beauty was already too angry that dear Sun Hyun had changed their sacred plans over such an annoying trifle. Therefore, burning with anger, she left with dignity, showing her deep displeasure. Of course, sensitive Sun Hyun was incredibly sad that he had so insensitively hurt his beloved little sister. However, the wise cadet of the volcanic school asked the hero not to pay much attention to it. She always reacted so stormily to any changes in plans. The stubborn girl herself ran away, fiercely hating the insensitive Sun Hyun in her heart for always mercilessly neglecting her attention. She was eager to teach him a proper lesson. It annoyed her unbearably, and a truly devilish idea suddenly came to her bright mind. The cunning beauty wickedly giggled, thinking about how she could punish and teach that frivolous young man a lesson in the most intricate way. At that moment, The focused Sun Hyun entered the spacious room where his loyal friends, as well as several unknown and mysterious shamans, were seated. First of all, he was solemnly introduced to the venerable bearded elder, Master Doho, possessing a majestic and wise aura. After that, his bald companion sitting nearby with an impassive expression politely introduced himself. When the ceremonial performances were solemnly concluded, the respected father explained to his dear friend that the celebrated Master Doha was the most renowned guardian of sacred justice. His companion was widely known as the mighty titan of the Shaolin Temple, whose strength was legendary throughout all lands. The girl who introduced herself last was a student of a mysterious sect in which for centuries it was precisely the female representatives who held the role of undisputed leaders. At that moment, she disdainfully and arrogantly decided to ask the young stranger which martial arts he had mastered and studied. But the unflappable Sun Hyun calmly and honestly replied that he had not practiced them at all, and was a scholar devoted to the sciences. Then the loyal comrades hurried to explain to the arrogant lady that it was they who insisted on bringing the modest young man here, for the haughty lady needed a truly special and weighty reason to bestow her attention on a person not of her high class. In the end, the sensible young man decided to ask all the respected attendees if they had ever heard of the legendary nickname of the Heavenly Dragon. But in the shamanic clan, this mysterious warrior was also widely known as the Immeasurable Buddha, or by the name of the Eternal Dragon. They had heard many exciting rumors about this mythical man, but only knew that he was a descendant of the Moj family and also seemed to be a close relative of the noble Cholmujin. And of course, everyone immediately gave the hero the right to tell, so that he himself could recount everything in detail. In the end, the embarrassed young man awkwardly rose from his seat and, stammering shyly, explained that he was the very legendary Heavenly Dragon they were talking about. At such a staggering piece of news, everyone present immediately gaped in extreme astonishment, clearly shaken to the core by the revelation they had just heard. And the modest Sun Hyun hastened to explain that although he had inherited this loud name, he did not practice traditional martial arts like all the other warriors. Obviously, the displeased and suspicious lady authoritatively demanded that the mysterious young man explain in detail how he came to receive such an honorable title. It was not easy for him to explain this in simple words. After all, he was a learned man, or to be more precise, a wizard magician. And of course, the curious girl asked with interest, what kind of strange and mysterious class is this, which she had heard about for the first time in her life? Patient Sun Hyun once again had to thoroughly explain that wizards are special warriors who use powerful magic instead of traditional martial arts. After that, he decided to visually demonstrate his abilities with a spell, as he had long been used to the fact that people do not really understand or believe anything just by words. When the skilled mage summoned the wind in his palms and it began to flutter the clothes and hair of everyone sitting, those present immediately understood what was going on. Obviously, immediately baring her teeth with distrust, the arrogant girl contemptuously thought that the cunning Sun Hyun had used some forbidden dark art. However, to the wise shaman, this mysterious phenomenon seemed very similar to the ancient Shinsensal or Taoist Dosal. The arrogant girl was quite surprised to hear such a rare and uncommon name of the mysterious art. Moreover, the magic used by the renowned hero hardly resembled these traditional techniques. And indeed, the longer the experienced shaman looked into the hero's unusual magic, the more differences he found from the original method of Shinsensal or Dosal. It was something very similar, but at the same time somewhat alien and unknown. No one understood what it could really mean. Therefore, the sensible Sun Hyun made it clear that what he demonstrated was neither dark art, nor Shinsengumi, nor Dosal. It was true magic. However, the arrogant lady did not like at all what the mysterious hero demonstrated. Therefore, she sternly reminded that even if he was an ally of the Moj clan, it did not cancel the possible severe punishment for him for using suspicious arts. But the brave Sun Hyun very much hoped that wise people would not force him to conform to the strict standards of traditional martial arts masters. After that, he decided to cautiously find out what they think about becoming friends with the group Blooming Plum and Gem John. And the noble hero also made it clear that he should follow the path of the sorcerer, and generally entered the world of warriors only to promote and develop the art of magic. But he himself was by no means a warrior by nature. So he sincerely hoped that no one would try to fit him into their usual standards and expectations. The wise Mo Yen drew everyone's attention to the fact that the demonstration of the unusual abilities of the valiant Sun Hyun made the atmosphere in the room quite strange and tense. And since they met after such a long time, it would be much better for them to talk about something more cheerful and pleasant. Even the noble Namgun Hek respectfully asked, so that the pompous lady would not think badly of the hero. He was much more honest and noble than anyone else. Moreover, he was their valiant savior in a difficult moment. However, the proud girl heard about this for the first time, so she interestedly asked her older brother to tell her about it in detail. But at that moment, the sensible Mo Ina took the floor. She was the one who wanted to tell this thrilling story. After that, she began questioning her arrogant sister. Had she ever heard of the sinister group Black Wolves 20 years ago? Her father dealt harshly with this bloody gang, and then they tried to kidnap her herself to take revenge on her parent. In that difficult time, it was thanks to the valiant Sun Hyun and his powerful help that they were able to safely reach a secure place. Of course, looking at the modest hero, it was really very difficult for the haughty lady to believe this. And indeed, looking at her displeased and skeptical facial expression, the perceptive young man understood. She was clearly one of the extremely distrustful kind. So he would have to take some significant action to earn her precious trust and respect. In this moment, the wise shamans acknowledged that the magic of the valiant Sun Hyun was truly amazing. It resembled their sacred Taoism, but unfortunately they had lost the ancient knowledge of Taoist practice and could not properly compare it to true magic now. And it sounded very regrettable. It was unbearably sad that even the venerable shamans themselves had lost the precious knowledge of Taoism. Moreover, the hero found it very strange that although he clearly said that this art is called magic, the persistent shamans continued to compare it with their lost Taoism. Finally, after the end of this intense meeting, the thoughtful Sun Hyun withdrew, still pondering the seemingly endless malicious resentment among the various political factions of martial arts masters. He never thought he would encounter such hostile and suspicious looks, just because his comrade in arms was a noble Cholmujan. However, suddenly the young man remembered that he had only 2 days left until the Grand Martial Arts Masters competition. The wise hero decided to carefully observe and remember various martial arts that could be suitable for magic, and learn to manage the use of traditional martial arts techniques in his practice. In his deep thoughts, the focused young man did not immediately notice how the shy sister Beck cautiously approached him. She, blushing to the limit, immediately apologized to the hero for the trouble she might have caused. However, the noble young man, looking kindly at his modest friend, politely asked her to tell him what important matter she had come to him about. But she blushed to her ears from just the intense gaze of the young man, and only shyly wished him to have a good rest after a hard day. Immediately after these words, she, terribly embarrassed, immediately ran away as if escaping from pursuit. Looking at this picture, the sensible Mo En considered her friend nothing more than a pathetic idiot who couldn't even properly admit her own passionate feelings. She even considered doing it on her behalf and tried to find some good and effective way to finally accomplish it. At that moment, for some unknown reason, the girl remembered the majestic Cholmujin. She herself was even frightened, not understanding why this noble young man suddenly became so vividly remembered by her. Moreover, he was from the hostile Moog faction. She considered herself a bit foolish for such strange thoughts and decided to forget about him forever as soon as possible. However, the cunning beauty had no idea that all this time her perceptive brother Namgun Hek was watching her closely. Soon, upon learning the astonishing news, he immediately rushed to his loyal friend to discuss what had happened with the young master from the Moog family. They could not believe that the proud sister Mo Ina could have developed passionate feelings for this noble young man. Indeed, it seemed like a real absurdity. How could the haughty sister like someone like the mysterious Cholmujin? However, the attentive Namgun Hek saw with his own eyes how she thoughtfully muttered the name of the young Master Moog, dreamily looking towards his dwelling. Also, the prudent Namgun Hek decided to discuss the fact that not long ago there was a bloody fight between the cunning Yang So Lin from Moog and Beck's younger sister. As they heard, both furious girls were waving their shining swords and mercilessly cutting each other's luxurious hair. It turned out they were stopped by the wise sister Mo En, as well as the noble Cholmujin. At that unfortunate moment, some strange, unexpected feelings could have arisen between these two, according to his deep reflections. However, true friends still felt that it was an incredibly unbelievable leap forward that literally could not happen in reality. But the wise Namgun Hek reminded his comrades that men and women often fall in love with each other for the most absurd and unexpected reasons. Based on his rich romantic experience, he could confidently say that these two were quite unusual personalities. In the end, both decided to admit that the words of the insightful comrade might turn out to be true, and began to wonder what they could do in such a delicate situation. Soon all three came close to each other to discuss in every tiny detail the daring plan that came to their mind. Not much time passed before the cadet from the Vulcan school headed to the territory where the representatives of the Moj family lived. Obviously, the strolling Sun Hyun was quite surprised, as he was peacefully walking with his brother when he suddenly saw a young man approaching. And he only politely explained to the hero that he had come to tell him something important. After that, the valiant Sun Hyun solemnly introduced the guest to the noble Cholmujan. The perceptive young man knew perfectly well that this was the very young master, as well as the hero's loyal comrade in arms. He was not a bad person, and perhaps if sincere feelings had developed between the wise Mo Ina and the mysterious Cholmujan, It would have been a wonderful opportunity to resolve the long-standing prejudices and misunderstandings between the warring political factions in the world of warriors. Then perhaps starting with their blessed generation and beyond, political factions could peacefully interact with each other without unnecessary bloody conflicts. In the end, the polite young man made it clear that he had come to ask for a special favor. He wished for the celebrated hero to attend an important meeting of representatives from various factions, but the participation of the wise captain was also necessary for this event. The noble young man believed it would be incredibly glorious to leave behind ancient prejudices and try to sit down together at last to have an honest conversation. All because the wise cadet was firmly convinced they would not have unnecessary conflicts due to useless misunderstandings if they got to know each other better. And although the valiant son Hyun was not against this wonderful idea, he needed to hear the decision of his sworn brother on this delicate matter. And indeed, the proposal sounded very reasonable. They thought it was a great idea to talk all together in a friendly atmosphere. And then the young cadet of the volcanic school suggested having this important conversation during the grand martial arts competition. As it turned out, Cholmujin was almost always available, so the proposed time satisfied everyone. And so the precious time passed. Finally, the final round in the thrilling battle arrived. All the spectators sat eagerly in the stands, waiting for the names of the cadets to be announced. They were to enter the majestic arena to fight in the decisive battles. The list included one cadet from the School of Blooming Happiness, as well as the invincible Hen Sun, a young lady from the Moog clan, the beautiful Yang Sol Lin, and Chol Mujin, a young master of iron blood from Moga. Suddenly, the name of the warrior of unbreakable will was also announced. Many had heard that this was the legendary person who created their own unique martial arts technique. They belonged to one of the oldest clans. The last participant was the heavenly dragon son Hyun, and everyone immediately began loudly calling him. However, the embarrassed young man did not at all expect that he would be called specifically as a participant, and not as a mere observer, since this was completely outside his modest plans. At about the same time, a real grand scandal broke out in the house of the volcanic school. The angry elder shouted, not believing that the stubborn girl had acted so meanly. He was extremely disappointed with her behavior, not understanding how she could be so irresponsible. These were deadly martial arts competitions, but no one could know in advance when their life would be in danger. The capricious girl tried to justify herself, claiming that she only wanted to see with her own eyes the amazing magic of the so-called brother. After all, she had only heard exciting stories about it before. Even the caring son Hyun asked the respected teacher to calm down a little, promising that everything would be fine and well. However, the mentor was furious because of the foolishness of this reckless girl. Not wanting to waste any more effort in vain, the young man suggested calming down, promising that everything would be fine. Around this time, the venerable shaman finally stepped forward, solemnly thanking everyone for gathering on this distant sacred mountain Mudan. He warmly greeted the noble families and martial arts clans representing various political factions, as well as powerful warriors from around the world, including practicing Moj warriors. After these words, the drums thundered, shaking the heads of the masters. From this solemn moment, he loudly proclaimed the beginning of the great tournament. The first duel was between the celebrated hero and his formidable opponent. This opponent was the Unbreakable! At the moment when the valiant son Hyun was solemnly introduced, the treacherous Yang Sol Lin and her hateful rival immediately exchanged malicious, hate-filled glances. At that moment, the arrogant rival son Hyun sneered contemptuously at him, believing that the boy was conceited and considered himself a real man only because he had reached puberty. He believed that the cheeky boy was simply incredibly lucky to be here among such renowned warriors as they were. The arrogant fighter believed that allowing the youth to participate in the sacred battle was sheer madness. He intended to mercilessly destroy the conceited enemy. However, the calm young man was not worried at all, knowing that this martial arts tournament should not be fundamentally different from similar competitions in his past world. Now he had a great opportunity to significantly raise the status of his magic throughout the entire world of warriors. Therefore, the determined hero prepared to repel the inevitable enemy attack. He really attacked first, swiftly lunging at the unflappable son Hyun, raising a gleaming blade for a crushing strike. The hero met him with the calmest expression on his face. When he patiently waited for the enraged man to come close enough to him, the mage instantly teleported right behind his back, and onto the broad back of the opponent, he unleashed a crushing attack of the ice spear. The frightened warrior managed to dodge this rushing deadly attack at the very last moment. And at that very moment, the skillful young man was already attacking him with a dazzling lightning strike. Fortunately for the opponent, he jumped aside because a huge burnt mark remained on the stone wall. And of course, the stunned man was deeply shocked, for he had never in his life heard of such a type of dark arts. But it could not continue like this any longer. He had to finish off that cursed scoundrel before he could hurt him. Therefore, the enraged warrior was about to use the legendary art of the 9 unbreakable winds. Spinning his mighty blade like a deadly wheel, he charged at the hero with inhuman speed. However, at the very last moment, the clever young man used the magic of flight, gracefully avoiding absolutely all devastating attacks. In the air, he clearly saw that his opponent was exceptionally strong, meaning the duel would be far from as simple as it seemed. And if so, it was necessary to use the magic recently developed by him with the help of the complex theory of 5 elements. For this, the focused mage immediately joined his hands, and, using the powerful attribute of fire for a fiery explosion, unleashed numerous blazing attacks from the sky onto the enemy. And at that moment, a monstrous explosion occurred, causing massive stones hundreds of meters from the sacred site to shake to their very foundations. In the moment when this dazzling fire went out, all the stunned spectators saw that the entire body of the once unbreakable fighter was covered with the most severe, terrifying burns, after which he lost consciousness, falling flat on the cold ground. At that moment, everyone realized the legendary heavenly dragon Sun Hyun emerged as the victor. But no one clapped or applauded the victor, so the modest Sun Hyun did not immediately realize that he had achieved a brilliant victory. In this moment, the enraged people were angry at the terrifying dark magic used. Everyone immediately began to consider the use of such treacherous tricks unacceptable for nearly killing a person during the sacred tournament. And they began fiercely driving the young man away from the holy mountain Mudan. Obviously, the confused hero had no idea why everyone was reacting so violently and hostilely to his well-deserved victory. But suddenly the majestic elder gave a mighty voice, authoritatively commanding all the protesters to be silent immediately. After that, he himself went down to the puzzled young man in order to talk face to face. The wise mentor also gently touched the wounded fighter, but immediately realized that he was merely in a deep unconscious state. But he did not feel that the young man had any serious internal injuries. Therefore, the just elder loudly declared the well-deserved victory of the valiant Sun Hyun, and also firmly refuted the accusations that he fought with the intention to kill the opponent. But even after these authoritative words, a deadly, awkward silence reigned in the stands. The relieved hero exhaled. Good thing they stopped unfairly accusing him. He understood that people were probably very surprised by his unusual magic, and the misunderstanding was caused by the long-standing feud between the conservative martial arts factions and magic practitioners. After that, the grateful young man respectfully bowed before the wise old man, sincerely thanking him for resolving the unfortunate misunderstanding. However, the prudent elder understood that he simply had to intervene, for ordinary observers could not understand that the young man used his powers only after carefully assessing what his formidable opponent was capable of. And of course, the modest Sun Hyun was even more grateful for the precious help of the honorable old man, considering that he truly understood the real situation. However, at that moment, the struck young man felt an incredible power emanating from the majestic elder. It seems that he has reached the same rank as the wizard of the 8th circle, who was significantly more powerful than the hero in the previous life. At that moment, the wise old man, looking intently at the amazing Sun Hien, realized he truly had a special, unique energy. Therefore, he said with deep satisfaction that he would like to watch his next exciting battles. The immensely grateful hero bowed before the insightful elder, who valued his abilities so highly. And looking after him, he realized, besides the formidable head of the Moog clan himself, it seemed there were incredibly many people in the world who were significantly stronger than him. This meant that he also needed to tirelessly hone his magic and surpass its current level. Soon, all the invited guests gathered together to discuss this exciting duel over the festive dinner. Many sincerely congratulated the valiant Sun Hyun on his brilliant victory in this difficult duel. They also revealed that his formidable opponent was previously a renowned martial arts master at the Shaolin school. Even now, many people with the highest status have gathered around one table. Moreover, the honorable host honestly admitted that he hoped all the youth would get along with each other, so that in the future this would stop all fruitless quarrels between factions. And with this wise thought, the noble Cholmujin resolutely agreed, and the attentive Sun Hyun looked at the beautiful Yang So-lin sitting next to him. She was literally devouring Baek's younger sister with hostile glances. It became clear. These two remained in extremely unfriendly relations. Therefore, the wise young man from the volcanic school suggested that everyone present drink in memory of this momentous meeting and henceforth live in peace and harmony. Everyone immediately raised their mugs for such a wonderful toast today. Insightful Moina also noticed the indecisiveness of her shy sister, gently asking her to become more confident in herself. And in the end, everyone raised their mugs into the air with joyful exclamations, "Hooray!" The wise Moina, who knew that the noble Cholmujan was busy participating in the competition, suggested they have a drink since they were so lucky to meet together on this blessed day. The young man, of course, agreed, still carefully looking at the beautiful girl in front of him. He was sure she still felt unwell because of their previous awkward meeting. However, the intelligent beauty behaved wonderfully and skillfully controlled herself, which revealed her remarkably strong personality. At that moment, the clever Cholmujun decided to consult the wise Mo-en to learn her opinion about the most outstanding participants in this tournament. At that moment, 3 loyal friends exchanged meaningful glances, watching the two and realizing that everything was happening exactly as they had suspected. At that moment, the cadet mentally contacted the valiant Sun Hyun, apologizing for not informing him about everything in advance. He honestly admitted that at today's meeting they wanted to bring the noble Lord Moj and the beautiful sister Mo Inu closer together, and they earnestly asked the hero to help, so that these two would get closer and get along with each other. And the valiant Sun Hyun could truly say that it was an excellent plan, and it seems it was brilliantly executed. Satisfied, Namgun joyfully realized he hopes that the world around him will always remain as harmonious in the future as it is today. He had nothing more to wish for complete happiness. The next day of the grand competition, the tournament was already taking place between the noble Cholmujun and the skillful Mo Ina. The perceptive girl immediately noticed that it seemed the valiant young man was losing ground, and even thought that perhaps his not trying his hardest was part of the refined politeness of their Moj clan's culture. The brave warrior himself endured shallow but still painful cuts, wondering when this amazing girl would stop driving him crazy. At that moment, he skillfully jumped back from his opponent, while she made the young man understand that if he did not take decisive action immediately, he would very quickly lose this duel. At that moment, the wise Cholmujun realized the sensible Mo Yen was truly a tough nut to crack. They both thought about how to achieve victory without causing each other serious harm. In the end, the determined young man chose to use the art of the heavenly blood sword, the third step. It consisted of a crushing gust of wind that immediately rushed towards the girl. Of course, taken aback by the surprise, she allowed the attack to hit her, causing her to be thrown backward. At that moment, the rushing Cholmujun was already beginning to close the distance between them. The brave girl clearly understood. It was useless to try to escape from this attack in any way. In the end, she had no chance to escape. She simply remained standing in her place with dignity. And the puzzled Cholmujun had no idea why she charged at him head-on without trying to dodge, as it could have ended in fatal injuries. The whole point was that the brave girl really wanted to move forward no matter what. She did not want to run away from challenges forever. In the end, the noble young man veered away at the last moment so as not to hurt the beauty. And at the moment when her blade pierced his body, the brave Mo-en thus achieved victory. And the chivalrous Cholmujun was disqualified from the competition due to a serious injury. The surprised lady had no idea why the noble young man hesitated at the crucial moment. For if he had plunged the blade into her, the victory would surely have been his. However, the wise warrior reminded that they could not fight to the death in combat duels, because that was exactly why everyone had gathered, to ensure the unity of the people in the world of warriors. Even if it were not specifically for Mo Ina, the honest young man would have acted the same way. The shocked lady realized he acted truly courageously. For this reason, she solemnly stood up and decided to forfeit her victory, awarding the triumph in this match to the valiant Cholmujun. Right away, it was loudly announced to the crowd that the winner was the chivalrous Cholmujun, and everyone greeted the noble fighter with enthusiastic applause. At that moment, Mo Ina's father, who was watching attentively, saw how skilled doctors were helping the wounded young man regain consciousness. At that moment, the wise man realized that the young man was a much better person than he had expected, and that meant many things had changed for the better during that time. Soon a faithful Sun Hyun joined the friend to help him. He was very worried that the brave warrior had a serious bleeding. However, his wound was not fatal. He just needed to move less and rest well. Sincerely grateful, Cholmujun was very thankful to the young man for the precious help, despite the fact that Sun Hyun himself was soon to have his own match. However, he calmly explained that healing magic was quite simple and did not take much of his strength. Then the prudent Cholmujun warned his sworn brother that his opponent would be a member of the Yan family, whom even the pirate himself trusts. If the hero succeeds in battle, the inhabitants of the warrior world will surely recognize his magic. And then the young man realized he would have to work even harder in order to achieve his noble goals. Finally, the time for the next intense match has come. The fighters had already exchanged various attacks, but the focused Sun Hyun recognized that the energy level of his formidable opponent was quite high and achieving victory would not be easy. Therefore, the time has come to reveal a new, unprecedented magic, and it was the magic of illusions. In an instant, 4 more heroes appeared before the astonished opponent, surrounding him from all sides. The crowd immediately covered their eyes in shock, not understanding what had just happened. And the enemy himself did not understand where so many people suddenly came from, and even thought that his eyes were doubling. But he quickly understood what was what, and warned the opponent that the tip of his spear could strike even a ghost. So he rushed into battle with a formidable spear. It was his art of spear mastery. Rain of 1,000 meteors. In the end, the illusions standing on the ground were struck by sparkling spears. And one of the blows also hit a true hero, which even took his breath away. The confident warrior was already laughing triumphantly, understanding that despite the wonderful tricks of this boy, he could never surpass his spear handling technique. But at that very moment, the agile young man teleported, appearing right behind the opponent's back. Getting right up close to him, he used the magic of the ice trap. It was a mighty icy sphere with which he instantly froze the warrior's body. Very soon it turned into an icy icicle, which with a dull icy crunch fell onto the cold ground. This is exactly how the skillful mage achieved yet another brilliant victory in this round. However, people once again did not rejoice in the victory of the heavenly dragon. Each time, some became even angrier. At that moment, the crowd even dared to loudly protest against the use of evil forces. That means such a person simply cannot participate in a martial arts tournament. Anxious Yan Sol Lin, watching him from the stands, did not even know how to help her beloved in this difficult situation. The teachers began to confer among themselves, deciding whether to exclude Sun Hyun from the competition, since although he used an unfamiliar martial art, it was still not a dark art. The wise old man believed that the young man was very talented, and because he was in a trusting and friendly relationship with the Blooming Happiness clan and was the sworn brother of the young leader Moj, it did not seem that he was a villain or wished to harm people, so he decided to keep watching him. At that moment, the worried Yan Sol Lin approached the young man to comfort him. However, he fully understood that people had many misunderstandings about his magic, and that was not surprising. Still, after the hero mastered the art of controlling yin-yang and the 5 elements, he could handle mana more effectively, and was ready to reach heights that once seemed unattainable. So he did not care at all about the opinion of the crowd. So, after the competition ended, the hero came to visit Cholmujan, and found that thanks to the treatment, the young man was already in perfect condition. After that, a good friend wished Jan Sol Lin good luck in the upcoming difficult fight, but she promised that she would definitely dedicate her victory to the dear hero. Moreover, she really wanted to teach a lesson to the one who dared to laugh at her beloved. At that moment, Madame's bodyguard reminded Yan Sol Lin that although he allowed her to participate in the competition, she must not overdo it, because he would not be able to look the teacher in the eye if something happened to her. But confident Yan Sol Lin perfectly understood that the mentor had nothing to worry about. She would simply show her enemies the full power of the Moj sect. Yan Sol Lin herself, smiling quite a bit, understood that the opponent needed to be on guard, for she would no longer allow herself to be fooled. Exactly 2 girls in love with the hero were fighting each other, deciding to finish the game they didn't complete last time during this challenge. And finally, the lady from the Beck family was wounded in the shoulder, after which she responded to Yan Sol Lin with exactly the same strike. However, this time the girl from Moj was injured in the leg, after which both realized that they were not going to give up. Therefore, the determined rivals chose to demonstrate their best attacking maneuvers. The first to charge into battle was the lady from the Beck family with the art of the scorching sword. However, at that moment she realized that something terrible had happened to her. Her throat painfully tightened. After that, she looked at the sword she was holding in her hands and realized that her blade had been poisoned. Worried, Sun Hyun immediately descended from the arena, not understanding what had happened, but wanting to help figure out the rapidly unfolding events. Shortly before this, the shocked Yan Sol Lin dropped her blade in horror, being in such shock that she could not express it in words. And the teacher was trembling over her student, not understanding what had happened to her, and begging the girl to come to her senses and wake up. The experienced woman understood. First of all, she needed to stop the spread of the poison by cutting off the blood flow. For this reason, she immediately pressed on the vital points on the girl's body. However, unfortunately, she continued coughing up blood, and this could not prevent the spread of the poison. The enraged teacher immediately blamed the cunning Yan Sol Lin for everything that happened, calling her the most ignoble names. She intended to attack the girl immediately. However, the noble Cholmujan immediately intervened, instantly using the blood surge technique. Between these two, he raised a barrier of his strength, preventing the mentor from attacking. He demanded that the woman come to her senses, realizing that a serious misunderstanding had occurred. After that, he turned to his sister for an explanation of the circumstances. However, she herself had no idea what had happened. The woman herself was furious at the behavior of those fraudsters from Moj, who continued to mock her. Everyone knew that Yan Sol Lin and her student were quarreling over some trifles. And it must be that the vile Yan Sol Lin tried to take revenge on the girl for the offense. Of course, the honest Cholmujan insisted on the falsehood of this slander, asking for time so that he could reveal the truth. However, the enraged woman was not going to listen to these pitiful excuses. She wanted to receive a proper punishment. And at that very moment, she attacked the young man using the spirit explosion technique. At the very last moment, Sun Hyun rushed to these two using teleportation magic. Immediately finding himself ahead of his friends, he raised a mana shield that allowed him to deflect the strike. After that, he respectfully asked the teacher to come to her senses, as now is not the time for quarrels due to misunderstandings and revenge. Moreover, if the girl had truly suffered from severe poisoning, her condition was now critical. He was obliged to heal her. The hero made it clear that his magic was capable of doing this and asked the woman for permission to help. However, the angry woman only ordered the hero to immediately shut his mouth, for she could not trust him. She intended to find out the whole truth about what happened right away and make the guilty pay for what they had done. At that moment, behind the enraged woman appeared the wise Mr. Mo, who insistently claimed that the young man was still right in his words. After that, he also drew the sword used in the attack to find out the truth about the origin of the poison. But now he needed to start by treating the victim. Even the sensible Mo Ina insisted that the teacher entrust the task of seeking the truth to her wise father and allow the girl to be saved. The valiant Sun Hyun saved them many times. The young man could definitely be trusted with this important task. In the end, the woman, burning with righteous anger, still yielded to the opinion of other respected people. However, she immediately warned threateningly that if the result turned out to be disastrous, the hero would instantly die by her hands. Soon they moved to a secluded room. Focused Sun Hyun leaned over the girl's body to work his magic on her mortal body. He gradually removed all the deadly poison from her body, and soon he needed to move to the blade to see what this sword could tell him. But now, when he was healing the girl, the hero saw that there was much more poison in her body than he had assumed. This amount of poison would have been enough to kill everyone in the room. The girl was in extremely critical condition, so he was worried that treatment alone would not help her. But still, using his powerful magic, he began a gradual detoxification. Seeing the pure energy flowing from his body, the astonished lady could not believe that the young man's energy was so crystal clear. It purified from poison just by touching the body. This definitely could not be any dark art. At that moment, the boy's body itself suffered from incredible tension. He began coughing up blood. Frightened Mo Yen rushed to him to understand what had happened to the so-called brother. The experienced teacher herself clearly saw that the young man had used up all his precious energy during the multiple battles. In such an exhausted state, he would not be able to complete the complex healing. In the end, she had no other choice. She decided to help the young man. However, not to save him, but for the sake of the injured girl. She made Sun Hyun understand that she believes his energy is pure, just like his noble heart. If he does not accept her power, he will simply fall into a deep coma. Touching his back with her palms, the wise woman gradually transferred energy into his body. And indeed, the young man now had a huge amount of mana, which literally rushed through his meridians along with his blood. With this amount of energy, he will definitely be able to expel all this deadly poison. After that, the skilled mage used one of the new techniques called Limited Wish. His wish was granted and his body transitioned from its current poisoned state to a past healthy one. Very soon, when the complex treatment was finished, the bright light around the young man instantly went out. After that, the young man himself, as if lifeless, immediately collapsed onto the cold floor unconscious. Worried Mo Yen, looking at the girl, saw that he had still managed to completely remove the poison. She looked healthier than anyone alive, and as if she were simply sleeping peacefully. The woman ordered to immediately bring the exhausted Sun Hyun to bed for recovery. Somewhere around this time, the wise elder was dealing with the outraged circumstances. They could not believe that poison was used in the sacred martial arts tournament. The angry people believed that the dark factions had openly challenged the entire world of warriors, and that meant it was a worthy reason to finally put an end to all the groups from the Moj clan. But at that moment, the authoritative head of the Mo clan entered the room. He studied the sword together with the head of the volcanic school and professional potion makers. However, they all came to one astonishing conclusion. There were no traces of poison on this blade at all. Of course, the two puzzled men immediately froze in confusion, not understanding what Chief Mo was hinting at. And he was clearly extremely displeased that these men doubted the truthfulness of his authoritative words. However, at that moment, a worried Cholmujan entered the room, believing that since the misunderstanding was resolved, they could at least release his sister from custody. After that, he promised that he, together with his sect, would be able to uncover this mysterious secret. The prudent elder ordered to give the blade to the owner, for since it was not poisoned, the cause must have been something entirely different. However, he strictly forbade anyone from leaving the Shaolin Temple until the truth was revealed. Immediately taking this blade, everyone withdrew to their chambers. The wise elder ordered the leaders to return to their homes and deal with the situation outside, as the crowd had become very unruly and demanded justice. At that moment, the worried bodyguard wanted to ask the master how they should act, since these people truly considered them guilty of a vile crime. However, It was precisely for this reason that the determined young man intended to get to the truth, and was confident that the valiant Sun Hyun would help with this. Meanwhile, they had to stop the agitation among the angry people. At that moment, the caring Yan Sol Lin continued to take care of the young man who had lost consciousness from exhaustion. Finally, the guy came to his senses, discovering a crying girl persistently watching him. However, the caring young man was the first to worry about the lady from the Beck family. Understanding that his beloved was also shaken by what had happened, he wanted to know if she had hurt herself in the commotion. He also made it clear that since Miss Beck received timely medical assistance, she is already feeling significantly better, so the girl has nothing to worry about. However, she, crying more than before, immediately threw herself into the arms of her dear beloved. At that moment, the young man felt something strange in his magic. He was supposed to have used up all his mana, but for some unknown reason, pure mana was still rising through the vessels in his body. Moreover, he had never before felt so strong and full of energy. At that moment, a serious Cholmojin came to the young man, making it clear that they needed to get to the truth, because according to the head Mo, there was no poison on the blade. Then the clever young man decided to use his memory restoration magic. With the help of this spell, they could raise some memories left on the blade from the depths of the past. At that moment, they saw an amazing vision. It was the bedroom of the young lady from the Beck family on the night before the match. At that very moment, a mysterious man approached her, glancing at her blade. And it was precisely he who smeared her blade with some deadly poison. It was quite strange, considering that according to the teachers, the blade was not poisoned. And although Sun Hyun had no idea what happened to the poison afterward, now they knew. The blade was indeed poisoned. After that, he asked Cholmujan to find the head of Mo together with him right now in order to discuss everything thoroughly. So, coming to him, they stunned the man when they confessed that someone had indeed used poison, and now they knew it was done by a mysterious person. And he learned about this through magic that evokes memories from the past. However, he wanted to understand why the head of Mo concealed the fact that the blade was poisoned. The reason was that the wise man had heard a lot about the hero. And above all, he would like to avoid a bloody conflict between the political factions and the Moge family. The modest young man bowed respectfully, feeling guilty for not being able to stop it earlier, as he did not notice the poison on the blade in time. At that moment, the leader calmly explained to the young men that Sun Hyun's speech, as well as the incident, had created tension between the factions. Until they could identify the true culprit, they should not speak about the poison to the general public. However, at that moment, all three noticed that someone was eavesdropping under their windows. Everyone immediately rushed outside to catch this mysterious man. Sun Hyun immediately threw a blade of wind after the spy. In the end, he cut the camouflage bandages off the man's face. Despite this, he continued to run away, and unfortunately, Sun Hyun could no longer catch him in this dense forest. However, this circumstance was extremely important, considering that this person was eavesdropping on their secret conversation. However, at that moment, the perceptive Mo-En realized that there was no need to pursue him further. After all, she already knew this man very well. He was one of the shaman's disciples. Around this time, he returned to his master to report everything he had heard. He made it clear that what the mentor had assumed turned out to be true after all. They were indeed going to Mo's residence. And he also heard that the head Mo told the truth about the fact that the sword was poisoned. In the end, the cunning old man realized that he and the faction leaders would have to deal with this delicate situation on their own. But no one else should find out about it. Immediately after that, he sent the student away, and the student only smirked confidently at the doors, understanding the confusion he had caused. Soon the news that there was indeed poison on the sword, and Patriarch Mo hid the truth spread across all the lands, and everyone also began to doubt that it was exactly Sun Hyun who healed the girl. In principle, it was logical, since such treachery was expected from the people of the Moge clan. Moreover, everyone was very concerned about the fate of the martial arts tournament. They eagerly awaited the decision the faction representatives would make in this complicated situation. At this fateful moment, many of those present realized the bitter truth. The martial arts competition, intended to resolve long-standing disputes, only worsened the conflict. Like a spark in a powder keg, the tournament ignited a flame of enmity that could no longer be extinguished by its own means. Unable to withstand the intensity of passions, the cadet of the volcanic wave, together with his mentor, immediately rushed to the assembly hall. They needed to warn the elders. The situation was heating up to the limit, threatening to turn into a real disaster. However, upon arrival, they encountered a genuine hurricane of indignation. The quarrel raged at full force. The heads of noble families blazed with righteous anger, accusing Patriarch Mo of wiping Yan Sol Lin off the face of the earth and lying to them all. The noble man did not hide it. Yes, he indeed deceived those gathered, but his only motive was to avoid unnecessary quarrels. Moreover, the patriarch was firmly convinced that the young maiden was framed, and the true villain was a completely different person. They could prove it by using Sun Hyun's powers. But the leader only became even more enraged, drawing his blade and making it clear. Sun Hyun and all his kind were just fooling him. He no longer intended to endure such outrage and was about to finish off the impudent man along with all his comrades right now. However, the loyal bodyguard immediately stood up to protect the innocent, making it clear to the leader that he had gone too far in his anger. No one would allow him to do whatever he pleased. Cholmujan only became even angrier at the audacious guard, ordering the young man to immediately lower his weapon. Although he did not understand why he should spare such people, he could destroy these hypocrites right here and now. The hero, watching the unfolding drama, felt no surprise. After all, the political factions in the Mogila clan had long fought each other over their disagreements. However, they all remained residents of Murim, and even their leaders could not rid themselves of prejudices, let alone ordinary mortals. At this tense moment, Mistress Beck's mentor assured those gathered that Sun Hyun and his companions were by no means dangerous rebels, so she was ready to vouch for them and begged the elders to make a wise decision. The venerable old man himself was indignant in his soul. He tried to resolve the conflict quietly and peacefully, but in vain. The situation turned out to be truly difficult, and the tournament had to be stopped immediately. But at this critical moment, one of his assistants arrived, reporting to the master about a serious incident. It turned out that warriors of all clans were simply killing each other, and the city streets were stained with blood. Therefore, everyone immediately forgot their petty quarrels and hurried to see what was happening outside. Truly, they witnessed massive massacres right on the city streets. The elder could not believe his own eyes. While their leaders held a meeting, the most ordinary students could not keep their sanity and succumbed to the madness of fear. But no one had any idea who struck the first blow. At that moment, the enraged leader pressed the blade to Cholmujan's throat, determined to leave not a single one of his followers alive. However, the nimble young man instantly dodged and delivered a crushing blow to the man, causing him to rapidly collapse to the ground. After that, the noble warrior made the opponent understand. He was indeed the future leader of the Moj clan, and would not avoid a fight if someone was eager to battle him. Let them begin. He is ready for combat. Everyone immediately decided that the impudent person had shown his true face and rushed to strike him down. In the end, a fierce battle ensued. However, Sun Hyun understood. He had to put an end to this. The bloody battles he had seen in the past, while on the continent, continued in this world as well. But now he had the strength to no longer tolerate such madness, for he did not want blood to be shed for such absurd reasons. Therefore, the hero immediately began to recite the spell, after which the power of his cosmic strike swept across the entire territory of the shamanic temple. The whole earth trembled, causing people to fall prostrate. Everyone was struck by the incredible power of the young man, capable of shaking the very sky and earth. At that moment, the hero loudly called for silence from everyone. Not understanding why the men were fighting each other, he ordered them all to stop. After all this time they lived together in Murim, which means they should have resolved disagreements peacefully, without allowing bloodshed. But everyone ordered the alien to be silent. No one wanted to listen to the speech of a man who had bewitched the factions with his magic. Moreover, even the members of the Moj faction did not want to listen to the hero. They were eager to protect their honor. At that moment, the leaders loudly protested, reminding the young man that he was in no way involved in their war, and therefore should not interfere in the battle using his strange magic. As a result, after these words, the fight continued not only between the clans, but also among the ordinary followers. Understanding the young man's desire to stop this slaughter, they still could not stop. Now they had to give their all to stop this madness. However, the young man could not come to terms with what was happening, and in despair he decided to show the people, so eager for battle, a truly worthy fight. Everyone was amazed by the strength of the young man. He intended to separate all the fighters with fire, and created the technology Phoenix Sunrise. Immediately after this, the majestic fiery bird rushed towards the frightened warriors. Next, the young man used the earthquake technique so that the ground beneath their feet simply collapsed. As a result, a huge crater appeared right under their feet, forcing everyone to retreat. It seemed as if the earth itself had opened up. So vast was this chasm. However, the young man did not give up, now suggesting that they try to continue the fight when they were separated. After that, he calmly made it clear that he was leaving Murim. If they want to do things their own way, so be it. He was a foreigner, not a martial arts master, and did not intend to interfere any further. From now on, these people could live on their own. Immediately after that, deforming the space, he disappeared. Everyone sighed heavily, not understanding how everything had come to this. At that moment, their adversaries rejoiced. After all, their plans had succeeded better than ever. The factions were blinded by hatred, so from now on they would play into their hands. And the Lord ordered his subordinates to immediately take the following measures. The time of the Bloody King was coming. Somewhere around this time, the young man was calmly resting at his home. Here reigned blissful peace. He was glad to return to his native walls after a long journey. Moreover, he was pleased to reassure his parents, who had not slept at night due to worry about him. This peaceful life was strikingly different from the existence of a sorcerer in the past world. It was a completely different aspect of being. After that, the young man secluded himself at night for study. Every night he felt a painful longing, unable to forget that he had returned to his comfort zone. However, the people he met in Murim were strong personalities who helped him become better. Moreover, he remembered those dangerous and mysterious adventures, as well as the meeting with his brother, who treated him to wine. And of course, Yan Sol-lin, his beloved, who surely missed him. It has already been a month since he left them without even saying goodbye. He did not want to return to Murim for even a second, but still wished to hear the voice of Yan Sol-lin. Therefore, he decided to at least stop by the tavern to find out what people are currently saying about the situation. First of all, upon arriving there, he asked to be brought beef, vegetables, and mantu. Immediately after that, he began to listen to all the talks about a large-scale war between the factions and the Moj clan. It was unknown what was happening, but Moj seemed to be losing. By this time, both sides had already suffered greatly. Moreover, there were rumors that the master of the Mage clan was dead. Immediately, the anxious hero thought about the fate of his brother, as well as his beloved. Therefore, quickly paying for lunch, he hurried away. I didn't know where to look for comrades, but I heard rumors that they were defeated in the town. However, it was too vast an area to search through entirely. At the very least, he could have followed the trail of the magical weapon he gave to his brother. Somewhere at that moment, Yan Sol-lin was running through the dark forest while two men were chasing her. They wanted to deal with the girl quickly and leave calmly, and she tried in every way to escape by running away until she saw a bright flash of light right in front of her. Immediately, the girl fell to the ground, and the warriors of the righteous faction pounced on her. But the suddenly appeared young man immediately tied up these scoundrels with his web. He did not understand how those scoundrels dared to point swords at his beloved. After that, the hero embraced the maiden, greeting her. He was very sorry that he disappeared without saying anything. He did not expect that everything would turn out this way. Then Sun Hyun asked what happened to his brother Chol Mujin. It turned out they had separated, but the brother should be fine. At that moment, the young man decided to question the prisoners from the faction whose orders they obeyed. However, they only laughed, letting the hero understand that he was late, and now they could not escape from the clawed paws of their masters. Of course, Sun Hyun had no idea what it meant, and the scoundrels did not explain. They had already committed suicide by taking poison. Then Sun Hyun realized how serious the situation was becoming, and asked Yang Sol-lin to leave with him so that the parents could accept her. And she only promised to be with Sun Hyun wherever he went. Soon the young man brought the girl to his house, asking his parents to accept her as a dear guest. And they were clearly very glad that the hero brought the lady to their humble dwelling. They asked the beauty not to be shy and to feel at home. Moreover, the parents were surprised that Sun Hyun had managed to meet such a beautiful maiden, and they were glad that a wedding ceremony would soon take place in their home. Sun Hyun himself was very glad that she came to his house. His parents were kind by nature. They were sincerely happy to see her. However, Yan Sol-lin cried, understanding the bitter truth. If her father were nearby, he would also be happy to meet the kind-hearted parents of her beloved. But the venerable master stayed at the headquarters to help his daughter escape inevitable doom. Looking at her grief, the noble young man asked the beauty not to worry about anything. The master was the greatest martial arts lord and was definitely safe. Moreover, the hero would surely tell him the joyful news that his precious daughter was perfectly fine. Besides, Sun Hyun clearly understood. This was the only way to save his beloved from certain death. The events that occurred made him realize that he wished for Yan Sol-lin to always be by his side, so that she would be happy and protected from all the troubles of this cruel world every moment of her existence. With these trembling words, he made a proposal to his beloved. The beautiful maiden herself very much wanted to marry the hero and was firmly convinced that she would be happy with him all her life. And then they sealed their love with a kiss full of tenderness and promises. Sun Hyun was convinced. He would never let her be sad or unhappy again. Shortly after this, the noble warrior decided to go out to walk around the house and reflect on the future. No matter how much he searched, he could not find any news about the master or his sworn brother. But at that fateful moment, a worried servant ran to him, who nearly lost consciousness from the shock. It turned out that while the owner was not at home, the lady was kidnapped right from her chambers. At that moment, the hero rushed to his parents but found his stern father and weeping mother. It was unbearably painful to deliver the terrible news. The man who came to them said he knew the girl. They had no idea about his true intentions, but suddenly the scoundrel grabbed the beauty and disappeared, leaving only one letter. The message said, "If anyone wishes to return the captive, they must come to the bamboo forest." The addressee identified himself as someone who truly wants to become a friend to the hero. Immediately, the noble warrior was inflamed with righteous anger, not understanding who, damn it, dared to act this way. He teleported immediately. All he wanted was to punish the scoundrel who not only broke into his house, but also dared to kidnap his fiancée. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the bamboo forest, where strangers were waiting for him. They made it clear. If the young man wants to see the girl alive, he will have to calmly follow their instructions. However, the gentleman instantly moved to the mercenaries, freezing literally a millimeter from their faces, like a predatory beast ready for a deadly leap. And they warned discontentedly, if the young man touches even one of them, he will never see Yan So-lin again. To meet the one they served, the young man had to close his eyes and obediently follow them. In the end, Sun Hyun agreed but warned, if even a single hair falls from his bride's head, their death will be long and painful, like hellish torture. Soon they reached some gloomy fortress. Of course, Sun Hyun could not make out its architecture because of the blindfold. After that, they began to take him deep underground, which made the prisoner have more and more questions. Who were these mysterious people? At that moment, they knocked on the massive gates and reported to their lord that they had brought the heavenly dragon. He ordered the gates to be opened. Obviously, the mysterious man was very pleased that his subordinates had brought such a valuable guest. He ordered the boy's blindfold to be removed immediately, after which he calmly greeted the hero. The mysterious person explained that they had prepared exquisite dishes and noble drinks for him. He hoped that the esteemed guest would dine with him and they would establish a strong friendship. After that, the young man greeted the heavenly dragon by name, introducing himself. At a single glance at the young man, the hero immediately recognized the bodyguard of the lady, who was always by the Moj family's side. However, he made it clear that his story was very complicated and full of dark secrets. In short, before joining the Grave Clan, he was called by another name, and he also came from the Blood Clan. Finally, all the pieces of the puzzle came together. The setup by Yan So-lin at the martial arts tournament that sparked the war, the poisoning of the blade, and now the kidnapping. He was responsible for all of it. The young man himself admitted that Sun Hyun was very impressed by the magical powers he demonstrated. Such warriors were necessary for the prosperity of their blood clan. However, Sun Hyun was not interested in the ambitions of this madman. He demanded to be shown immediately where Yan So-lin is. Then the cunning young man realized that he had probably arranged the dinner party too early, and decided to first allow Sun Hyun to meet with his beloved. Soon these two descended into a deep dungeon underground. There they saw a girl bound with heavy chains. She was unconscious for some time and was now experiencing unbearable pain from these shackles. However, the scoundrel hastened to reassure. The pain was not that severe, not enough to cause direct torment. Sun Hyun immediately went mad at this bastard who dared to act this way with an innocent girl. He immediately conjured an icy spear in his hands, intending to kill that scoundrel. However, he in an instant with just a wave of his hand dispelled the icy magic, turning the weapon into shards that scattered in all directions. After that, he finally ordered the prisoner to calm down. After all, he came here to save his fiancée. As is known, Sun Hyun had magic, and they had their own techniques, which they invented thanks to long solitude. After all this time no one accepted them. Therefore, he suggested to the young man to simply have a calm conversation. For the cunning man had only one desire from the very beginning, for the heavenly dragon to become a true friend of the Blood Clan. Then, when he goes out into the world again, he will already be standing with it in the same vanguard. The traitor was very hopeful that Sun Hyun would approve his proposal. After that, he pointed to the girl hanging on the chains, indicating that there was little time. These shackles constantly drain her life force. In the end, the frightened young man realized that he simply had no choice. He had to obey in order to save his beloved, and it seems the treacherous warrior was very glad about this decision. After all, he himself did not want to kill the lady he had previously served faithfully. After that, he promised to arrange a cozy place for the two of them. They could stay within the walls of his abode as long as they wanted. Only then was the young man finally able to free his beloved from the chains. She understood that probably all this time she had been in great pain and fear while waiting for him to come for her. However, the hero swore, all the pain that the traitor caused his beloved, he would cause him twice as much. Revenge would be sweet and just. Around this time, the villain was informed that the preparation of the two best ingredients was successful. However, the assistant understood that this was not his merit. He was merely faithfully following the master's plan. Also, the Bloody King learned that the person he was most interested in, the Heavenly Dragon, was already in their fortress. That meant they could act as they wished. The ruler himself explained that it is necessary to make sure they are using the hero for their own purposes and will force him to help their blood cult. It was truly joyful news, for the ruler wanted to see the whole world fall at his feet. Therefore, he very much hoped that the assistant would not make a single mistake, and he swore on his life that he would do everything flawlessly. At this time, the hero used the internal technique changing the past, returning his beloved's body to a state when she still felt well. However, no matter what he did, his magic did not help. He only wasted more and more precious energy. No matter how much he searched for answers in books about medicine and poisons, there was no information about this strange curse of loneliness that the bodyguard had told him about. Moreover, it was very different from all those curses of black magicians from his past life. Therefore, he did not understand how to decipher this malicious witchcraft. Then the traitor calmly made Sun Hyun understand. Only he alone can lift this curse. Therefore, the hero should simply abandon all these futile efforts. On the day the young man destroys the outdated spirit and martial arts power with his magic, he will come here to heal the curse placed on Yang So Lin. However, the prisoner had no idea why he was being dragged into all of this at all. If the cunning man wanted to stage a coup in Murim led by the Blood Clan, they should have had enough skills for it themselves. But the traitor clearly understood. Few people can defeat the masters of Murim with their own strength. Moreover, only the hero's magic will make their soldiers much stronger. Even take, for example, the sword filled with power that the young man gave to Cholmujan. After these words, the prisoner realized how much this scoundrel knew about them. So I just reminded him that he must keep his promise and heal the girl as soon as the hero does everything. The villain only smiled, reminding the hero that he keeps his promises. After all, he wanted to be friends with him. Therefore, he asked Sun Hyun first and foremost not to do anything that could undermine their fragile friendship. Moreover, he wanted to show something to gain the guest's trust and asked him to follow him. To definitely prevent the defeat of the Blood Clan, he wanted Sun Hyun to take a look at their secret weapon. There was a time in the past when the power of their clan flourished, but since then many secret techniques have been lost. Among them was one special technique that could turn people into the strongest martial arts soldiers. It bore the ominous name, Bloodshed Technique. Sun Hyun had not heard about this before. At that moment, the bodyguard revealed the best martial arts masters who had been reborn as soldiers ready to fight for their clan. And it was that very shaman elder and head of the Shaolin clan. Next to him was also the head of the Moj cult. The cunning young man explained that the reason for their confidence with which they looked to the future was that 2 of the 3 great masters of Murim were already in their hands. The future is already predetermined. Therefore, he asked Sun Hyun for himself and his girlfriend not to resist this inevitability. He will just have to kill Murim's soldiers with his own hands. After that, the scoundrel threw a small handful of something on the ground, and immediately disgusting bugs crawled towards him. The hero immediately realized, perhaps these creatures were the key to breaking the curse of loneliness. If so, then he would be able to heal the curse placed on Yan So Lin. In the end, the prisoner promised the young man that he would definitely show him the power of his magic and not disappoint him. After that, he calmly went away, wandering through the long labyrinths of the dungeon. No one even suspected what he was going to do. While these miserable little people can enjoy their imaginary success, very soon they will experience the true power of the Archmage of the 7th Circle.